A handicap of one in this world. Potential. To become a hunter, an awakening test uses advanced technology to analyze a person's physical potential. Lee Chang-hyun woke up and looked at the palm of his hand. However, there was one thing the test couldn't determine, and that was the skills he was restraining. His hands pulsed with power, and in his subconscious he thought, normally, an awakened person can only guess what their skills are, or how to use them. Suddenly his eyes glowed with a brilliant red flash. But I'm different, because I have supervision. Crossing his legs, he lay back with his arm behind his head, looking at the data panel on the flash screen. Lee Chang-hyun hesitated, looking at the items on the system. A. Mysterious weapon transformation. B. Superhuman. C. See-through target's essence. E. Peak tier, inactive. He looked at panel E and thought to himself, as I thought. My peak information panel has all reverted to rank E. Then, he closed the data panel and leaned to one side. Beep. Skills can be leveled up, and benefits can be regained. An idea came to him, and he immediately sat up. The most important thing right now is, Lee Chang-hyun looked at himself in the mirror, feeling the firmness of his muscles, getting used to his current body and skills. It's pretty pathetic. A loud voice came from outside. That's why I said to just observe him for a year. Hyun was startled when he heard it. Huh? He curiously opened the door a crack and peeked inside to see what was going on. A husband and wife were sitting and discussing something, with a bit of a disagreement. It's his life. Let the boy do what he wants. Our son is only in middle school. We can't let him decide everything for himself. That's irresponsible. That's why I'm saying, give him 1 year. Just 1 year. If it doesn't work out, the kid can still take another path. Right? She still wanted things her way, so she tried to explain. Do you have any idea how important 1 year is at his age? What will you do if Chang-hyun wastes his time chasing that absurd dream, while his peers are achieving high scores because they spend their time studying? Behind the door, Chang-hyun was like a lost soul. Oh God, that's right. My mom was completely against me becoming a hunter. Arguing with her would just be a waste of time. A loud statement was made at that moment. A lot can change in just 1 year. Hearing that, he was stunned into silence, as if his mind had been awakened. Mom's right. In just 1 year, players can participate in dozens of matches. They gain experience and improve their skills with every match. If I had started a year earlier in my past life, my peak tier could have at least reached rank B. That alone, instantly he took the initiative and opened the door, is enough to change the outcome. At that moment, Chang-hyun stood in the doorway and spoke boldly. I don't need a year. Just give me 6 months. I'll prove it to you within 6 months. He asserted decisively, I'm serious. Hearing that, she was still not convinced. He immediately clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, declaring, You'll see. A few days went by. Chang-hyun received a shock. Huh? I can't go in? A female cashier replied, That's right. Minors need a guardian's permission to enter. He then asked, So I need a guardian's signature, right? She replied, That's right. He bit his lip, helpless. I forgot about this. In my past life, I was way past this age. If I go home now, how am I supposed to train? Is there another way? Just as he was talking, a hand from behind was placed on his shoulder. Kim Do-jun, full of friendly charisma, greeted him. Hey, Chang-hyun! He asked what he was doing here. He suddenly recognized him. Kim Do-jun. Chang-hyun remembered from his past life that he was a close-quarters fighter who always ranked second or third in the Premier League. Discover the #1 hunter's sanctuary you want to protect. Although he never reached the top rank, when he was fighting at his best, he was considered on par with the top-ranked players. But of course, he opened his mouth as if to say something. He just scratched his head, looking clueless. Who are you? He thought to himself, the me of this life wouldn't know him. Do-jun waved both his hands, trying hard to explain. I'm Kim Do-jun, from the class next door. Still don't remember? I'm pretty famous at school for being an awakened. Chang-hyun feigned surprise. Oh? He immediately turned away, his expression showing a complete lack of interest. Is that so? First time hearing your name? Do-jun was utterly shocked, not believing his eyes. He forced a laugh, his voice faltering. I guess so. Do-jun then asked curiously, So what are you doing here? Applying for the Seoul Hunter Academy's youth club? Chang-hyun stated his reason. No, I just want to come in and train, But they said I need my parents' permission. Dojun's face lit up, looking like a savior. Oh, need my help? I'm a member of the youth club, so I can go in and out freely. Hearing that, he thought to himself, oh, so he's already in the club at this point. Dojun got excited and immediately set a condition. But in return, I want to watch you practice. He thought to himself, well, nothing's free. Jang Hyun answered without hesitation. Fine by me. He thought to himself, it's a little annoying, but it's not like I'm losing anything. The receptionist smiled and gave instructions. All right then, I'll book a spot for you, and Dojun from the Soul Hunter Academy will be your guardian. Please go to room 3. As Jang Hyun was tying his shoelaces, Dojun commented casually, I never thought someone from our school would want to be a hunter. He asked in surprise, me? Dojun immediately replied, yeah. He explained, I mentioned earlier that I'm in the academy, but most of the members are older than me, and I also don't know anyone, so it's quite hard to fit in. He turned and asked in surprise, so why did you come here? You said you weren't here to apply. Even though it's a training hall, nobody really comes here just to practice. Jang Hyun, who was continuously training, replied, probably not. They're likely just busy preparing for the hunter tournament. After all, this is a central training hall. He then asked, are you really going to stay and watch? As he rotated his arm, he said, I was just planning to check my skills and get a little exercise. There's nothing interesting to see. Dojun, looking a bit embarrassed, coughed, ahem. If you want, I can give you a hand. We're schoolmates after all. Jang Hyun deduced, still loves being the center of attention, just like in his past life, huh? He took a deep breath and sighed. If I count my age from my past life, I'm 10 years older than him. I definitely don't need his help. A moment passed. Jang Hyun opened the system data panels. A prompt appeared. Setup complete. Do you wish to proceed? He clicked proceed. At that moment, a blinding light filled the room. He focused his gaze. In the blink of an eye, steel feet stomped heavily on the ground. It was the Wung clone he had summoned. Compared to a video game, the clone's body was encased in resilient iron armor. They were like scarecrows. One hand held a large shield. The only difference was its sturdy, muscular build and its blank, emotionless face. Jang Hyun remained vigilant. It was so hard that it was nearly impossible to even make a scratch. The system presented the option. Defensive Wung clone. Dojun, feeling suspicious, quickly warned Jang Hyun, did you press the wrong button? If you just want to practice, you only need to summon a normal clone. Besides, even in practice mode at your current level, you can't do anything to it. He relaxed his palm and a long spear materialized. What did you say? He gripped the spear tightly and raised it, stating firmly, a punching bag is supposed to be tough. He swung the spear behind him. Can't do anything, huh? Then he turned his head back and smirked sarcastically. Are you talking about yourself? To take down something that is both strong and hard, the easiest way is to use something even stronger and harder. Of course, I can't do that right now. He ran forward at full speed, then leaped high into the air. But that doesn't mean there's no other way. At that moment, after observing it from all angles, he noticed a gap. I need to aim for its joints. He held the spear tightly, shot down like a rocket, and plunged it into the clone. The clone began to crack. After achieving his initial goal, he landed lightly on the ground. Good, I have complete control over this body. Then he immediately activated his skill. Now, Super Sense. He targeted the 5 weak points on its body. Ting, 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 ting. He stood still, aiming the tip of his spear forward. Then he rushed forward step by step. Jang Hyun sliced its torso in half, then drove the spear straight down. The Wung clone, completely severed, fell hard to the ground and then slowly vanished. He was thrilled and overjoyed. Better than I expected. I should have recorded that. Dojun witnessed it all in astonishment. Whoa, that was amazing. He asked curiously, did you set its defense level to the lowest setting? If not, you'd have to use a special kind of weapon to even damage it. Jang Hyun felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. So he starts distorting what just happened, huh? Dojun clapped continuously, praising him. Anyway, those moves were really impressive. You'll probably pass the application round. Have you practiced with a sword or a spear before? I want to get some practice in too before my team's training session. He turned away. Go ahead. He closed his eyes and thought, I don't need to explain it to him. He'll understand once he tries it himself. Late at night, in the quiet Klang training area, a sword clattered to the ground. Dujun was panting, completely exhausted. I'm sure that's how he did it. The Wong clone was still completely unharmed. Wiping away his sweat, he decided, I'll lower the defense to the minimum setting, too. Dujun was dazed and bewildered. Then why? He gripped the sword in his hands tightly. This clone. Then, with all his might, he swung the sword, delivering a powerful blow to the Wong clone. Clang! The more strength he used, the more he dripped with sweat. It was completely unharmed. Chapter 2. Outside, the moon shone brightly across the sky. In a high-rise building, Kim Do-jun was holding a weapon, his face anxious and drenched in sweat. He didn't understand, thinking to himself, I must have done a step wrong. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. Hey, Do-jun, aren't you going to greet your senior? It turned out to be Han Jisoo. Kim Do-jun immediately bowed his head and said, Hello, Senior Jisoo. Han Jisoo said smugly, Why are you fighting the Wong clone? Kim Do-jun looked up, rubbing his head as he replied, I'm just warming up and training a bit, sir. Finding that interesting, Han Jisoo asked again, Someone uses an Wong clone to warm up? He said this while poking Kim Do-jun's head. Even if you lower its defense to the minimum, you can't do anything to it. What an idiot. Kim Do-jun angrily gritted his teeth, but he was powerless. At that moment, on a bus, Lee Chang-hyun sat alone, deep in thought. I'm still too weak. The Public Hunter Center is the place that provides basic equipment for hunters. After Do-jun left, I got the chance to try fighting the monsters I had encountered at the Hunter Tournament, as well as the three-dimensional AI Hunter feature. It acts like a sparring partner, and I came to a conclusion. I'm still way too weak. My super sight is only B rank, so I can't land any powerful blows. My physical stats are only slightly above the average for a healthy person. And that's it. If I want to get stronger, I have to increase my physical training. At the very least, my peak conditioning helps speed up my recovery. The only way to get past this is to train, but I don't have enough time. Only club members are allowed in the Hunter Center at night, and my parents don't always let me go train. I guess I'll have to find a place to train by myself. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, a phone call came in. It was Kim Do-jun. Seeing the name, he let out a sound. On the other end, when Kim Do-jun heard Lee Chang-hyun pick up, he immediately asked, Hello, are you on the train yet? Lee Chang-hyun replied, Why, no. Not wanting to waste time beating around the bush, Kim Do-jun made an offer. I want to treat you to dinner. Can you come out? Just then, Lee Chang-hyun was standing in front of a restaurant. Kim Do-jun, sitting inside, saw him and called out, Over here! Seeing Kim Do-jun randomly invite him out to eat, Lee Chang-hyun said as soon as he sat down, You've got too much money, huh? Hearing this, Kim Do-jun replied cheerfully, Oh, I've got plenty. You can't be a hunter if your family isn't rich. You know that. Lee Chang-hyun was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Yeah, that's true. He then thought to himself, The costs for the awakening test and weapons are already expensive. And he has plenty of money? He's no different from his past life, is he? Always doing everything he can to get attention. Suddenly, he remembered something and slammed his hand on the table, asking, So why did you ask me out here? What do you mean? You didn't invite me to dinner just because you thought I couldn't afford it, did you? Hearing Lee Chang-hyun's question, Kim Do-jun replied awkwardly, That's right. Dinner was just an excuse. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Lee Chang-hyun heard this. While raising his hand to call a waiter, he asked, About the Wong clone, huh? Kim Do-jun then recalled the event and explained, I tried to do exactly what you did, but it didn't work. So I was wondering if you did something different. Seeing Kim Do-jun's surprised face, Lee Chang-hyun also turned his head to look. It was Han Jisoo and his group. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, They're wearing the same uniform as Do-jun. Are they his teammates? Han Jisoo was currently telling his lackeys, Like I was saying, that baboon! Heh heh heh. Using a Midrin sword against an Wong clone. Was he trying to test the sword's durability or something? No, he was actually trying to use the sword to break the Wong clone. I was speechless. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, but he was helpless. The others continued. So I asked him why he was doing that, and he answered that it was because he saw his friend do it. Yep, that's exactly what he said. I should have asked if his friend could shoot lasers from his forehead, too. Watching two idiots put on a show would have been hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Too bad his friend wasn't there. Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun calmly listened until they were finished. then took a sip of water. He was starting to get the picture. So they had been bothering Do-jun while he was training hard. I can't let this slide. With that thought, he slammed his glass down hard and said, loud enough for the dogs at the nearby table to hear, "Change the Wong clone's stats? No, you don't need to change anything at all. It's easy once you know the little trick. Anyway, it's good that you're putting in the effort to figure things out. Only a bunch of morons would think it's impossible just because they're incompetent. Does no one at your academy know this? Are your friends on their way?" Kim Do-jun, looking terrified, leaned closer to Lee Chang-hyun and said, "Lee Chang-hyun, stop talking." Han Ji-soo was now standing in front of their table. He furiously shouted, "Shut up!" Kim Do-jun then slammed his foot on the table and aggressively asked Chang-hyun, "Who the hell do you think you are, being so disrespectful to someone from the academy, huh? One punch from an awakened like me and you'll be meeting your maker. I'll give you 3 seconds to fix that attitude of yours." Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, what kind of talk is that? Sounds like a line from some cheesy movie. And here I was, excited about getting a free meal. At this moment, Han Ji-soo still wore that same arrogant, haughty expression as if he owned the world. Without a single wasted motion, Lee Chang-hyun stood up and landed a powerful punch on Han Ji-soo. His 2 underlings saw this and cried out in alarm, "Ji-soo!" Lee Chang-hyun's eyes narrowed as he thought, if someone gives me 3 seconds, this is exactly what I'll do. I never turn down an opportunity to strike first. Han Ji-soo's face contorted in anger as he cursed, "You son of a bitch!" Lee Chang-hyun stood with his hands in his pockets and said, "Listen, you might be Do-jun's senior, but to me you're just some random nobody. So don't try and pick a fight with me." Hearing this, Han Ji-soo asked, "What did you say?" He then stood up and lunged at Lee Chang-hyun, but missed. Lee Chang-hyun continued speaking. "What was that you said earlier? About someone meeting their maker? Too bad that was just a fantasy of yours." Han Ji-soo charged again, screaming, "You animal!" But just like before, it wasn't just that Lee Chang-hyun dodged the attack. He also landed another punch right on Han Ji-soo's face. Han Ji-soo cried out as he was hit. "Ah!" He'd only taken 2 hits, but he already looked completely wrecked. But he still got back up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and glared at Lee Chang-hyun, saying, "You're dead." He saw something. Lee Chang-hyun's eyes widened in surprise as he thought, what is he? Han Ji-soo was using his power, which made Lee Chang-hyun quite worried. At that moment, the system window appeared. Super Sense can perceive danger and identify weaknesses. Super Sense is warning me. Without waiting, Han Ji-soo launched a decisive attack. Luckily, Lee Chang-hyun dodged just in time. He muttered, "A gravity attack." Is he really planning to use his powers right here? Hey, there are civilians all around. The restaurant staff, seeing the fight, quickly evacuated everyone out of the establishment. "Quickly, ma'am, let's go!" Han Ji-soo continued his barrage of attacks while Lee Chang-hyun dodged them. I didn't intend to make things difficult for him. But then, Lee Chang-hyun stood his ground and called out, "Hey, Ji-soo, you're finished." Just as he finished speaking, Han Ji-soo retorted, "That's my line," and unleashed his power towards Lee Chang-hyun again. Finding himself under a relentless assault, Lee Chang-hyun exclaimed, "Damn it, I managed to dodge that thanks to Super Sense, but I can't close the distance." After speaking, he grabbed a plate from the floor and threw it towards Han Ji-soo. Lee Chang-hyun's hand flicked the plate forward with a confident look in his eyes. Ji-soo was surrounded by a purple aura. A sinister smile spread across his face. The plate stopped in midair. He was using some kind of power. From his hand, he controlled the plate, letting it fall straight to the ground and shatter. He laughed triumphantly, his face showing a few scratches. "You think a trick like that would work on me?" Another plate flew straight at him. He cried out in surprise, "Ugh!" Chang-hyun, enjoying himself, kept throwing plates, taunting, "You should probably dodge." Jisoo's eyes filled with rage. The plates kept flying from Chang-hyun. Every time you use a skill, you have to wait a bit before you can use it again. It's called a cooldown. The purple energy was still there, but his face had turned to fear. He raised both hands to block the plates. The dishes fell and shattered. Chang-hyun revealed his strategy. "If you use your skill without thinking about the cooldown," he laughed. "Block this!" Jisoo's wrist trembled. He thought angrily, "Shit! I can't use my skill." A plate hit him square in the face. He cried out, "Ah!" Chang-hyun finished his sentence. "You'll be completely at your opponent's mercy." Han Ji-soo, clutching his face with one hand, seethed with rage and cursed. Damn you, I'm done playing games. Huh? Chang Hyun's figure vanished, startling Jisoo. Where'd he go? He yelled out. His head. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head in agony. A powerful punch descended upon him. He was shocked. What? Chang Hyun landed the punch and zipped past Jisoo. He screamed in pain. Ugh! The pain shot through his body. He clutched his chest, trembling. You bastard! You said my head, but... my head! His eyes were wide with absolute terror. Again? Where will it be this time? He'd just taken a devastating blow. This time, his hands were already in position to guard his stomach. My stomach next? A punch carrying the force of a gale distorted Jisoo's face. Ack! He staggered, endlessly repeating, My head! My head! My head! Ugh! Ah! Head! Chang Hyun was relentlessly punching him in the face and head. 8 shattered plates were scattered across the floor, along with Jisoo's completely battered face. Chang Hyun stood over him, mocking him. Suddenly, he turned his head, a look of fear on his face. The pile of 8 plates and the tables and chairs had become a complete mess all over the room. He stuttered, now what? I'm not the only one who wrecked this place. He threw another punch, but I was the one who hit first. He looked at the unconscious guy on the floor in frustration, and there he is in a heap while I don't have a single scratch on me. Confused by the current situation, he scratched his head. Dojun and that buddy of his are gone too. What should I do? Police sirens echoed from all around. Wee-woo! Wee-woo! He started to panic. Shit, the cops are here! Chang Hyun's mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this. I'm out of options. It seems he injured himself. His face had a few scratches. His hands propped Jisoo up into a sitting position. A cup of cold water splashed on his face, and he immediately woke up, confused. What the hell? Chang Hyun was lying motionless on the floor. He was sitting on top of Chang Hyun, looking completely bewildered. Huh? Furious from being punched, Jisoo was about to swing a fist back, but couldn't stop himself from cursing, You son of a bitch! He flinched and turned his head. Officer Kim Dojun and another officer had appeared. He pointed towards Jisoo. He's right over there. He froze. Huh? Chang Hyun, with a terrified expression and his hands over his head, started acting. Please stop! Don't hit me anymore, Sob! The police officer, only seeing the current situation, raised his gun, pointed it at Jisoo, and shouted, Hands up! Don't resist! A victor's smile spread across Chang Hyun's face. He was smug. Looks like my top-tier acting successfully fooled the police. I won't have to face any punishment. Sitting in front of the police, Jisoo kept his head down, not saying a word. Chang Hyun was certain. That guy Jisoo would never dare to tell the truth. No way. Admitting he got beaten by a newbie? The pile of 8 plates and the food still hadn't been cleared away. This sight just made him feel more secure, and even if he did tell the truth, the fact that he used his gravity skill is way too obvious. It would only make his crime worse. The door opened. Kim Dojun's voice sounded curious. Jisoo? Yeah. He's been struggling a lot lately. He sits in front of the door, wiping his face and muttering to himself. The other members are always talking about him. The rumor is he's going to be kicked out too. Chang Hyun nodded slightly. Looks like justice has been served. The other guy wiped some sweat off his brow and asked, Aren't you going to take a break? He pressed the control panel, replying as he did, I don't have time to rest. A tall, virtual statue appeared. Dojun had no idea what was happening when he saw Chang Hyun holding a long spear. Chang Hyun gave a scheming smile, veins popping on his hand as he gripped the large spear, silently feeling the apex-level skill awakening within him for completing a notable achievement. The screen displayed, Apex level not activated. Special ability awakening. Once Apex level is activated, leveling will cease, but all stats will increase corresponding to its rank. He secretly rejoiced. In other words, I just got a new skill. The virtual statue person charged at him. He stomped his foot, leaped up, and swung his blade powerfully. The notification board appeared again. Apex level not activated. Oral edict skill. When you call out the name of a skill or a pre-targeted location, your power will increase. Your words do not need to correspond with your actions. A flash of blue light, and a large gash opened up on the guy's head. Dojun was too shocked to speak. Chang Hyun looked at himself, a bit pensive. I can't believe the little tricks I played on. Jisoo would count as an achievement. He rubbed his head in confusion. I've never seen this skill in my past life either. Remembering the scene where he attacked Jisoo, he smirked. A perfect skill. To make everyone think I'm a weirdo. A full meal was on the table. A voice rang out. Son, are you planning to join the hunter selection competition? Trang Hyun calmly replied, Yes, just you wait and see. I'll prove it to you, Mom and Dad. He seemed to be planning something. Next Gen Hunter, a TV show dedicated to finding and training promising hunters. The computer screen showed some kind of website. Next Gen Hunter. Selection round now open. Fill in registration information. He was thrilled. Finally, I can register. His mother was worried for him. But if it's a TV show, the competition must be fierce. His father, however, was quite calm. Just let the boy go. How will he know if he doesn't try? His mother started to nag. Oh, so that's from your experience with failed businesses, is it? You try out everything, don't you? Trang Hyun stepped in to save him. Do we really need to bring that up again? Ha ha! He spoke confidently to his parents. If I win the competition, I'll get noticed by the academy. Or even better, I'll be chosen to join one of the top 3 teams. On top of that, the prize money is huge. And they'll also design a custom weapon for me. His mother rested her chin on her hand, still mostly worried. I'm sure because the competition is so intense. Trang Hyun's eyes sparkled with confidence. I'll do my absolute best. His parents looked at each other, surprised but momentarily reassured. His mom pushed a plate of food towards him, urging, all right. But if you lose, don't come crying to me, you hear? Here, eat up. The competition stage was magnificent. He thought to himself, of course this competition is fierce. They're selecting the most promising candidates from the Hunter Championships, in every country. A ranking board appeared. Trang Hyun's mind was racing. Because of that, there are countless perks for those who perform exceptionally, even if they don't come in first place. But still, they're still choosing the best of the best from among the amateurs. He cheerfully reassured his parents, Don't worry. Trang Hyun recalled his past achievements with pride. I've held countless trophies in my hands before. In a calm voice, he said, I'm not going to lose to some newbies. Holding a gun in each hand, he stood on the platform as the announcer's voice came on. Next Gen Hunter, Written Exam Part 3, the 3-minute cloning challenge. A smile appeared on his lips when he heard the result. Pass. The scene changed. At a round table, 3 people seemed to be discussing something. The applications will be arriving soon. The first to speak was Arazo, Next Gen Hunter Judge Arazo. Holding a cup, she smiled at the other 2 and said, Minseok, I remember you weren't interested in being a judge. What made you change your mind? Across from her was Hunter Lee Min-seok, Next Gen Hunter Judge Lee Min-seok. He also smiled and replied, Well, there were a lot of things. Even though I've had international success, it feels like I haven't contributed anything to my own country yet. Who knows? Maybe there's a hidden gem among the contestants. The last person was Min Soo-hyuk, Next Gen Hunter Judge Min Soo-hyuk. He crossed his arms and smirked, somewhat scornfully. If there were, they'd probably be in the pro leagues already. How professional. The academy always supports fresh talent, after all. Min-seok doesn't agree with the issues there. You all see it, it's the eccentrics, the ones who are truly brilliant if guided properly, that have the real potential, Ara said, fed up. Eccentrics? Minseo, what those kids need is a caretaker, not some prestigious tournament. The hunters' discussion went on without end. Everyone has their own opinion. You're only saying that because you haven't met Ethan. He's the real talent. Sure, whatever you say. In any case, everyone's vote is equal. The scene felt a little different. It was still the familiar door with Next Generation Hunter written on the outside, but there was a subtle, quiet change. The person inside was none other than Lee Chang-hyun. He was staring blankly at the computer, searching for the next star to secure the future of the Hunter Championship. Sounds pretty good. Text appeared on the screen. The first round will be in written form. Please fill in the blanks and submit the document. Lee Chang-hyun was a little disappointed. The first round is a written test? Are you kidding me? The keyboard clacked away as Lee Chang-hyun focused on typing. Age, height, stats, and even relationships? I bet the academy students love this part. A line caught his eye. Detail your previous occupation before pursuing a career as a hunter. Describe the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. As he typed, he thought, in this life, I haven't faced many challenges. The next question, describe the difficulties you've encountered working in a team and how you handled them. Teamwork? In my past life, my teammates just did whatever I told them. Chang Hyun took a large gulp of water, looking helplessly at the list of questions. Worse than I thought. I figured it would be easy at the start. Who knew I'd have to deal with this pile of junk? This is too hard. He stopped thinking and just got to it. Whatever. I can make up for it in the practical exam. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Huh? Below the questions was a short, small line of text. To proceed to the third section, please click here. What's this? The most striking thing was the word here, colored blue amidst the all-black text. He clicked on here. Suddenly, the space around him transformed. He was surrounded by a pure white void, all alone in the center. The skills of an awakened are often shaped by their experience or unique traits. Chang Hyun looked around, both surprised and delighted. Ha! How the hell can someone use a skill like this? He was trapped in a box-shaped cage, surrounded by empty space. Is this a teleportation skill or an illusion? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This part of the test includes a small practical exercise. You will participate in the 3-minute replication challenge. Demonstrate your skills by defeating the waves of clones within 3 minutes. Chang Hyun focused on that line of text. Weapons will be based on your imagination. He was a bit confused. Chang Hyun put a hand to his chin, thinking. Weapons? A second later, as if he understood everything, a confident smile spread across his face. 2 revolvers appeared in his hands, guns loaded, bullets chambered. Chang Hyun took a step forward. A practical test, huh? Let's do this. He looked at the guns, appraising them. I decided to choose 2 revolvers. This is the top choice for my mysterious weapon transformation, but it might not work with this skill. The system's voice rang out. The test will begin when you are ready. Chang Hyun stood in a ready stance, waiting for the system's command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One of his eyes turned from brown to red. The program also began to initialize. The system's voice boomed, "Begin." From the walls, robotic dummies appeared. They didn't look like they had high defense levels like the clones. Tensing his muscles, he raised the guns and aimed straight at the targets. With a thrilled expression, Chang Hyun was like a devil unleashing a barrage of bullets. I'll finish all of you as fast as I can. Bang! 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 Elsewhere, a hand slammed on a table. A loud voice shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Arazo shot to her feet in disbelief. Min Soo-hyo, don't you think there's been some kind of mistake? Beside her, Min Soo-hyo also saw the problem. Yes, this is definitely a problem. This wasn't our intention when we created this test. On their screen, an image of Lee Chang Hyun doing the practical test was displayed. Arazo stood up and pointed at the screen, saying, "Anyone could do it if they used guns. This is cheating." She picked up the tablet from under the table. Before she could even speak, Arazo held up his file, her face twisted in annoyance as she pointed. "Look at this guy's application file. This is unacceptable." Chang Hyun's answers appeared. The content wasn't wrong, but something felt very off. Question 1. Detail your previous occupation before pursuing a career as a hunter. Describe the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. Answer, student. My life has been pretty smooth, so I have never faced any challenges. Question 2. Describe the difficulties you've encountered working in a team and how you handled them. Answer, I make people follow my orders, so there's no opportunity for conflict to arise. Arazo said passionately, "There's not a shred of seriousness here. Don't you guys see the problem with these answers?" She threw the info tablet in front of them. The other 2 looked at each other, frozen. Min Seok fiddled with the remote. "Arazo has a point," he said. "Of course I do," she yelled. Min Seok enlarged the screen and turned up the volume. In any case, guns aren't a viable weapon for hunters. Unaware that he was being watched, Ji-hyun focused on shooting the enemies. Bang! Bang! Min Seok tilted his head, pondering. Realistically, they're not feasible in the tournament, and they're also difficult to use against monsters. He analyzed his movements and energy. When a weapon leaves an awakened's body, the mana it contains vanishes. That means with a gun, you have to infuse mana into every single bullet. That's a challenge in and of itself, and it's also hard to store much mana in them. That's why most choose to use swords or spears. You see ranged weapons occasionally, but only slow-firing types like bows or crossbows. Min Seok recalled an image of someone firing a volley of bullets with a huge amount of mana. is only possible for people like Ethan. He scratched his head and pointed, saying, "But I have to say, this kid really has me interested," Arazo shouted from the side. Suyok also agreed, "I feel the same way." She looked at her two friends, startled and in disbelief. "You too, Soo-hyuk?" "Ji-hyun's aim is precise," Soo-hyuk said. "He's aiming right for the heart. You could say the contestant is showing a deep understanding. By finding a loophole in the rules, intentionally or not, the final result is what matters most." Min-seok smiled brightly, advising Arazo, "Soo-hyuk is spot on. Besides, this isn't the final selection round yet, right? We can eliminate him later if he doesn't meet the standard." He changed his tune quickly. "But I think—" Min-seok looked at Ji-hyun on the screen. "Maybe he has a different perspective on guns than we do." Arazo, resting her chin on her hand, looked at him. "Different how?" Min-seok smiled vaguely and gave a non-committal reply. Who knows? In his mind, he imagined those two six-shooters. Maybe he thinks guns are a viable weapon in the tournament. Answering his own thought, Min-seok shook his head. "No, that's not right." A grim look crossed his eyes as he stared at the boy. Ji-hyun loves a challenge. He immediately put one gun away. I guess I'll try using just one this time," Min-seok smiled to himself. "But I hope he proves me wrong." The scene changed. A man's voice rang out. "So that's what happened with Jisoo?" Kim Do-jin appeared, smiling and speaking cheerfully to the person across from him. "Yes, sir. But luckily my friend wasn't seriously injured." Across from him was Mr. Shin Un-chul, who looked a bit skeptical of Kim Do-jin's words. Strange. Elsewhere, Jisoo was sitting with his head down. Shin Un-chul still had many unspoken questions, resorting to speculation. Jisoo's hand-to-hand combat skills aren't that great, but his skills are still incredibly powerful. So how did that kid get away without any serious injuries? He frowned, thinking for a moment, while Jisoo had been beaten to a pulp. Shin Un-chul turned back to Kim Do-jun and said, "All right, I understand everything. Now let's talk about you." "You've applied for the Rookie Hunter Championship show, haven't you?" he replied. "That's right. That's why I wanted to talk to you now, since I might be busy with filming for the program soon." Mr. Shin Un-chul leaned in and said excitedly, "So, the boy who fought it with Jisoo, that was Ji-hyun, wasn't it? Did he register for the competition too?" Kim Do-jin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I don't know. I'll ask him the next time I see him." "I see." Shin Un-chul didn't ask any more questions. "All right, you must be busy preparing for the competition. You should get going." He stood up cheerfully. "Yes, coach." He went to the door and bowed. "Goodbye, sir." Shin Un-chul also smiled back. The older man tapped his fingers on the table, looking relaxed and pleased. This is getting more and more interesting. As Kim Do-jin was walking, he stopped and glanced to the side. He saw Jisoo sitting in a room. "Jisoo will be participating in the show, too." He smirked, a chilling feeling running down his spine. "I'm really looking forward to this." Chapter 5. A beautiful sunny day shone down on the large arena. Next Generation Hunter, main arena. A pair of feet stepped forward. Ji-hyun spoke. "It's been a while since I was last here. This place was my starting point." His face looked expectant. His feet moved at a steady pace. He walked into the vast lobby of the stadium, where a large triangle was divided into 3 sections. The Hunter Tournament is divided into 3 units. Unit 1 takes place in a tower. Units 2 and 3 take place in a virtual reality arena. Ji-hyun smiled with anticipation as he thought about it. "I never understood why they made these arenas so huge when so few people used them." Looking down at the lines of people below, he realized, now I get it. They must be for occasions like this. A handsome man with a cold expression was introduced by the organizers. "Next Generation Hunter Candidate, Jun Han-jeon." Next, the organizers mentioned a girl with short blonde hair. "Next Generation Hunter Candidate, Yoo Hee-ju." He was quite good-looking, with a thick beard. He leaned his hand on the glass railing and turned his head to look as he was mentioned. "Next Generation Hunter Candidate, Kong Min-seong." Ji-hyun watched the introductions thoughtfully. This show aired quite a while before my debut, so I didn't think I'd see any familiar faces. Jun Han-jeon, with about 10 swords on his back, made Ji-hyun pause. But there really are quite a few of them. He was even considering that Yoo Hee-ju girl, along with a few other promising candidates. When that guy, Jang Min-seong, was being interviewed, he chuckled and rubbed his head, saying, "I wonder who the winner will be." Han Gyeon, with a disdainful look, smirked and thought, "Either way, it's going to be me this time." A voice called out, "Hey, Trang Hyun." It was Kim Do-jun, waving from the audience section, which surprised Trang Hyun. Trang Hyun tilted his head and asked, "How have you been?" Do-jun replied cheerfully, "Doing great. What about you? I thought you'd be in the hospital for longer." Trang Hyun smiled, his eyes crinkling as he thought, "Right. Do-jun still thinks I was seriously injured." Do-jun leaned close to Trang Hyun's ear and whispered, "Jisoo is under supervision, and according to the diagnosis, it'll take another 3 weeks for him to fully recover." Trang Hyun asked doubtfully, 3 weeks? He turned his head and saw that guy was here. "Then why is he here?" he asked. Kim Do-jun whispered confidently, "Because he has no other choice. The pro teams are scouting for talent among the academy's cadets, so he wants to impress them." Jisoo looked anxious, as if afraid of being spotted. The cameraman adjusted his equipment as white smoke spread across the stage area, creating a dazzling scene. Under the gaze of thousands of candidates, amidst the magical smoke, the host spoke loudly into the mic. "New players and new faces are always the most sought after." He continued with an enthusiastic smile. "Who will carry on the future of the Hunter Federation? Welcome to Next Generation Hunter, where legends begin." A flash of light swept across the stands to the cheers of the crowd below. The MC shouted, "Right now!" The screen began to display magical images, forming a tower. Amidst the dazzling lights, the virtual tower was completed. It looked so magnificent. A voice announced, "Welcome to the greatest competition on the planet, where we will find the best hunter of the next generation." Do-jun's eyes were wide with excitement. His fists clenched in excitement as he said, "Everyone here today has defeated countless awakeners from all over the country." Min-seong, however, looked a bit more anxious. The announcer continued, "They have overcome an acceptance rate of only 2% to represent the new era of Korean hunters. Please give them a warm round of applause." Yellow lights illuminated the room where 3 people were seated. The MC raised his voice. "Next, please allow me to introduce our 3 judges." The first one had short hair, with large round eyes and a face that would make anyone look twice. She was introduced as Do-ara, the powerhouse of the Korean Hunter Federation, with 3 national tournament championships to her name. He sat with a dignified air, raising one hand to greet the crowd below with a cheerful, pleasant face. Korea's best representative on the international stage, the runner-up of the World Hunter Championship, Lee Min-seok. The next person sat with a serious demeanor, giving a slight bow as he was introduced. And Min Soo-hyuk, a prominent figure among Korea's national players. Below, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Do-jun looked stunned and exclaimed, "Huh? Is that really Lee Min-seok? Isn't he supposed to be busy competing overseas?" Trang Hyun's gaze fell upon the 2 judges on stage, and he grew pensive. "So many big names. In my past life, they were all on my level." He smiled faintly, but was completely at ease when thinking of these names. "Even so," he thought with a slight chuckle, "none of them are better than me." The MC pointed down and announced, "Our contestants will now take on a challenge set by these very judges, and the individual who takes the top spot—" He paused for dramatic effect. To make the prize even more anticipated, he announced, revealing a dazzling and valuable golden trophy, "will receive 500 million won and a custom-made weapon from the Morris workshop." Hearing this, Trang Hyun was stunned. His hands clenched as he thought, "The Morris workshop?" An image of the Morris logo appeared, shining brilliantly on the dark screen as the lights dimmed. A flash of light accompanied the introduction. Standard items from the Morris workshop are worth hundreds of millions of won, with their custom-made weapons reserved only for those deemed worthy. "I can't believe the prize is that valuable." Trang Hyun's face radiated confidence, certain that he would obtain it. "I'll regain the power from my past life sooner than expected." Judge Do-ara took the mic and announced, "Now, I will explain the first mission. The hundreds of hunters here have already beaten 4,350 other contestants to earn their spot in this round. However, there are still too many contestants. We need a true hunter. Therefore, the first mission will be—" Her brow suddenly furrowed as she pointed forward and declared into the mic, "A survival game inside a dungeon." As she spoke, a majestic, shimmering emerald green tower appeared. "A place where real hunters once fought!" Along with Ara's words, images of a raging waterfall and vast mountain forests appeared. You must try to survive until only 20 contestants remain in the Land of Lost Souls. In addition, the top 5 contestants with the most eliminations will gain an advantage in the next stage. Blue beams of light started pulling in all the contestants. Along with Ara's final words, "Now the mission begins." Trang Hyun smiled with delight. It's finally starting. A flash of blue light transported Trang Hyun to a forest. He turned his head, looking around. The waterfall crashing down violently made him think, the Land of Lost Souls. In my past life, this place was used for the final match. It seemed he had done his research before the competition, as he thought. I know every nook and cranny here like the back of my hand, the dungeon structure, its core mechanics, the ecosystem. He smiled as he recalled all the events related to this place. Even the secret dungeons, he thought confidently, a smile spreading across his face. Trang Hyun walked towards the waterfall and looked at it, saying to himself, all right, what's the plan now? It seems the survival game has officially begun. Ara gave a mysterious smile as she looked at Trang Hyun's feed. He won't be able to bend the rules in here. An image of Trang Hyun in a white hoodie, frantically firing a gun, came to Ara's mind. He passed the preliminaries without even showing his unique skills, she thought. They might see it as proof of his intelligence, but I don't. Her eyes narrowed, her brow furrowed menacingly. A long-haired woman with 4 arms appeared before Trang Hyun and declared, in this survival game, I can assess the necessary skills of a hunter, such as combat prowess, adaptability, scouting, and survival skills. There's no room for fakers. Arado smirked with satisfaction and confidence. She must be thinking, don't underestimate the Hunter Federation. The other 2 judges on the panel were chatting. Min Soo-hyuk pointed and chuckled. The overall skill level of this batch is quite impressive, isn't it? The other guy crossed his arms and replied with a smile. Yeah, it is. And for the survival game, it looks like Ara prepared something interesting. What a great way to weed out hunters who lack experience or essential skills. The 2 of them were startled and looked in the same direction. One of them shouted, wait a second! A continuous beeping sound rang out. A blue dot had crossed the red boundary line. There's a problem. A contestant is leaving the competition area. Soo-hyuk slammed the table, shot to his feet, and yelled, show us what's happening over there! The spotlight fell on an image of Trang Hyun standing before a door with strange yet beautiful patterns. With his red eyes, he gave a sinister smile, clearly plotting something. Chapter 6. At that moment, Lee Chang-hyun was standing in front of a door. Seeing this, Arado's expression became frantic. She jumped to her feet, thinking to herself, how did he find that place? That's where the artifact of the Land of Souls is hidden. Artifacts are the secret treasures of a dungeon, coming in many different shapes and forms. Sometimes just obtaining the artifact is enough to guarantee victory. Arado angrily clenched her fists, thinking, this dungeon has never been used as an arena before. Even the players from Unit 1 don't know about it, let alone an ordinary person. There's no way he could know about it. Lee Min-sok turned and whispered to Arado, Ara, what's going on? If this is some kind of mistake, we need to find a solution, so please just tell us. After hearing this, Arado hesitated and said, it's not a mistake. This virtual reality is a simulation of a real dungeon, and Chang-hyun is entering a hidden area that no one knows about. Not even the players in the Hunter Federation. That's why it's not on the map. Hearing this, Lee Min-sok quickly asked, you mean this game map is based on a real-life dungeon, including its hidden areas? The same place that contestant is now entering. What's inside that hidden dungeon? Arado pondered for a long moment before she answered, Aegir, an artifact so powerful it's banned from competitions. After hearing Arado's words, both Lee Min-seok and Min Soo-hyuk were stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Then she continued, can the artifact be removed? It can, if we stop the match. This is virtual reality, so he can't bring it out with him, but he can use it during the match. At this point, Lee Min-sok seemed to understand something. He exclaimed, I get it, but an item that powerful. It must have a guardian, right? The guardians are the monsters that protect artifacts. Their strength increases in proportion to the item's value. He suddenly seemed to realize something. Arado smiled and said, you're right. Let me check. At that moment, in a stone passageway, a glowing cube appeared. It was the cube guardian of Aegir. Lee Chang-hyun, gripping a rock protruding from the wall, entered with a confident expression. He let out a soft breath as he walked, thinking to himself, "It's been a while, so I don't remember it perfectly, but this is definitely the right place. If I defeat the Guardian here and get Ager, this round will be a piece of cake. Heh heh." Then he walked in with a fearless, defiant air. After going a short distance, Lee Chang-hyun saw the eager Guardian cube. His eyes widened as he stared at it. The eager Guardian cube, sensing an intruder, flew up and fired a blast at Lee Chang-hyun. Luckily, with his quick reflexes, Lee Chang-hyun dodged it just in time, avoiding the Guardian's attack. Then, he thought to himself, "Damn, if I hadn't been here before, I'd be dead for sure. This cube is identified as an advanced piece of technology discovered in the ruins of a tower. I defeated it once in the finals to get Ager, and won. Since I found it mid-match, I was allowed to use it even though it was a banned item." As he was thinking, Lee Chang-hyun took out a weapon. The system panel then appeared. Mysterious weapon transformation. Transform the weapon into any shape you desire. After this, Lee Chang-hyun looked up and thought, "And I'm going to do it again." With that, he dashed forward. Raising his weapon, he slashed forward. He quickly pried a block from the Guardian, then hastily grabbed it and held it close as he landed awkwardly on the ground. Lee Chang-hyun then tumbled to the floor. He grimaced and muttered, "Got one. With my current stats, it's hard to beat the Guardian monster. But this cube is a machine designed to protect ancient relics." At that moment, the pieces of the cube all separated, floating in mid-air. Lee Chang-hyun continued, "As long as I know its attack pattern, I can handle it." The separate cubes from before now assembled into two giant hands. They attacked Lee Chang-hyun. He dodged another blow and said, "Phew, that was close. I expected that, but this is my chance." As soon as he finished his thought, the hand made of cubes fell apart into separate blocks. Lee Chang-hyun smirked, thinking, "I threw a fragment right into the middle of its hand. No matter how hard the cube is, its own fragments are just as hard. Of course it was going to break." Then he picked up a fragment of the cube. After that, he stood up and walked confidently deeper inside. As Lee Chang-hyun went in, he exclaimed, "Nice! Now to get Ager." He reached the treasury. As soon as he stepped inside, treasure chests illuminated the entire cave. Lee Chang-hyun walked over and opened a random chest. After looking inside, he said, "It's been a long time since I last saw Ager. It's not that big of a deal. This was all part of the plan. The item in the box is the Ager artifact. I just have to equip it as a weapon." Suddenly, something made Lee Chang-hyun look up. He blurted out, "Huh? Could it be what I'm thinking of?" Just then, the system displayed, "Peak-level superpower awakening. Ager. You can use your mana to create a copy of Ager." Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun exclaimed, "Defeating the Guardian is considered a feat and grants a new skill. So damn lucky. What's this I got?" Then, Lee Chang-hyun picked up the two guns and fired. Bang, 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 bang. A grin spread across his face as he thought, "Thanks to this, I can use guns much earlier than planned. The reason I could use guns in my past life was because of the sheer amount of my mana reserve. It allowed me to unleash volleys of mana-infused bullets." Just then, the system displayed a notification. Peak-level superpower awakening is not yet activated. Once activated, the peak level will cease to advance, but all stats will increase corresponding to its level. When not activated, the peak level will promote the growth of the awakened individual. Then he muttered to himself, "Since the peak level isn't activated yet, I don't have as much mana as I did back then." He took out his gun and fired, bang, 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 then continued, "But I can still pull it off with Ager." Lee Chang-hyun went over to inspect the bullet holes. After a moment, he touched them, feeling the impact, and thought, "Good enough for suppressive fire, but it's a bit difficult to hit a target accurately. Still, I'll find a way." With that thought, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. In the control room, everyone saw Lee Chang-hyun standing completely still. Everyone was baffled, wondering what he was doing. But Ara-jo exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, he's using guns! Is this how he's using Ager?" Lee Min-seok said, "Wait a minute. How did he dodge those exploding laser beams? That's what I'd like to know." The cube isn't a living entity. I think it moves based on a set mechanism, but how could he have known that?" Ara-jo added, "There's no way a contestant could know something like that. Professional hunters like us might be able to, or maybe he has a skill like clairvoyance that lets him predict his opponent's moves." She then placed a hand on her chin. Closing her eyes, she thought to herself, "But putting that aside, How did he come up with the idea of defeating it using one of its own fragments? Just then, Lee Min-sok spoke up again. That's the real issue here. Ill issue. You see, it's the eccentrics, the truly brilliant ones who have real potential if they're guided properly. Arajo ground her teeth, helpless. In a forest, Jun Han-jong leaped down from a tree, landing on the branches below. Standing there, he looked up and pulled up the system to check the rankings. The system displayed 1. Han Ji-on-jun, 17 kills. 2. Hee-jiu, 10 kills. 3. Ji-soo-han, 8 kills. Also at third, Han Jin, 8 kills. 5. Jin Seong-kim, 7 kills. After reading the rankings, he thought to himself, everything's going smoothly, just as expected for a member of Seoul Private Academy's Team 1. With 60 more people eliminated, this round will be over soon. Then, Jun Han-gyeon jumped to the ground. As he walked, he thought, looks like no one can beat me in a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Bang, bang, bang. He flinched and spun around, exclaiming, gunshots! Meanwhile, Lee Chang-hyun was also in the forest, muttering to himself, I think I've wasted too much time. 60 people have already been eliminated. Only by eliminating all the remaining contestants can I take first place. But I'm not going to hunt the others down. I'll be happy with 5th place. For now, I'll just take out whoever I can. After walking a bit, he suddenly saw a man up ahead, standing with his back turned. Seeing him, Lee Chang-hyun asked himself, is that Jisoo? Meanwhile, in a nearby bush, Han Jisoo was hiding. Seeing someone ahead, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. The other person cried out, Gah! At this, a triumphant look appeared on Han Jisoo's face from within the bushes. The other person screamed, Ah! Seeing his work was done, Han Jisoo scrambled out to check on it. As he was running, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Behind him stood Lee Chang-hyun, who smiled and asked, Up to no good, are we, Jisoo? How have you been? Hearing Lee Chang-hyun's voice, Han Jisoo's eyes went wide, and he stumbled back, falling to the ground. He panicked and stammered, You! But before Han Jisoo could finish, Lee Chang-hyun cut him off. I'm having a little trouble, and I was hoping you could help me. Hearing this, Han Jisoo shot back, Are you kidding me? Drop dead, you bastard! At the insult, Lee Chang-hyun's face hardened. He asked, What was that you just called me? Then, just as quickly, his expression changed back to a friendly one. He continued, I only came here to ask for a small favor. Don't be so difficult. Han Jisoo gathered power in his hand, yelling, Ha! And attacked Lee Chang-hyun, sending him flying backward. He thought, if I can make him use a wide area skill, but weaken its power, then I can just jump in and take all the kills for myself. He doesn't seem very willing to help. Oh well, I'll just have to make him change his mind. With that thought, he dashed straight towards Han Jisoo, leaping into the air as he prepared to attack, yelling, Head! Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Han Jisoo yelped, Huh? Then Lee Chang-hyun yelled, Head! Stomach! Head! Han Jisoo was beaten relentlessly, finally crying out, Wait! Stop! When it was over, Han Jisoo's face was a mess of bruises. He managed to ask, What do you want? Lee Chang-hyun replied, Let's cooperate. Hearing this, Han Jisoo turned his head away and said, Huh? Cooperate? There's no way in hell I'm working with you. In response, Lee Chang-hyun simply said, Oh, is that so? Then he pulled out his gun and fired a single shot into the ground near Han Jisoo. Bang! He then pointed the gun at Han Jisoo's head and said, In that case, I'll just have to eliminate you. Or, you help me, and you get to live. With the gun still pointed at his head, Han Jisoo had no other choice. With a helpless expression, he asked, What do you want me to do? Seeing that Jisoo had accepted, Lee Chang-hyun smirked and thought, a complete success. Elsewhere in the forest, 2 people were fighting when suddenly, Han Jisoo unleashed his power. To mess with them and startle the other 2, the blue-haired girl cried out, Huh? The guy next to her cursed angrily, Damn it! From a distance, Lee Chang-hyun fired his gun. Bang! Bang! After shooting, his face lit up with joy as he yelled, Double kill! Awesome! Chapter 8. 2 gunshots rang out. It turns out that was the sound of Chang-hyun's gun. He was thrilled. Double kill! Awesome! The guy standing behind him didn't seem too happy about this. As the 2 of them continued walking, there was a sliding sound from behind them. A long, silver-white sword shot forward at what seemed like the speed of light. Startled, Chang Hyun and Jisoo whipped their heads around, eyes wide with fear. Ep Jum! An incredible gravity forced the sword to fall straight to the ground with a loud clang. Chang Hyun grew intrigued. He scoffed. Chang Hyun said, "The gunshots must have been a bit too loud. It seems we have some uninvited guests." One held a spear, one had a sword, and another had a glowing sword, floating in midair. The one in the lead was Ian Han-jeon, with long black hair, sharp eyes, and handsome features. Turns out they're called the Hunter Federation. Those guys are a sports team. "Of course, not every player is trained for combat," he said. "Even though Han Jisoo has 8 kills and is ranked 3rd, her gravity is most effective when used in a support role. On the battlefield, gravity support is definitely crucial for them." Bits of debris floated in a mystical purple-black aura surrounding Jisoo. A young man with brown hair and a handsome face was discussing Chang Hyun. He was Lee Min-seok. He seemed to be pondering something, stroking his chin lightly. He hesitated. "He's performing quite well. I wonder if Chang Hyun will end his streak." "No way!" a female voice rang out confidently. "If he wanted to eliminate her, he would have shot already." She was Arizo. Her beautiful face showed her disagreement with the other guy. "Then why did Chang Hyun point his gun at Jisoo?" she asked. "Maybe they made some kind of deal." With an annoyed and angry expression, she waved her hand and said in a doubtful tone, "Is he thinking of making Jisoo his support?" Lee Min-seok added with a pensive look, That's possible. But how would he even know to look for Jisoo?" "I don't think they knew each other beforehand," he continued. "Or maybe he has some kind of skill that can identify other people's skills," he added. Then said, "No, I'm probably overthinking it." Arazo spoke up. "They would become an unbeatable duo. Jisoo holds opponents down with gravity, while Chang Hyun takes them down with his gun." The man raised his slender fingers, once again refuting what Ara had just said. "It sounds good in theory. But in practice, it's not a sure thing." Min-seok gave a deep, mysterious smile as if he was planning something. He calculated, "The one facing those two is also a formidable person. Their opponent won't be a pushover." Under the sunlight that illuminated the whole forest, 4 figures walked majestically, fearing no one. Chang Hyun asked Jisoo, while his eyes remained fixed on those guys over there, "What's the simplest way to gain the upper hand in a fight?" It seemed he already had the answer in his head, yet he still asked Jisoo. Flustered, she replied, "A powerful weapon? Teammates with good chemistry?" He answered decisively, "No. The easiest and most effective way is to outnumber the enemy." He appeared worried, thinking, "On our side, we have Jisoo with her gravity skill." "But she's just a support." Chang Hyun's voice lowered. "No matter how hard we try, the two of us can't fight them." Then suddenly, a sinister smile mixed with a bit of glee and amusement appeared on his face. That's probably what they're thinking now. Before he could even get into a ready stance, with a gun in each hand, he had to leap high into the air to dodge a sharp sword that was launched at him. The sword embedded itself right into the ground where Chang Hyun had just been standing. How fast must that sword have been traveling to make the trees tremble and plunge so deeply into the earth? But Chang Hyun's eyes and his smile grew more and more excited and thrilled. He shouted, "It's been a long time since I felt this way. But for you, this is a first, right?" Han Gyeon continued to control his sword. It seemed he had more than just one. Without underestimating his opponent, he declared, "I don't know what you've done, but those weapons in your hands are quite unusual. And that's reason enough for me to take you down," he said, flicking his hand forcefully. A glossy black blade with a razor-sharp tip spun rapidly towards Chang Hyun, without any mercy. As he dodged, he fired back. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out amidst his somewhat mocking praise for Han Gyeon. "Not bad, Jeon." Unwilling to be outdone, he used his ability to lift 7 swords into the air. He raised his hand, and the swords moved with it. Chang Han recalled that in his past life, Han Gyeon could control many swords with his sword control ability. But not now. The sound of gunfire continued, met by his wide eyes and an amused smile. He thought to himself, he's going to have a hard time defending against this barrage. Bang! Bang! The bullets were fired continuously, heading straight for Han Gyeon. Thud! 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 Each shot embedded itself in the large, moss-covered ancient tree where Han Gyeon was hiding. To dodge the rain of bullets, while Jisoo turned and ran in the opposite direction, Chang Hyun remained confident. He arrogantly predicted he's going to hide behind a tree immediately. You could say he didn't use this kind of strategy before. A man in yellow armor with a long, large sword rushed towards Chang Hyun, gripping his weapon tightly. He looked somewhat surprised, his eyes filled with panic, but nothing could faze Chang Hyun. He slammed his gun against the yellow-armored man's hand, causing him to drop his sword before he could react. Tisk, you still have a lot to learn, kid. You still have a lot to learn. He continued, if you get this close to an opponent with a gun, the shot will never miss. Before he could finish, the man in yellow turned and fled, surprising even Chang Hyun. A gasp from the man in yellow foretold what was to come. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out. Chang Hyun abruptly pushed off the ground and dashed for cover behind a large tree. A sharp, gleaming sword flew towards him. The playfulness was gone. He grew serious, his gaze sharpening. It was time to use another of his special abilities, supervision. With supervision, even as the forest grew darker, his sight became brighter, and he could still see the girl with the bow over there. He thought to himself, I'll take them all out while Hanjun is busy playing defense. Chang Hyun leaped high, each powerful stomp making him look incredibly dominant. Against the deep blue sky, Black, the last man on Han Hyun's team, was found. His face was terrified. Bang! A single shot ended his life. Bang! The executioner's eye continued its work, and the girl hiding behind a large rock was also discovered. She was drawing her bow, clearly aiming to shoot Chang Hyun. Her eyes widened in fear and surprise. The moment he pinpointed her location, bang! The fatal shot ended her life. Chang Hyun landed gently, thinking, that's 7 kills. He fixed his sharp gaze down the barrel of his gun. Now 1 left. He pulled the trigger. A turquoise bullet shot through the air, flashing with a magical light as it sped towards Hanjun's sword. Ting! The sword fell onto the green grass. Hanjun gritted his teeth, his expression growing more determined as the sword flew back into his hand. Chang Hyun shouted, so it's you, Hanjun! He spun his guns. Bang! 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 With a sword in each hand, clang, 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 he blocked every single one of Chang Hyun's attacks. He smiled with a hint of praise, saying, your ability to deflect every shot is quite commendable. You even accounted for my bullets slowing down due to low mana reserves. He then unleashed a volley of incredibly powerful shots, growing more and more delighted with each one. Unfortunately for you, I'm much better than that. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire started to wear Hanjun down, exhausting him as he used his swords to block the bullets. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Ting, ting, clang, clang. Chang Hyun was clearly gaining the upper hand simply by firing his 2 guns relentlessly. He fired. The turquoise bullet hit the sword and was deflected. Again, he used supervision to alter his shot's trajectory. Bang! The bullet flew faster than the wind. The bullet shot straight towards Hanjun. He was grinning, confident of the hit. Got you! Suddenly, a buzzer sounded. The organizers announced, introducing the 20 final survivors. Spotlights shone down on the 20 people standing on a platform. And so the survival game came to an end. White smoke billowed from all sides, as if to congratulate the 20 strongest warriors from the recent battle. While the other players celebrated being among the strongest, Chang Jun seemed dissatisfied. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, I almost had him. The 3 figures who had been watching the match sat seriously in their chairs. A spotlight fell on them. It was time for them to speak. Arizo began, congratulations to you all. Each of you now has the right to call yourselves true hunters, she continued. Hunters represent a very small fraction of all the awakened. That is truly admirable, Lee Min-seok pointed, a cheerful look on his face. What is the fundamental purpose of a hunter? Some would say it is to win battles. However, we are looking for, I want individuals who are like the first generation of hunters, the ones who protected humanity. He paused for a moment before continuing. Hey, always bravely stepping onto the front lines, venturing into dungeons, he continued. I believe this survival game has given you a glimpse of what it truly means to be a hunter. Further details about the next mission will be revealed here, next week. I'm sure you have all recognized your own shortcomings during the survival game, so please use the upcoming week to improve yourselves. Shanyol listened intently to the man's announcement. He wasn't finished. You are free to use the training facilities at your residences as much as you wish, so I highly recommend you check them out. A confused Chang Jun then became annoyed, as the result was not what he had hoped for. On the monitor, the words, "Final Rankings," appeared, accompanied by a voice saying, "Good luck." Lee Chang-hyun frowned, his expression grim as he gazed up at the screen. The results were announced immediately after. First place goes to Han Jun-jun with 7 kills. Second place goes to Hye Juju with 10 kills. Following them are Jisoo Han and Han Jin, both ranked in 3rd place with 8 kills. And finally, Lee Chang-hyun in 5th place with 7 kills. Lee Chang-hyun looked up at the screen, his expression sorrowful. "I only got 5th place?" Then something suddenly appeared. He glanced down, startled. The system window had popped up with the words, "Mission complete. Top-tier ability awakened. You can now use your mana to create a copy of Ether." Kim Do-jun suddenly came over, put an arm around his shoulder and said, "Hey, Chang-hyun, I heard you ranked 5th. Lee Chang-hyun replied cheerfully, "What about you? Did you make it to the next round?" And Kim Do-jun answered, "Yeah, I did, so you really used a gun? Everyone's talking about you. How did you even get a gun?" Lee Chang-hyun replied, "I just found a way." Okay, if you say so. But how did you fire it?" Just then, someone called out from a distance, "Chang-hyun!" interrupting their conversation. Chang-hyun turned his head and the person continued, "Please get ready for your interview." The scene changes to an interview room. Lee Chang-hyun, sitting in a chair, asks, "Where should I be looking?" The interviewer replies, "You can just look at me." He then began the interview. "All right then, to the first question. Why did you decide to participate in Next Generation Hunter?" Lee Chang-hyun answered smugly, "I didn't see any candidate more qualified than me." The surprised interviewer let out an, "Oh, well, congratulations first then." "Congratulations, Chang-hyun, for brilliantly making it to the next round. Can you share your thoughts on the first trial?" Chang-hyun replied smugly again, "I could have done better, but I passed anyway. It's no surprise." The interviewer continued with the next question. "You must have faced many other contestants in the match. Who did you consider a worthy opponent?" Lee Chang-hyun answered calmly, "There wasn't one, not a single person." At that moment, he thought to himself, "I was a little worried about Han-jun, that's all," but not to the point of declaring him a rival. It seemed the interviewer was also getting annoyed with his answers. He then cut off his train of thought to ask the next question. "Then why did you only place 5th? Lee Chang-hyun became more excited than ever. He said, "If I dominated the show from the very beginning, where would the fun be?" The cameraman and the interviewer were speechless. "This kid is a little, whatever. I see. Let's move on to the next question." The scene changes. Now in the cafeteria, Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun are eating together at a table. Suddenly, Kim Do-jun lets out a sigh. Lee Chang-hyun asked Kim Do-jun, "What's wrong?" Kim Do-jun replied, "The interview. I just wanted to answer quickly and get it over with." Lee Chang-hyun said while eating, "What did they ask?" Kim Do-jun replied, "They kept trying to compare me to Jisoo. It was so annoying." As he chewed, Lee Chang-hyun thought, "Well, that makes sense, since Jisoo is always on his case, and Do-jun isn't the type to talk badly about his seniors. The complete opposite of me." At that moment, Kim Do-jun suddenly raised his spoon and said, "So I told them my rival isn't Senior Jisoo, but you." Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun was suddenly startled. Kim Do-jun laughed and continued, "Oh man, that's even worse. I would have been better off just saying it was Jisoo." Kim Do-jun asked, "What about you?" "What did they ask you?" Lee Chang-hyun replied, "The usual questions like, who I think will win." Kim Do-jun sounded disappointed. "Is that so? And what did you say?" "Me, of course," Lee Chang-hyun answered nonchalantly. Kim Do-jun, thinking for a moment, said, "I think I answered with Junhan Jeon or Ju-hee. You're good too, Chang-hyun, but those two are on a whole different level. Even compared to the members of the Academy's first team. Have you ever seen them? You could say they're the aces of the team, the best of the best. I think they could play in the professional leagues without any problem. Trust me, if you saw them compete at the Academy, you'd think the same way I do." At that moment, Lee Chang-hyun suddenly cut Do-jun off. He said angrily, "Is that what you've always thought? That they're on a different level than you?" Kim Do-jun was stunned by Lee Chang-hyun's words. Lee Chang-hyun continued, "If you keep that mindset, you'll never amount to anything. So you'd better get rid of that way of thinking." After that, Lee Chang-hyun stood up, turned around, and walked away. He said, I'm going to go train. Take your time and think about it. Kim Do-jun was stunned. Huh? Wait. As he walked away, Lee Chang-hyun thought, that might have been a bit harsh for a kid, but I needed to say it. Talent is the same in every way. It's just a matter of more or less, with very few exceptions. The ones who surpass everyone else are those who always set their sights on the very top. At that moment, as Lee Chang-hyun was drinking some water, he thought, what's the point of believing you're inferior to others, especially at his age? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Lee Chang-hyun turned his head. Behind him was a young man with a friendly smile. Hello, he said. Then he rattled off a long speech. My name is Jin Han. I heard you passed with Han Jong in the first round, so how was it? He was a tough one, wasn't he? I fight him all the time at the academy, and I've never won once. It looks like you gave him a hard time at the end of the match. I've never seen anyone our age stand up to Han. Jin? I think I'm talking a bit too much, huh? What's your name? He replied, My name? It's Chang-hyun. So, what do you want? The other guy replied, You know, after the game ended, he was so pissed off. Just then, behind him, a guy with a scowl on his face appeared. Han, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. At that moment, the other guy pulled on Han's shirt and said, Sorry to bother you. Hurry up, Han. But Han didn't forget to say, Make sure to tell me the story next time. Lee Chang-hyun looked bewildered. Tell you what story? What the hell just happened? In a flash, a thought crossed his mind. It seems they're all from the academy. They look like they get along really well. At that moment, Lee Chang-hyun used his eyes to check out the guy with the scowl from earlier. His name was Jun-han Jeon. Skill, S-Rank sword control. A-Rank acceleration. Physical stats. Strength, 8.3. Reflexes, 7.30. Agility, 6.64. Stamina, 7.6. Recovery, 7.6. And the other guy's name was Jin Han. Skill, B plus rank. Physical strength. Physical stats. Strength, 9.3. Reflexes, 8.30. Agility, 3. Stamina, 6.3. Recovery, 6.3. Lee Chang-hyun crushed the cup in his hand as he thought, because I haven't activated my peak level yet. Some of their stats surpass mine by 50%, and even double in some cases. Thanks to Ether, I had the upper hand in the survival game, but the next round won't be easy. The scene changes. Now on a stage, the MC is standing in the middle of a crowd saying, The dream stage for ambitious professional hunters, next generation hunter will now begin. At that moment, in a room, 3 judges are talking to each other. One of the judges, Suhee Eokmi, says, This young man is from the Seoul Private Academy, isn't he? The female judge, Azato, says, The best one from this batch. Becoming a hunter has been my dream since I was a child. However, it hasn't been easy at all. I failed the entrance exam for the Private Seoul Academy twice. That was his answer when asked, What challenges have you faced on your path to becoming a hunter? And how did you overcome them? But I didn't give up. I saw every failure as a lesson. I realized that hard work always pays off. I also learned how to self-assess and improve myself. That's why I always believe in perseverance and will. Unshakable determination is the key to overcoming any challenge. Just then, Lee Chang-hyun walked over to Kim Do-jun and said, It's on already? Kim Do-jun replied, Yeah, whoa. I can't believe the show is airing so soon. Technology has really come a long way. The survival game just ended too. Lee Chang-hyun asked, What are the comments like? Kim Do-jun replied, Pretty good. A lot of people said Han Haeon's answer was too stiff and boring, but they praised his humility. On the other hand, another contestant's answer was the most unique. Lee Chang-hyun said, Hey, that's me. In response to the question, What challenges have you faced on your path to becoming a hunter and how did you overcome them? Lee Chang-hyun answered, I don't know. I don't think I've had any challenges. Next question. The hunter's arena is a team sport. If a conflict arises with your teammates, how would you resolve it? Lee Chang-hyun replied, If they just let me make all the decisions, there won't be any conflict. Hearing this answer, Kim Do-jun was speechless. Why did you decide to participate in Hunter the Next Generation? Jun Jang-eo answered, I'm participating for self-improvement and personal growth. As for Lee Chang-hyun, he said, There's no candidate more qualified than me. Who do you consider a worthy rival? To this, both of them answered, no one. Just then, the phone's battery died. Lee Chang-hyun ran off, saying, that's enough. Let's get back to training. Kim Do-jun said, dejected, oh, come on. We haven't even gotten to the survival game part yet. Ignoring Kim Do-jun, Lee Chang-hyun went straight to the training area, saying, we can watch it later. Kim Do-jun then asked, curiously, hey, let me ask you something. Why are you only training your legs? Lee Chang-hyun replied, well, what do you think my role is? Kim Do-jun answered, a long-range fighter? Lee Chang-hyun asked again, so what's the most important thing for a long-range fighter? High damage output? Lee Chang-hyun replied, that and mobility. He continued, you probably realized it during the survival game. Han Haeon and other elite melee fighters have exceptional mobility, or some kind of long-range attack that poses a threat to us ranged fighters. That's why my mobility needs to be on par with theirs, if not better than a melee fighter's. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun got really excited. What a cool way of thinking, a voice echoed from the distance. But contrary to your opinion, an old man with graying hair and a beard walked out saying, it's rare to see a strategy focused on taking down the enemy as a long-range player in the entire Korean Hunter League. Why do you think that way? Lee Chang-hyun thought, who is that? If he's here at this training facility, he can't be just some random old man. It's always been that way. Lee Chang-hyun said, if you look at how teams compete against England's ECG or France's ALD, it's easy to see they always prioritize taking out the long-range fighters first. In other words, everything depends entirely on neutralizing the opposing team's long-range fighter. Lee Chang-hyun continued. That's more than enough reason for me to focus on training my legs. The old man sighed. You mean having the skills of a long-range fighter makes you a priority target for the opposing team's melee fighters? The old man then clapped and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! How bold! Very interesting. Suddenly his expression turned serious. But overconfidence is one of the main reasons for failure. That is wisdom gained from many years of experience. I'll be keeping an eye on you, young man. After saying that, the old man walked out of the room. Kim Do-jun wondered, what was that all about? Who was that old guy? No idea, Lee Chang-hyun said, but he said he'll be keeping an eye on me. In that case, I'll have to show him what I'm made of. What is it, sir? Meanwhile, in an office, a boss, sitting with his back turned, said, let me ask you a question. What is the most important thing for a long-range player? The employee answered, in my opinion, it's their support skills as well as their firepower. The boss turned around, clicked his tongue, and said, wrong. It turned out the boss was the old man from before. He was Legenta, the chairman of the First Generation Hunters Association. The employee stammered, then perhaps it's accuracy? There are many important factors for a long-range fighter, but even the strongest firepower is useless if their accuracy is poor. Therefore, accuracy is... Before he could finish his sentence, the association chairman cut him off. That's enough. The chairman thought back to what was said. Why are you always training your legs? He recalled his past. Back then, he had said to a teammate, Jang-woo, you just use mana anyway. His teammate replied, Genta, the most important thing for a long-range fighter is their legs. The young chairman, confused, asked, what are you talking about? His teammate replied, do you know why monsters always go for the long-range fighters first? It's because they know our weakness is close-quarters combat, right? We always have to move after firing our first few shots. The young man looked astonished. Really? What do you mean? If a long-range fighter's position is exposed, they're as good as dead. Melee fighters like you wouldn't understand. He thought to himself, that's right. Ranged fighters need mobility. This could also be applied to the Hunter Tournament. Of course, not with the Korean Hunter Tournament in its current state, since most of our best hunters are already dead. Then, he slammed his hand on the table. But in higher-level tournaments, especially the World Tournament, it would be effective. The old man continued his train of thought. He hasn't even participated in the Hunter Tournament yet, and he's already thinking about the international stage? His thoughts continued. Is this arrogance or confidence? Meanwhile, at the training room, Lee Chang-hyun was looking at his physical stats. Strength, 5 plus 0.6. Reflexes, 6 plus 0.10. Agility, 6.6. Stamina, 5 plus 0.6. Recovery, 5.6. Mana, 5.6. He thought to himself, my growth rate is much faster than in my previous life. It must be because of top tier. The skill seems to have two main features. It grants me a special ability, basically a completely new skill when I achieve something, and it also significantly increases the growth rate of my physical stats once it's activated. The stats will skyrocket. This really is a formidable skill. Just then, Kim Do-jun finished his training. He asked, "What do you do when you're done? Can you give me some suggestions?" Lee Chang-hyun thought. Do-jun's physique is already good since he trained at the academy, so he doesn't need to train as much as I do. What can I do? Suggestions? He replied. I don't know much about you yet, so I can't really think of anything. Kim Do-jun said, Yeah, that's true. Lee Chang-hyun gave a mischievous smile and asked, All right then, want to have a match? The scene changes to the rooftop. Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun are facing each other, each holding a sword and in a fighting stance. Suddenly, Kim Do-jun asked, Wait a minute, you know how to use a sword? Lee Chang-hyun replied, A little. At this, Kim Do-jun thought that he wouldn't stand a chance if the guy used a gun. But if it's a sword fight, I won't lose. Lee Chang-hyun just gave a slight smirk. Then he charged at Kim Do-jun. The two swords met with a loud clang. Then the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Kim Do-jun suddenly realized something. He glanced downwards, then was pushed back. Stunned, he couldn't hide his surprise. What's going on? That's just an ordinary sword, so why can't I fight back? At that moment, Lee Chang-hyun activated Mysterious Weapon Transformation. A white aura surrounded the sword, and then he gripped it with both hands. An enormous wave of power enveloped the sword. A moment later, it had transformed into a mighty spear. Kim Do-jun thought to himself, Is this the difference in our talent levels? After that, Lee Chang-hyun swung the spear, striking straight towards Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun couldn't block it in time. He thought, I can't keep up with him. But he can read my movements so easily. Damn it! Lee Chang-hyun then gripped the spear tightly with both hands. A blue aura surrounded the spear. Kim Do-jun was stunned. Now what is this? Right then, Lee Chang-hyun began another weapon transformation. He raised it to the sky. A ridiculously enormous greatsword materialized. Kim Do-jun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A greatsword! Lee Chang-hyun swung the sword straight down at Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun was flustered. How am I supposed to beat that? There was a massive crash. Kim Do-jun was on the ground, kneeling and panting heavily. So, what do you think of your opponent? Lee Chang-hyun asked. Kim Do-jun replied, You're definitely a little better than me. Lee Chang-hyun was surprised. A little? Come on. I just took you down easily. Kim Do-jun was shocked. Huh? He thought, he doesn't seem to be joking. So why am I weaker than him? Do I really lack that much talent? Lee Chang-hyun asked, Do you know why you lost? As he spoke, he activated weapon transformation. He pointed the sword straight at Kim Do-jun and said, It's because you're on the wrong path. He continued, This is the sword you use. Now let's look at your strengths. Your acceleration ability is surprisingly good. And your ability to make split-second decisions is also excellent. So how do you best use your advantages with a long sword? The answer is, you can't. What if you switch to a weapon with a lighter build, designed for quick strikes? What if you use something designed for fast attacks? A rapier, for example. A rapier? It's a type of long, thin sword with sharp edges and an extremely sharp point, used to execute fast, lightning-quick attacks. Lee Chang-hyun raised his sword high and said, That's right. He proceeded to demonstrate for Kim Do-jun. Combined with your existing acceleration skill, you could overwhelm opponents with rapid attacks. Kim Do-jun thought, Could I really do that? The two were on their way back. Lee Chang-hyun asked Kim Do-jun, So, what do you think? Kim Do-jun replied, I'm not sure, but I have a few ideas now. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha! You beat the weakest kid in the academy and now you're getting cocky? It was a guy with some pretty slick hair watching from a window. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, Has he been watching this whole time? This guy probably doesn't like me and wants to start something. But I'm not the type to just turn a blind eye to this sort of thing. Then he said, I wonder if you can even take on someone that weak. Hearing that, the young man got furious. Huh? What did you just say? You heard me. What's the problem? He continued, Then let's have a match. You scared? The young man with the slick haircut snapped, You bastard! Me? Scared? Let's go! Lee Chang-hyun thought for a moment. Wait a minute. This guy is the one who tied with me for 5th place in the survival game. His name is Kim Jin-sung. As for his skills, control is A rank, acceleration is B rank, stats, strength, 7, reflexes, 6.6, agility, 7.6, stamina, 5.6, recovery, 5.6, mana, 7. He thought to himself, his stats are all really good. Mine can't compare. In terms of strength alone, I've already lost to him. Chang-hyun smiled and said, all right, I don't even need a gun to beat a guy like you. The two got into their fighting stances. Chang-hyun thought to himself, Jin-sung is an outstanding rookie. Besides, my gun is useless since he already knows about it. Jin-sung said arrogantly, shall we begin? Let's fight, Lee Chang-hyun. A confident smile appeared on his face as he held a white sword. He thought, there's a chance I'll lose, but there's no way I'm surrendering. He raised his sword and swung it towards Jin-sung. Jin-sung jumped back. He threw 2 daggers at Chang-hyun. Chang-hyun blocked them with his sword. So he's a mid-range fighter. According to my plan, I'll close the distance so he can't attack from afar. Then, Jin-sung's face filled with confidence. A moment later, a barrage of daggers flew towards Chang-hyun. He was startled. I can't dodge this. Suddenly, the daggers were stopped by something. They were blocked. Thank goodness I have the peak-tier ether guard. Otherwise, I would have been done for. It looks like he's going to keep his distance and keep throwing daggers at me. How should I deal with this? Then Jin-sung activated control. I thought that would hit him for sure. He deflected it. He must have some kind of special move. Lee Chang-hyun then materialized a kunai. He threw it at Jin-sung. Jin-sung smirked contemptuously. Just 1 dagger? Too easy to stop with control. Just as Jin-sung took control of the kunai, Lee Chang-hyun activated Hyper Sense. I knew you'd do that. Then he pulled out 3 other daggers and threw them at Jin-sung. The first dagger was just bait for the real attack from the remaining daggers. Jin-sung's eyes were wide with shock. He clenched his fist to control them. Lee Chang-hyun thought, he can handle 4 objects with control. However, he can't use that skill on multiple targets in a short period of time. That means he'll fall to the final dagger, which was set up to hit him while he was focused on the other targets. And just like that, the dagger flew straight at Jin-sung, catching him completely off guard. The dagger stopped right in front of his forehead, millimeters from his face. Chang-hyun won the match. This was being watched live by someone. Through a TV screen, he said, this is the guy you predicted would win this season? What do you think? In the room with him was another man in a blue suit with blonde hair. The man adjusted his glasses, giving off a dangerous vibe. He then activated Analytical Eye, level 12. The handsome man began his analysis. He has good strategic awareness and was very clever to hide the other 3 daggers. Not to mention, he continued using Analytical Eye. His stats aren't even that high. He thought to himself as he had a sudden realization. I get it. Turning to his friend, he said, Min-seok, you know something about this kid, don't you? Min-seok scoffed. The other man said, don't play dumb, tell me what his skill is. He truly had a keen eye, continuing his assessment. There's no way he could have come up with that strategy if he didn't know about his opponent's control skill. Min-seok awkwardly scratched his face, while the man continued, in my opinion, he possesses something similar to Analytical Eye, like you or the first-generation hunter, Kim Si-woo. His eyes, combined with his quick mind, are truly powerful. Analytical Eye is a super rare skill. There are only 2 recorded cases of it. The handsome, bespectacled man raised a question. You have such high expectations for him just because he predicted his opponent's skill? Min-seok replied, I think we might be underestimating him. He elaborated. He knew the location of the hidden dungeon in the survival game. He then revealed more, and in the preliminary round, he only targeted the integrated circuits of the clones. Min-seok looked up at the screen and said slowly, if he were to debut in the major leagues, everyone would think he was the reincarnation of the legend, Kim Si-woo. Min-seok smiled and asked his friend, so, you want him, don't you? The other man replied, yes. But in truth, he was still calmly speculating. Analytical Eye can see stats, but it can't see skills. Thinking of Chang-hyun, he was a little perplexed. But that kid Chang-hyun, he knew his opponent's skill and devised a strategy to win. The scene of Chang-hyun's fight played out clearly in his mind. The man asked, has his team been decided yet? Min-seok replied, "Oh, you like him that much?" But not letting his friend wait long, he continued, "The teams sponsoring the program get priority picks." The other man clenched his teeth in determination, thinking, I have to find a way to recruit him. Thudding sounds echoed thud, thud inside the reinforced room. Chang-hyun sat slumped on the floor. He thought to himself, I just don't get it. Looking at the blue screen before him, he felt frustrated. Peak tier achievement. What are the mechanics behind it? Chang-hyun got up as Do-jun was still training hard, but I'm not in a rush to figure it out. Kim Do-jun let out a sigh of relief, then pointed his sword and said, Now I can finally beat you. Trang Hee-on walked right past his friend, simply saying, Stop messing around. Kim Do-jun quickly turned. Hey, I've improved a lot, you know. See? He stroked the tip of the blade like he was stroking a... never mind. My swordsmanship has never been this sharp. Trang Hee-on thought to himself, He's gotten a lot stronger after taking my advice. He was secretly smug. But he's still got a long way to go before he can beat me. Do-jun hurried after him from behind. Hey! Wait up! The two of them left the training room together. In another room, a camera was ready to record. This room was actually a classroom, but the difference was the large number of cameras all around. And they weren't ordinary people either. Just then, a door was pulled open loudly, and someone walked in. Trang Hee-on wondered why they had been gathered here. He sat down at the desk next to Kim Do-jun. Are they going to lecture us or something? One by one, people entered the room. As the door opened, a woman said, Hello, everyone. She had sharp eyes. That woman asked everyone, Did you all enjoy your week-long break? Or should I say, enjoy your week of training? Some people used it effectively, like Kim Do-jun. He's shown significant improvement, and as for a few others, perhaps less so, like Trang Hee-on. Ah, well, who can figure men out anyway? The woman put her hands on her hips. But regardless, I believe you all still have a lot to learn. That was what she said, and also the reason she had summoned everyone here. Another man began to speak. Everyone here is a budding talent full of potential, but there's still a significant gap between you and a professional hunter. That is why the path to collaboration has been opened. The man continued. We have assembled a team of mentors for you. The sound of footsteps echoed as more people walked in. They stood on the stage in various poses, but they looked really cheesy. All three individuals had previously competed in the First Division leagues and had victories, or other equally noteworthy achievements. They will be responsible for both guiding and evaluating you. Suddenly, an intimidating aura emanated from the three of them. These instructors will train you in your assigned roles, and your performance will be evaluated in a 3-on-3 mini-hunter league format. Trang Hee-on suddenly felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. He analyzed it. Mana manipulation. It's strong enough to pressure all 20 people here. Not bad. Everyone else was trembling under the pressure. Only Trang Hee-on was unaffected. The man with the serious face pointed to himself and introduced, I am Lee Seong-jin. I will be training the close combat warriors. I have no patience. On for those who don't show resilience or for the arrogant. But above all, he paused for a moment, his gaze seeming to pierce through the crowd straight to Trang Hee-on. The strict instructor continued, I hate smug bastards. His stare was terrifyingly intense. So be humble and train seriously, got it? The woman holding a clipboard then spoke. After evaluating your performance in the survival game preliminary round and this past week, we have determined each person's role. Please listen carefully and remember your assigned role. First, Trang Hee-on! He immediately stood up and answered, Yes! The woman said, Close combat! Trang Hee-on's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood there, stunned and motionless. What? A moment later, he found himself on the training ground. His mind was still in a daze. How the hell did I end up in the close combat group? Trang Hee-on still couldn't seem to believe it. He started sizing up the people around him. Jun Hong Zion? Then he glanced over at the girl warming up, Ayu Hezu, and Do-jun. Too many familiar faces here. It left him speechless. The strict instructor arrived. He yelled, From this moment on, forget everything you've ever been taught. I don't care which academy any of you came from, because all of you here are worse than a third division hunter. He continued, You've probably all observed that in a hunter league, hunters use skills or equipment for mobility. For example, mana-activated devices like air anchors and air blocks. Seong-jin got straight to the point. While you all are struggling against each other on the ground, 3rd Division pros have already adapted to aerial combat. Trang Hyun quickly thought, mana-activated devices allow hunters to engage in more dynamic and flashy battles. The instructor said, I will teach you how to use air anchors and air blocks. Any close combat warrior who can't use them is useless. He raised his voice. Now begin! Ugh. The harsh training left people tangled in their own wires. Trang Hyun looked at another trainee and thought, everyone struggles the first time they try these. He stepped on the solidified air. I used to be so skilled with these. It was like they were a part of my body. He swung the wire expertly, with strong conviction. Let's see if I still have the muscle memory. Chapter 13. Trang Hyun was in position, ready to show everyone who the real main character was. He suddenly noticed something. The strict instructor was mocking someone lying flat on the ground. Are these the future superstars of the Korean Hunter arena? Is that all you've got? Get up now! He continued, pointing at another person dangling in the air. There's a reason they say the 3rd Division League is a graveyard for rookies. It's the perfect trap for useless fools like you. His voice was incredibly loud as he continued to curse at them. The ones who couldn't use the air anchor and air block. Trang Hyun thought to himself, geez, it's so noisy. I can't concentrate. He looked up. Kim Do-jun was struggling with the air anchor and air block. Do-jun wasn't doing much better either. He crossed his arms, displeased, thinking to himself, he's not giving any instructions at all, so how is anyone supposed to know what to do? Jang Hyun waved his friend over. Do-jun, you're doing it wrong. Get down here. Do-jun looked down, a bit incredulous, then quickly landed on the ground. Kim Do-jun asked Jang Hyun, aren't you going to practice? He said he's going to test us. Hyun replied, worry about yourself first. At this rate, when are you ever going to get it? Do-jun shot back, well, what do you want me to do? Jang Hyun began to explain to his friend, first, you have to decide on the length of the mana rope, then maintain a stable flow of mana. If you don't, the rope's length will change, and that's why you're losing your balance. He continued, pointing at Do-jun's body. Also, focus on your center of gravity. Jang Hyun continued to apply his expert knowledge, explaining, when you're in the air, your core muscles will act as your center of gravity. The air anchor he had just formed, successfully hooked onto a surface, the air itself. He grabbed the rope, gave it a little tug, and Jang Hyun's body performed a clean, swift flip. With no wasted movements, he landed lightly on both feet, then turned to his friend and said, like this, it's easier to avoid falling or moving your body. Remember to always pay attention to your mana flow. First, focus on keeping it constant. Do-jun nodded, taking it all in seriously. He began to try again, muttering to himself, use the core muscles as the center of gravity and maintain a constant mana flow. Do-jun threw the air anchor, and it locked onto a fixed point. Grabbing the rope, he took a breath. With a powerful leap, he flew back up into the air, did a flip, and successfully stuck the landing. Do-jun quickly turned his head, beaming, and said, see that? He was ecstatic. I succeeded on the first try. I'm a genius. Jang Hyun replied, yeah. Just then, the instructor's voice cut in. Hey, you two, he shouted. Are you just standing around chatting? Did you two come here to play? He pointed at the two of them, and immediately judged, looks like these two haven't even bothered to practice. What's your name? Jang Hyun, not scared in the slightest, even teased back, Lee Seojin. That was the instructor's name. He wants to discipline us, huh? All right, then. The instructor's eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, spitting out each word. Very well. Jang Hyun, you're strolling around so leisurely because you're confident in your abilities, is that it? Jang Hyun nonchalantly replied, that's right. In his mind, he thought, I could have just apologized and let it go, but I'm curious how they're going to test us. Besides, if you count my past life, I'm his senior. We now have an answer for his impulsive behavior. Jang Hyun smiled, thinking, and it's a senior's duty to teach his juniors. The instructor turned his back and said, it seems I've given you all too much time. We'll begin the test. Everyone get ready. It seemed he was eager to see Jang Hyun humiliated. Minseo suddenly asked, hey, why is he on this list? Arajo asked back, who? You mean Jang Hyun? Minseo replied, yeah. He rubbed his chin and said, he's in the long-range combat group. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Arajo replied, he knows how to use close combat weapons too, so he'll be fine. More importantly, he's too arrogant. That's why I put him in the close combat group, which Mr. Jin is in charge of. Min-seok found this hard to believe and asked again. You're planning to teach an arrogant rookie a lesson by having him face off against a first-class hunter? Araho didn't want to say more. I've already decided. Besides, education is one of the main goals of this program. I believe what I'm doing is right. She thought about Jang Hyun. We need him to give that cocky rookie a reality check. Arajo had presented a major challenge for our main character. The test was, back in the training room, it was the instructor's voice. Retrieve the anchor up there. That is the challenge for this test. He stood with his hands on his hips and ordered, begin. His sharp eyes glanced to the side as he said sarcastically, Ah, I hope that candidate who's so confident he's become lazy will prove himself. The person he was targeting was Jang Hyun. If not, he doesn't deserve to be a hunter. Jang Hyun scoffed. Ha, they want to use this test to eliminate me? He spoke confidently to the instructor. Of course. But what if I succeed? Jin replied. You'll have complete freedom to do whatever you want during my classes. He added with a smile. But only if you succeed, that's impossible. He explained to himself why it was such a difficult challenge. That anchor is 100 meters off the ground. He was certain in his mind, a height that's unreachable for someone using an anchor for the first time. The truth is, even someone at an intermediate level couldn't reach it. The other trainees attempted the challenge one by one, and none succeeded. The instructor looked smug. See? Suddenly, something sharp cut through the air, catching the instructor's attention. He looked at Jun Hangjeon and praised him silently. Not bad. Using a sword to fly, is it telekinesis? No, it's something more advanced. A smile unconsciously formed on his face. Too bad he's not using an air anchor and can only climb. Suddenly, a cheer erupted. It drew the instructor's attention once more. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Jang Hyun had begun. Grabbing the rope, he stepped onto a block of air and started to prepare his ascent. What? Mr. Jin was astonished. Trang Hyun smirked, then jumped up and started climbing like a madman, smooth and professional. The instructor looked up in amazement. Is that kid not afraid of falling? He glided through the air. But then his air block faltered. Huh? My air block! He lost his footing and fell backward. The instructor's face turned pale, worried that the kid was about to fall. In contrast to the instructor's panic, Trang Hyun remained calm and silent. He threw the air anchor higher and quickly gripped the rope. Trang Hyun leaned back, pulling hard with one hand to slow his fall. His foot kicked off the air block again, and he shot upward with rapid speed. And with a strange sense of calm, the anchor was right before his eyes. Trang Hyun made one more glide, and finally, he gently touched and unhooked it from its high perch. Trang Hyun said, Phew, the view from up here is way cooler. Meanwhile, the instructor was speechless. What the hell? An arrogant trainee, simply because he's lived twice, was now sitting casually in midair. Mr. Jin couldn't understand. How could this be? It's his first time using the gear. Unbelievable. The strict instructor cleared his throat. He was in the middle of his lecture. In melee combat, there are two main roles. First is the initiator, whose job is to start the fight and tie up the opponent. Trang Hyun leaned back comfortably, yawning. A boring theory lesson right after the practical part? Ugh. The instructor, seemingly ignoring him now, continued the lecture. They often have special skills that allow them to support allies in close combat or immobilize enemies. The other role is the melee warrior, which I'm sure you all already know about. This time, Trang Hyun had the audacity to just lie down on the desk to sleep. Perfect. Now he can't say a thing, no matter what I do. The others stared at him, shocked. The instructor, looking resigned, cleared his throat and continued. Their duty is to engage in combat after the initiator has started the fight, without focusing on the enemy's melee warriors or their key combatants. He continued to explain earnestly to the students, there are many more roles if we were to go deeper, but for now you only need to know this much. But Trang Hyun was still thinking smugly, yeah, what's he going to do about it? He shouldn't have challenged me. He recalled how cool he looked sitting up there. I've used this gear so many times I'm bored of it. Using it again is like a fish returning to water. He thought of something strange. When did this piece of paper get in my pocket? The piece of paper read, Meet up after class. Come find me during the break at the training center's backyard at 7 o'clock. I have something interesting I want you to see. Who could this be? What do they want? He decided he had to go and check it out, At the meeting spot, Trang Hyun, still holding the note, looked all around him. Huh? There's no one here. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one, he thought to himself, did I get pranked? He suddenly noticed something odd. His supervision skill noticed something unusual on the ground. This spot is a little strange. He crouched down to the ground. From above, a square outline with seams could be seen. It was the entrance to a basement. In front of Trang Hyun were stairs leading down. He looked down, a little surprised. Oh. Touching the wall, Trang Hyun descended step by step down the secret passage. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw something. Before his eyes was the silhouette of a tall man. The man turned his head. The president of the Hunter Association, or so I read online. His name was Lee Guntek. He smiled slightly and said, So, you're here. Trang Hyun stood in a vast hall. The association president continued, You're quite good at finding your way. Trang Hyun replied, That note was completely useless. Training center at 7 o'clock. That's it. Who could possibly find this place with just that? He thought to himself, he was obviously testing me to see if I could find this place. Trang Hyun said, At the very least, could you tell me why you wanted to meet me? Guntek simply said, I've watched all your scenes in the program. The old man silently corrected himself in his head. I say that, but the show has only aired one episode. The Hunter Association president's eyes glinted with intelligence. Of course, my observation of him goes far beyond that. He recalled his own actions, watching the boys training, and then the challenge where Trang Hyun displayed his incredible movement and observation abilities. Guntek smiled benevolently. This kid has truly piqued my interest. He said, I've been trying to predict who will win Next Gen Hunter. Trang Hyun calmly asked, And you think it's me? The Hunter Association president pointed upward as he spoke. Correct, but it's not just that. I believe you'll make it to the first league, perhaps even higher. Trang Hyun replied, All right. He cut to the chase. So what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? Guntek turned away. Yes, I did say that. He touched a screen, and a section of the wall slid open. Inside were gleaming, imposing weapons. Trang Hyun recognized them instantly. S-Rank weapons. There were also beautiful accessories and specialized mana devices. As he looked up at everything, he asked, Why are you showing me these things? Guntek clasped his hands behind his back and asked, Don't you want them? He swallowed and thought to himself, Of course, there is. There's even the weapon I used in my past life. He looked at a beautiful sword with a majestic golden hilt, a pure white handle, and a mysterious purple scabbard, Caliburn. It was from an exhibition, the prize for winning a match, and I managed to get it. I loved using that sword, he recalled, thinking back to the battles, the sharp slashes. He then added, It's also pretty special since it can transform into a gun. The president of the Hunters Association said casually, If you like, I'll lend you one of them. Trang Hyun probed, Lend? You can't just give it to me. Guntek drew a shape in the air with his finger and replied, You don't understand the value of these weapons. They're even more valuable than the weapons you received from the Morris workshop. Trang Hyun sighed. A weapon is just a weapon, he asked sharply. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want from me? Guntek rubbed his chin. He thought about how people usually flatter and suck up to him, especially when they find out he's a first-generation hunter and the president of the Hunters Association. Then he looked at Trang Hyun, standing there coldly with his arms crossed. This kid just keeps seeing right through me, doesn't he? His face lit up with delight. He really is different. Finally, the president said, Join the Hunters Association. Not as an intern, but as a full-fledged hunter. He made his offer. If you agree, I'll let you borrow anything here. Trang Hyun asked, What's in it for me if I agree? Don't you know what it means to join the Hunters Association? Trang Hyun replied, Of course I know. He then said something that made the president's jaw drop in shock. But I don't think it's worthy of me. If that's all your offer is, then I'll be taking my leave. The Lunar New Year was just around the corner. Watching the young man turn his back and walk away, the president hurriedly called out, Wait! You seem to be overestimating your own abilities. Do you know how many talented young people I've met? They were outstanding in the second and third leagues, and even they didn't get privileges like this. Trang Hyun replied, turning his head. No, and I don't want to know. He turned back fully and said, The only thing I care about is whether I can do it or not. I appreciate you showing me those things. See you later. After he spoke, he walked away. He walked up the stairs and gradually disappeared. The president let out a sound of amazement. The Chapter 15 door opened and someone rushed in at the speed of light, as if in a great hurry. When Kim Do-jun saw Lee Chang-hyun, he asked curiously, "Where have you been, man? I was starting to think you were going to be late." Lee Chang-hyun walked over to his seat, pulled out the chair, and replied, "Come on, I'm not that irresponsible." Kim Do-jun confessed, "You just always make me worry, especially that incident with you and teacher Seo Eung-jin." Lee Chang-hyun closed his eyes and said in a confident tone, "They're not going to eliminate a contestant just for being late. They still have a show to run after all." Kim Do-jun asked curiously, "So where were you just now?" Lee Chang-hyun answered, "Some old guy just wanted to see me." He suddenly recalled the image of Lee Gun-taek and thought to himself, actually, I could have accepted his offer. Then he glanced over at Kim Do-jun and thought, but with the experience from my past life, I'll do just fine even without those weapons. Kim Do-jun, confused, scratched his head. An old guy? Meanwhile, Kim Do-jun crossed his arms and fell into thought. And besides, after I win this show, I'll get a custom-designed weapon from the Morris workshop. Now, I just have to wait for my own value to increase. If that doesn't work out, I'll be perfectly fine just forming my own team. He thought cheerfully, humming a tune that left Kim Do-jun completely bewildered. On screen, an image of a modern cityscape appeared. The host announced enthusiastically, "We hope what your coaches taught you will be useful. Now, it's time to apply what you've learned. You will all be participating in a 3-versus-3 match in this aerial urban combat zone. In this round, the winning teams will advance to the next match, while the losing teams will be eliminated," Arado shouted, hyping up the crowd. "Let's see who will claim victory." She continued, "We've also prepared a special prize for the winners to raise the stakes. They will receive a mana stone, sponsored by the Hunters Association." Lee Chang-hyun's interest was piqued. A mana stone, he thought to himself. It increases the quantity and potency of one's mana. Just what I was looking for. I need more mana to use Arthur and for when I acquire new skills. Asterisk. He smiled and resolved to himself, I have to get that no matter what. Lee Min-seok reminded them, because this first round marks the beginning of the true qualifiers, everything will be broadcast live. In fact, the program is live right now, so please be aware. Arasor raised a finger and shared, "Your academic results from class will determine your teams. The person with the highest score will get priority in choosing their team first." Lee Min-seok beamed and said, "Okay, we'll see you all again as soon as the match begins. Please head to the waiting room and proceed with your team selection." The screen faded to black. The studio director's voice came through, sharp and clear. "Cut! Stop there!" The contestants began moving to the waiting room, leaving only the 3 judges in the room. Arado rested her chin on her hand, her expression slightly hesitant. She looked at Lee Chang-hyun's image on the monitor and thought, despite his impressive performance in the survival game, he's too arrogant. He has the skills, but he lacks empathy for others. That's going to be a handicap for him when it comes to forming a team. Seeing her expression, Lee Min-seok turned and asked Arado, "Are you still thinking about Chang-hyun?" he asked, interrupting her train of thought. Arado laughed and replied, "Well, what do you think?" She then explained, "A team round in an urban combat zone." Even though there were still 20 participants in the air, he preferred simplicity. So his typical approach was a round that emphasized individual skill. The kids weren't ready for team competition yet, and he knew it. She frowned and continued, "The truth is, I want Chang-hyun eliminated." Ara recalled the image of Lee Chang-hyun and thought no matter how well he uses his anchor and air blocks, if he goes solo, he'll just become the first target. The large arena also requires contestants to move long distances quickly, which puts Chang-hyun at a disadvantage because his stats are low. Lee Min-seok broke out in a sweat, then sighed and said, "It's been a while since I've seen you this interested in a contestant." Lee Min-seok replied, "I know he possesses incredible talent." Her voice faltered as she continued, "However, what he needs right now isn't a victory." Min-soo Hyo spoke up, "I agree with Ara. Overconfidence can kill an inexperienced hunter. Even first-rate players can still face defeat, just from a single moment of carelessness in the tournament." Lee Min-seok crossed his arms and explained, "You know, I believe that in the most competitive environments, especially a hunter's arena, confidence leads to victory, and arrogance leads to defeat. They're 2 sides of the same coin." Then, Lee Min-seok grinned from ear to ear and said enthusiastically, "Let's see how he handles the plan you two designed." The scene shifts to the contestants' waiting room. It seems they've all successfully formed teams and are discussing strategies. Lee Chang-hyun looked completely bewildered. He pointed at his own face and asked, "I'm number one?" The organizers replied, "That's right. Because you have the highest score, you get to pick two teammates first." Hearing that, Lee Chang-hyun's eyes lit up. He suddenly smirked and replied, "All right. In that case." Han Jisoo looked away, while Kim Jin-seong had a confused expression as he saw Lee Chang-hyun looking at him. Lee Chang-hyun greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey, let's do our best together." Kim Jin-seong pointed at him and yelled, "Why did you pick me? Is this some kind of joke?" Lee Chang-hyun silently judged him. Looks like he's the arrogant type. He thought back to how he was before and mused, I bet he can't accept the fact that he lost. Then he looked at Han Jisoo, who was sweating profusely, and thought to himself, Jisoo will behave since I've already established dominance over him. Anyway, he's just a kid, I can handle him. After a moment of thought, he spoke with a slightly arrogant tone. I plan on taking first place in this round. Then he winked, pointed at Kim Jin-seong, and flattered him. Among everyone here, I only trust in your abilities. You're the strongest. I need your help. Kim Jin-seong was so stunned his jaw dropped and his face froze, while Han Jisoo looked like he was about to puke and quickly covered his mouth. After speaking, Lee Chang-hyun felt embarrassed himself. He clenched his trembling hands and lamented, Oh my God, the things I'm doing for this prize money. Kim Jin-seong then walked towards him and asked, So what now? Do you have a plan? Lee Chang-hyun replied, Of course I do. Why else would I have chosen you two? But you two have to do exactly as I say. Then the three of them huddled together. Lee Chang-hyun whispered, If you don't, I guarantee the three of us will just stand there whispering to each other all day. The three of them suddenly fell silent. The other two were suddenly flabbergasted. Kim Jin-seong shouted, What? His face darkened as he clutched his head and yelled, Are you trying to get us all killed? Lee Chang-hyun sighed wearily, thinking, Damn it, I can't just tell them I'm from the future. He then turned and slapped Kim Jin-seong hard on the shoulder. He grabbed both of his arms and growled, You just need to do what I say and not make any mistakes, got it? He stared hard at Kim Jin-seong and said in a dangerous tone, If you mess up, you're helping the enemy. So don't make any mistakes. Kim Jin-seong hurriedly replied, All right, I get it. The scene shifts to the urban area where the competition is taking place. The organizers announce, From this moment, the 3 versus 3 hunter match will now begin. The arena will be an urban combat zone. In the air, touching the ground or becoming unable to compete will result in immediate elimination. Contestants who fail this mission will be removed from the program. Good luck. Lee Chang-hyun froze, staring into the distance. At that moment, the system had transported him to the urban combat zone. Looking down from above, a pillar of light shone down on him from the sky. Lee Chang-hyun let out a slight smirk and said, Let's begin. Chapter 16. Standing on a skyscraper and looking down, Lee Chang-hyun thought, This is a high-rise building located at the 7 o'clock position from the center. He hid behind a wall, looking around with uncertainty. Looks like I'm the only one in this building. He then tapped his earpiece and asked, Where are you two? The other two answered in turn, Southeast sector of the arena. I'm at the 3 o'clock position from the center, somewhere between the edge and the inner area. Lee Chang-hyun said as he walked, All right, proceed with the plan. He didn't forget to instruct them. We'll meet up later. For now, find your way to the center. Don't get spotted. If you run into anyone, retreat immediately. The other end replied loud and clear, Roger. A gun gradually materialized as Lee Chang-hyun cautiously jumped up the stairs, thinking, With 3 teams of 3 in such a vast arena, the chances of randomly encountering another player are very small. He stepped lightly and thought to himself, Which means I'll have to attract the enemy myself. An arrow flew out of nowhere at the speed of sound, aimed straight at him. Lee Chang-hyun quickly dashed to dodge it when he heard the strange noise. His teammate asked worriedly, What was that sound? Are you under attack? Lee Chang-hyun calmly said, It's nothing. He looked up at the tallest building and thought, The one who just fired that arrow definitely hasn't grouped up with their team yet. Whatever. He reminded himself, I need to move to the central skyscraper. A foot slammed down on the ledge. In an instant, Lee Chang-hyun was standing on the skyscraper's rooftop. His two comrades reported in one after another, "I'm in position." "My current position is pretty good, too." As he scanned his surroundings, he asked, "Can you two see everything clearly from outside?" "Can you see me?" his comrade replied. "You probably can't see me, but I have a clear view of you." "Same here." Lee Chang-hyun let out an amused smirk and exclaimed, "Good, then let the games begin." He then pointed his gun straight at the sky and pulled the trigger. A shocking blast tore through the silent atmosphere. Lee Chang-hyun lowered his arm and thought, "Now I just have to wait." Suddenly, someone approached him, calling out, "Chang-hyun!" It was Jin Han. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looked at him, and asked, "What are you doing?" Lee Chang-hyun glanced up and thought, "Jin Han?" Jin Han jumped down and said with a taunting laugh, "Are you all alone?" "Perfect, just what I wanted. Are you my first opponent?" "Oh, wait, I have to report to Han Gyeon first." Jun Han Gyeon's slightly annoyed voice came through the earpiece. "Talk less. Your earpiece is still on so I can hear everything. This isn't the time to play around, but if you think you can handle him, then go ahead." Jin Han, flustered, scratched his head and exclaimed, "Oh, really?" He then muttered to himself, "Well, I can hear everything, too." What did Han Gyeon say? Jun Han Gyeon continued, "I'm on my way to your position, so don't do anything reckless." Lee Chang-hyun looked worriedly in his teammate's direction and thought, "If I waste any more time here, I'll have to face both of them, maybe even more." Jin Han walked towards him, smiling as he spoke. "Why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I heard you ranked first in the close combat test, but I'm pretty confident in a one-on-one fight. I've also done a lot of research on how to counter mana guns." Lee Chang-hyun felt a headache coming on, his eyes rolling back as he thought with a sigh, "Is this some kind of mind-reading technique or what? You really think that'll work?" After calming down, he asked, "What makes you think I'm alone?" He replied, Because if you weren't, you and your teammates would have attacked me by now. Basically, I just know they aren't here, that's all." Then he lunged towards him, saying smugly, "Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you about your match with Han Gyeon after we're done here." Jin Han's sword slashed heavily against Lee Chang-hyun's gun. Startled, his eyes widened as he thought, "Just as I figured. He's much stronger than me. I have to keep my distance." With that thought, he quickly backed away and summoned an air anchor. He grabbed it and shot upwards, leaving a stunned Jin Han staring up after him. Jin Han hastily stepped forward. He created an air platform and scrambled after him, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Lee Chang-hyun glanced back slightly. He let out a sigh and thought, "Persistent, aren't we?" Jin Han rambled on, "I'm not letting you get away. You know, I'm not even as tall as my seniors, but in the mobility test, everyone was shocked by what I could do. I'll show you. Are you trying to run to the plaza?" "Stop running, Chang-hyun! Fight me properly!" "I know there's something special about you. How about we make this a fight to the death?" Lee Chang-hyun shook his head in exasperation. My God, he's still spouting nonsense even up here. Then he gripped the air anchor tightly and launched himself backward. A stunned Jin Han looked up, his jaw dropping. In an instant, Lee Chang-hyun was behind Jin Han. Bewildered, he spun around. Lee Chang-hyun, his face as cold as ice, aimed his gun at him and pulled the trigger. Jin Han quickly blocked the shot with his sword. As Lee Chang-hyun turned to leave, he thought, no good. He is one of the promising hunters, after all. I can't distract him with just the gun. He looked at the gun in his hand and sighed internally. This thing isn't as strong as the real items from the survival game. Of course, this gun isn't powerful enough to deal with him, given my small mana reserves. He suddenly glanced up as he noticed something. Jun Han Gyeon was standing above, staring down at him. He raised his sword and declared loudly, "You've lost!" Lee Chang-hyun pressed his earpiece and called out, "Jin Seong! Jisoo!" Han Jisoo was currently hidden behind a wall on a building's rooftop. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-seong was inside another building. Lee Chang-hyun suddenly let out a smirk and said, "Get ready!" Jun Han Gyeon ran to regroup with Jin Han. Lee Chang-hyun turned his head back and yelled, "Jin-seong, Jisoo!" At that moment, Jin Han and Jun Han Gyeon stood frozen, staring blankly ahead. Jin Han looked left and right in confusion. Where are they?" Jun Han Gyeon, furious, gritted his teeth and thought, it was a trick. Then he threw 3 swords at Lee Chang-hyun simultaneously. Lee Chang-hyun leaned back and thought, sword control. He smiled with amusement and called out loudly, "Jisoo!" A second before, Jun Han Gyeon had been attacking, saying firmly, "You can't fool me again!" But a second later he faltered. Wait a minute. He had a sudden realization. A gravity attack? Lee Chang-hyun suddenly let himself free fall. Seeing this, the other two were utterly panicked. Lee Chang-hyun looked up and smirked. A frantic Junhan Gyeon screamed, "Is he attempting a suicide attack?" Note: a suicide attack is a type of attack in which the perpetrator intends to kill a number of people, including themselves. The most common form is a suicide bombing. The block of air under his and Jinhan's feet also gradually disappeared, causing them to lose their footing. The two of them began to free fall down with Lee Chang-hyun. Kim Jin-seung was inside the building, casting some kind of spell. A stream of blue energy shot out from the top of the spire. A blue net appeared and caught Lee Chang-hyun and Junhan-hyun. Only then did he realize he had fallen into Lee Chang-hyun's trap. The system announced, "Team A, Jin-han, has fallen. Team A, Han Jian, has fallen." An air anchor flew to Lee Chang-hyun, who grabbed it and flew up. Kim Jin-seung checked on him. "Are you okay? Can you handle the gravity?" He replied, "The feeling of my body being squeezed from both sides isn't great, but I can take it." "Good job, Jin-seung." Kim Jin-seung stood inside, observing everything. He marveled, "I can't believe my control can even do this. This plan wasn't half bad, was it?" Lee Chang-hyun replied as he landed, "Not half bad. If we had faced them head-on, it wouldn't have been so easy." He recalled to himself, "First I'll provoke them, and at the very moment we're all in the air, Jisoo will launch a surprise gravity attack, catching them off guard. Thanks to Jin-seung's control, I won't fall, but the others will." So that was the plan, Lee. Chang-hyun had told the two of them in the waiting room. Back in the present, Lee Chang-hyun grinned with satisfaction and reminded them, "The game isn't over yet, so don't lose focus." He continued, "The remaining people might have seen us fight or overheard some information, so there's a high chance they'll be able to avoid that last trick." The system continuously reported, Team A, Ayuhitsu, died from excessive bleeding. Team B, Lahane, died in battle. Team B, Kim Kizu, died in battle. Team B, Cha Inta, died in battle. Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "She took on 3 of them by herself? Well, it is Hiju, so I'm not too surprised." The system continued its announcement. Announcing the survivors, Team C, Kim Jin-seung. Team C, Han Ji-soo. Lee Chang-hyun stood proudly with his hands on his hips, looking up. He felt a surge of pride upon hearing his name. Team C, Lee Chang-hyun. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Jin-han and Junhan Jisoo sat silently as Yoo Hee-ju questioned them. No, he faced Team B alone. "You two chased one person and then you both fell and died?" She continued, "Is this the first time you guys have ever fought? I was completely stunned back there. It was truly unbelievable." Jin-han quickly corrected her. "No, it's not like that, Senior. When we found the others hiding, Chang-hyun was there, looking like he was about to lose to Senior Junhan Gyeon. He has very sharp tactics and targeted both of our weaknesses, so we couldn't do anything but charge in, even without a strategy. In terms of raw power, Senior at Jun Hanjin is still stronger than those other guys. Right? But this is just my personal opinion. Even if you were there with Senior Hangen Hee-ju, the outcome wouldn't have changed. That's what I mean." "You have no idea how impressive." Senior Chang-hyun was at that moment. Junhan Gyeon spoke up awkwardly. "My apologies. It's my fault. I should have been more careful even though I'd experienced their abilities before." Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun thought, "I went through that same feeling before my regression. Instead of getting angry when a mission fails or you lose a battle, you should review your mistakes and reflect on your performance. Sometimes it's good to be a little shameless." Just as he turned to leave, someone called out, "Hey!" Kim Jin-seung walked towards him. Embarrassed, he scratched his ear, his cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Sorry for saying all that harsh stuff to you." Lee Chang-hyun was a bit surprised and confused, his face blank. Kim Jin-seung was so embarrassed that he started to walk away, saying, "If you've already forgotten, then never mind." Lee Chang-hyun watched him leave and thought to himself, "He's the type who would rather die than apologize. A total tsundere." Arado was completely flabbergasted, utterly stunned. "I can't believe he defeated them so easily." Min Soo-hyuk exclaimed, "This was a tactical victory. The result was a complete surprise." Lee Min-seok chimed in, "I told you that kid was special." This was never a test of tactics from the start. Arado, still unable to believe her eyes, said, "Even I'm surprised." She thought to herself, even if he knew Han Jisoo's and Kim Jin-seung's abilities beforehand, coming up with a strategy on the spot like that isn't easy. and the fact that he managed to persuade his former enemies is remarkable in itself. She thought, that must be what makes him so special. The host confidently walked onto the smoke-filled stage and announced, and here they are, the next generation of hunters. The first round of the main competition has concluded. And now for the rewards for the winners. In this round, Pride takes the top spot with a total of 3 points for all surviving members and 2 points for 2 eliminations. Team C, Lee Chang-hyun, Kim Jin-seung, and Han Ji-soo, please come up to the stage. The host walked towards the 3 young men and said, each of you will receive a Mana Awakening Stone. Lee Chang-hyun exclaimed in his mind, did I just overcome the first hurdle since my regression? Looking at the brilliant blue Mana Stone in his hand, he thought, with this thing, I can upgrade my pinnacle skill. The host announced, the Mana Awakening Stone will increase your mana, making you stronger. Use it and move forward. Carry the future of the Korean hunter community, and beyond that, conquer the tower as a top-tier hunter. No, shouldn't it be about becoming a hunter who steps onto the world stage? The host's voice suddenly turned grim. However, there are also those who do not qualify to be hunters. The losing team in the 3 versus 3 hunter match will face an elimination mission. And among them, any player deemed unqualified by the judges will be eliminated from the show. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, since this show is a competition, of course there's an elimination mission. The participants in the elimination mission are the 13 losers from the first match, and among them, Kim Do-jun? He gasped. Seeing his friend's image on the screen, the host continued, I will briefly explain the elimination mission. This elimination mission is a 3-point capture battle. 2 people will work together as a team and coordinate their actions. The rules are simple. To pass this mission, the 2 of you must move together and capture a point within 1 minute. If you fail to capture a point, there's another way. Elimination points. You can collect elimination points by taking down other hunters and getting your name on the leaderboard. The host added, since there is an odd number of participants left, you may invite a teammate from the group of contestants who have already passed. In that case, the contestant who has already passed will not be eliminated, even if they score few points. The match will begin in 1 day. In the waiting room, Lee Chang-hyun stood blankly, staring at the food counter and thinking, I knew it! He glanced back and thought to himself, those 2 have teamed up. If it were me, I'd do the same. Teaming up with the strongest player is probably the easiest way. He was surprised, wondering to himself as he saw Kim Do-jun. Hasn't he found a partner yet? Is he going to be eliminated this time? Who knows what the future holds, but right now, this elimination mission is pretty risky. He internally screamed, huh? As Kim Do-jun enthusiastically ran towards him, he quickly approached and said, Hey, Chang-hyun, we were classmates. You'll help me, right? There's no one else left. Lee Chang-hyun replied coldly, No. Kim Do-jun immediately tried to guilt-trip him. Come on, please. Oh, right. You taught me how to use a sword, so our relationship is that of master and disciple, isn't it? What kind of master would watch their disciple die and not save them? Lee Chang-hyun fumed, thinking, how did I suddenly become his master? If I'm the master, does that make the academy instructor the grandmaster? Lee Chang-hyun glanced over in surprise. Kim Do-jun looked like a pitiful little kitten, staring at him with shimmering eyes. He reluctantly replied, Fine, and thought to himself, I'll just help him this one time. Besides, I have nothing better to do, and I need a place to test my skills after using the Mana Awakening Stone. Lee Chang-hyun turned to leave, then looked back and said, But you have to follow my plan completely. This is the last time I'm helping you, got it? Kim Do-jun cheered joyfully. I knew I could count on you. Lee Chang-hyun said with a sigh of resignation, What are you even talking about? In a brightly lit building, Lee Chang-hyun slowly took out the mana stone he had been given, his eyes gleaming. He wondered to himself, Here it is. Should I try it now? 18 system introduces Mana Awakening Stone. When held, it is gradually absorbed, significantly increasing your mana. When consumed, it can upgrade the rank of your skills. Lee Chang-hyun sat on the bed. Eon. He stared at the stone and thought, just as I thought. The effects are the same as before. Then, without a single wasted motion, he dropped the stone into his mouth and swallowed it. A series of system notifications appeared. Superhuman B has been upgraded to AS+, Pinnacle, Mysterious Weapon Transformation. E has been upgraded to D+. With the increase in Pinnacle skill levels, the growth state will be accelerated. With the increase in Pinnacle skill levels, the efficiency of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Pinnacle Awakening. Verbal trigger enhancement. If you shout the name of the skill while using it, or say, the location you will strike before attacking, its destructive power will increase. The shout does not need to correspond with the action. Pinnacle Awakening. Ether enhancement. You can indirectly use ether with mana. Strength, 5.1. Reflexes, 6.10. Agility, 6.6. Stamina, 5.6. Recovery, 5. Mana, 66. Lee Chang-hyun whispered to himself after seeing the stats. The ranks of my important skills have gone up. My mana has also increased. Another system notification appeared. With the increase in pinnacle skill levels, the efficiency of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself. Furthermore, the pinnacle's keyword skills were strengthened instantly. He grinned with delight and thought, at this level, ether, which was only used for control, will now have destructive power just like back in the survival game. Then he turned off the screen. Perfect. He lay down straight on the bed, looking up at the ceiling and thinking, I have a plan for tomorrow. Model, time to get some sleep. There's so much to do tomorrow. Suddenly, an image of a stage appears. On it, a boy with a sad face is performing a puppet show. His story begins with a small club, a club on the verge of bankruptcy. Not long after my first awakening, my powers began to manifest. The one who made the offer was director Kim Yui-yong. He told me, join my team. I'll train you. In my eyes, director Kim Yui-yong looked like a monster back then. He said, in return, what do you think about a peak unlock? With your current skills, you can't compete. The boy hesitated slightly. A peak unlock now is a bit... They said the effect is still minimal, but I still want to wait and see. He sat listlessly on the chair, thinking, they still accepted me onto the team, but without the peak unlock, I'll never get a chance to compete. It was an invisible form of control from the director. A voice echoed in his ear. Hey, Chang-hyun, you think you can just walk out there and compete? Players are just tools to be used. You think you're special just because you're a little better in practice matches? I lowered my head. And then at the very last moment, I chose the peak unlock. The director looked very pleased and laughed loudly. After the peak unlock, I continued to grow and rise, lifting the championship trophy and carving my name into legend. But a flower forced to bloom too soon. The crown fell, and its fragments scattered everywhere. Will surely wither just as quickly. Lee Chang-hyun's eyes shot open in fear. He pushed himself up after that nightmare. He thought in shock, the memory I wanted to forget the most. This time the past won't repeat itself. Thinking this, he collected himself and got out of bed. Lee Chang-hyun clenched his fist as he walked, thinking, the foundation has been laid for me to start my career as a player more brilliantly than anyone else, but of course, it'll still be hard for me to win. Compared to the top rookies of my generation, I still have many shortcomings. By improving my peak level and unlocking it, he opened the door, looked up at the morning light, and thought, I will reach a different place. Higher than that past. To hell with that past. The scene changes to the waiting room. Kim Do-jun was sitting with his legs crossed, adjusting his shoes, when a voice asked, are you mentally prepared? Kim Do-jun turned his head and answered confidently, me? Of course. From warm-ups to strategy, even my mental state is ready. Lee Chang-hyun walked up next to him and asked, strategy, huh? You have your own strategy? Kim Do-jun excitedly explained, I'll just do whatever you say. Lee Chang-hyun held his head in his hands, exasperated, thinking to himself, I knew it. Why did I even bother asking this idiot? The scene changes to the studio. The host shouted enthusiastically, thank you for waiting, next generation hunters. Thank you to our audience for joining us to watch the elimination mission. Which contestant will be the first to go home? Right now, the elimination mission shall begin. Lee Chang-hyun walked in coolly. He slowly closed his eyes, and then the system teleported him. The screen showed an image of the urban area, a map. The scene changes to the occupied territory. The system had teleported Lee Chang-hyun here. He looked around and thought to himself, this is a normal city map. Kim Do-jun was brought here shortly after. He ran up to him and asked, Chang-hyun, what's the plan? You've definitely thought of something already, right? Lee Chang-hyun pointed to the tallest building and said, the target is the center. What we need to do is capture the center, not the key points along the way. Right after we start, we have to run there quickly and take it. Kim Do-jun shouted in shock. Seriously? He said fearfully. Our opponents are Jun Han-jeon and Yu Haiju, you know. And they're a team. They'll definitely stop others from taking that area. Are we really going to walk into the tiger's den? Lee Chang-hyun waved his hand dismissively and said, If you don't think you can do it, then just give up now. Kim Do-jun quickly corrected himself. No, what I mean is let's just think it over again. Lee Chang-hyun stopped and replied, Okay, the waiting time is almost over. As soon as it ends, we need to move fast. Get ready. 10 seconds left. He shouted, Run! Then, an air anchor flew out. Lee Chang-hyun grabbed it and shot upwards. Kim Do-jun, panicked and sweating bullets, screamed, Hey! Wait for me! As Lee Chang-hyun moved, he thought to himself, No other contestant is as proficient with air cube and air anchor as I am. First, I'll get close to the capture point and strike them down. Meanwhile, Jun Han-jeon and Yu Haiju were walking at a leisurely pace. Yu Haiju thought to herself, Lee Chang-hyun, if that bastard wasn't here, I wouldn't have had to face 3 other people alone, and we wouldn't have to be in this stupid elimination mission. Jun Han-jeon looked curious. What are you thinking about, Haiju? She held her head and replied in an utterly helpless tone, What else would I be thinking about other than you getting defeated by Chang-hyun? Jun Han-jeon's face darkened. He hung his head. Yu Haiju walked up, stared him down, and warned, Don't mope around. Focus on what you need to do. This time you can't make any mistakes. His spirits lifted, and he ran after her, saying, Got it, but he's not as simple as you think. Yu Haiju replied coldly, Who doesn't know that? I've already thought of everything. She thought to herself, In the last match, if I hadn't deliberately hidden some of my skills, I could have survived after taking down 3 people. This time I'll use every skill I have to defeat them. I'm not getting eliminated because of carelessness, she thought, then turned her head slightly and said, Looks like he's in the mid-tier group. From now on, our basic strategy is to use close-range attacks to take them down in 1 hit. Jun Han-jeon looked up with admiration in his eyes, but a moment later, he hung his head and sighed wearily. The 2 of them then strode onward together. Chapter 19. Lee Chang-hyun, twirling his gun, asked, Not there yet? I'm inside the building watching, Kim Do-jun replied through his earpiece. It's because you walk too fast. Lee Chang-hyun approached the window, opened it, and said, I've found a good position. Let's intercept them. Once you arrive, we'll move straight to the capture point. Kim Do-jun asked worriedly, The other teams will notice us. Will it be okay? Lee Chang-hyun spoke up. I have an idea. He smirked and said, It's too late for that anyway. For now, let's just walk there. When you use the air cube and air anchor, make big movements to attract the other team's attention. Then, he decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet shot forward. It aimed straight for Lee Han-jin, who was walking down the road. Her teammate turned around in shock. The system announced, Elimination. Team F's Lee Han-jin has been taken down in action. Chang-hyun looked at the gun in his hand and marveled to himself, a headshot of this caliber. It's similar to the Arthur class I got in the hidden dungeon from the survival game. Unlike Ethan, no, it's even better than my past self. You have surpassed Ethan. Below, Lee Han-jin's teammate hastily fled. Lee Chang-hyun's eyes glowed red. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger once more. The system reported, Elimination. Team F's Lee Han-jin has been taken down in action. Kim Do-jun asked curiously, I just heard a loud noise up ahead. Did you hear it? Is someone fighting over there? Are we even going the right way? Lee Chang-hyun replied, That was my gunshot. He asked in surprise, Huh? You were just in a fight? Lee Chang-hyun gave directions. From your current position, turn right. Head past 3 blocks of buildings toward your 9 o'clock. I'm on the 2nd floor of the green glass building right there. Get over here. His expression darkened, his eyes glowing red. He smirked and thought to himself, Now whose kill points should I sweep up? Inside the judge's room, Arasdo angrily slammed her clenched fist on the table. She seemed unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. Impossible. Lee Min-seok stroked his chin and said with amusement, What did I tell you? I heard he really does have a gun-related ability, right? Arasdo replied, It's possible, but in my opinion, it's highly likely a newly developed one. Lee Min-seok asked again. He's handled guns very well since the first session. Resting her chin on her hand, a puzzled Arasdo uttered, But if that's the case, then he wouldn't have needed to find the secret dungeon in the survival game. Even in shooting practice, he only aimed to suppress. He's never been this serious before. She came to a conclusion. It means a top-tier class can be enhanced under certain conditions. Min Soo-hyo was surprised. "Mr. Chairman," Arasdo turned to ask, "Why have you come here, sir?" Seeing the three of them about to stand, Lee Ju-taek said, "Please, stay seated." Lee Ju-taek explained, "I heard there was an interesting character here, so I came to see for myself." Lee Min-seok asked with interest, "The chairman of the association himself? Are you coveting him too, sir?" Lee Ju-taek leaned in slightly and replied, "No, not at all. I've already been rejected once." He's very confident. "If I had known today would come, I would have made a higher offer." Lee Min-seok asked, "Do you regret it, sir?" Lee Ju-taek replied, "No, I don't regret things that have passed. I only look for ways to move forward. I just hope his future plans will include me." Hearing this, the three of them were stunned, their jaws dropped. Lee Ju-taek stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, "That was a bit forward of me, wasn't it? But I am serious." Lee Min-seok nodded and said, "I will take that in a positive light." He then glanced at Lee Ju-taek's departing back and wondered to himself, what on earth is that cunning old fox planning? The scene shifts to the competition area. Kim Do-jun looked around and said, "I'm here." "Where are you?" Lee Chang-hyun replied, "Up in room 1701 on the second floor." Kim Do-jun slowly entered the building. Lee Chang-hyun was hiding behind a wall, looking down. Kim Do-jun walked in and asked curiously, "You've been here this whole time?" He thought to himself, just as I thought. He thinks we're the only ones in this building. "There's no one here." Kim Do-jun beamed, thinking to himself, "There must be a lot of people camping outside. It'd be dangerous to go back there now." After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. "So what's the plan? Aren't you going to tell me?" Lee Chang-hyun replied nonchalantly, "Ignore the others." Then he asked, "Jun Han-jeon or Yoo Hee-ju, who's easier?" Kim Do-jun glanced over in confusion, then shouted in disbelief, "Don't tell me you want me to hold them off." Lee Chang-hyun quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, it'll only be for a moment." Kim Do-jun wondered, "What about you?" Lee Chang-hyun replied with an amused laugh, "While you hold them off, I'll go capture the point." Kim Do-jun exclaimed, "So that's it!" He looked like he'd been struck by lightning and clutched his head. Lee Chang-hyun stood up to leave and said, "Let's go." "What? No way, are you serious?" Kim Do-jun panicked. Lee Chang-hyun turned his head back and gave a radiant smile. Kim Do-jun also lifted his feet to follow him, thinking dejectedly, "Oh my God, how is this any different from walking to our deaths?" Each of Kim Do-jun's steps felt as heavy as if he were carrying a boulder on his back. Lee Chang-hyun gripped the doorknob tightly, then opened it. Standing behind him, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened. In front of them was the capture point room. The two of them confidently stepped inside. The system announced, "Capture initiated. Lee Chang-hyun, Kim Do-jun. The pair Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun have captured the point. If another person enters the capture point or if you leave the point, the capture time will be reset." Hearing this, Yoo Hee-ju frowned. Jun Han-hyun was also listening intently. "Time remaining until capture is complete. 1 minute." Lee Chang-hyun grinned from ear to ear. He thought to himself, the real fight starts now. 20 Jae Han-hyun and Yoo Hee-ju looked up at the announcement. Team Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun have taken control of the capture point. Yoo Hee-ju gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, what does he want? He wasn't hiding and sniping enough for him? And now he's taking the capture point too? Jun Han-jeon wondered doubtfully, could this map also have something like a secret dungeon? Yoo Hee-ju immediately replied, no way, she explained. This survival map isn't built on a dungeon tower, it's just a normal urban area. There are no secret areas. She asked curiously, Han-yoon, based on your combat experience, what do you think? Going into the capture zone now is no different from walking into a trap. Jun Han-yoon rested his chin on his hand and replied with a thoughtful expression, in a survival game, if there are no secret areas, he can easily be overwhelmed. I have a feeling about something. His focus on mobility seems good, but Yoo Hee-ju thought to herself, last time we lost him because of that mobility. If not for that, he wouldn't have been caught in the trap. But entering the capture point is like giving up that mobility. She had a suspicion, or maybe his intention isn't to hold that place. Maybe he's just drawing our attention and will leave partway through. Yoo Hee-ju's eyes flew open as if she had just realized something. Then she turned to her teammate and said, Han-yoon, listen carefully. I know what Chang-hyun's goal is. She explained, he's not strong in terms of raw power, so if the fight is inside that room, he won't be able to use his mobility. In other words, When the others arrive and fight over the capture point, he'll take advantage of the chaos. Jun Hanjian asked, "So what do we do?" Ayu Hiju replied, "The capture point isn't our goal anyway. We just need to ruin his plan to use the chaos." After that, the two of them sprinted towards the capture point. Ayu Hiju thought to herself, "If this works, victory will be ours." A gigantic eliminated word appeared, leaving the two of them stunned. The system announced, "Eliminated. Team A, Kim Yang-jun, defeated in combat. Team C, Lee Hyung-tae, defeated in combat. Team C, Bai Han-soo, defeated in combat." Ayu Hiju's jaw dropped, and her eyes went wide as she thought in amazement, "What? Everyone who went in there has been taken down?" She thought, if he wanted to take advantage of the chaos, he would have had to escape from them, and instead of capturing the point, the others would have tried to chase him. It should have turned into a relentless chase. Jun Hanjian exclaimed in shock, "Ayu Hiju, look!" The screen displayed the remaining time, 20 seconds. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Ayu Hiju thought in panic, "What are you doing, Lee Chang-hyun?" Lee Chang-hyun was hiding under a table, ready to attack. Kim Do-jun glanced over at him and thought fearfully, "We have to fight all of them to the death. I don't know if I can do this. When someone enters, Chang-hyun will shoot. If they dodge, I'll charge out and attack." Kim Do-jun sighed wearily. Is this really going to work? The door burst open. Kim I-hyung-jun kicked it in and stormed in, yelling, "Come out here and fight a fair match." Without a single wasted motion, Lee Chang-hyun popped his head up and fired straight at him, not missing a single shot. Kim Do-jun frowned and glanced up at the system announcement. Eliminated. Team A, Kim Yang-jun, defeated in combat. A strange sound came from the wall, making Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun look over curiously. A sharp spearhead was shooting towards them like a rocket. With a gun in each hand, Lee Chang-hyun aimed and fired. Lee Hyung-tae quickly hid behind a rock. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "I can't see through walls." Lee Hyung-tae looked at him with an amused expression. Lee Chang-hyun smirked and thought, "All right then. This is why Kim Do-jun is here." Kim Do-jun's sword was rushing forward. Kim Do-jun leaped up and brought his sword down on Lee Hyung-tae, but he blocked it with his spear. Bai Han-soo ran up from behind Lee Chang-hyun, trying to ambush him, but he had already been detected. Lee Chang-hyun's eyes glowed bright red. He used his skill, hypervision, then calculated the perfect angle and, a second later, Lee Chang-hyun pulled the triggers with both hands aimed in different directions. The system announced, Team C, Lee Hyung-tae, defeated in combat. Team C, Bai Han-soo, defeated in combat. Lee Chang-hyun glanced over curiously. How much time is left? The screen showed the remaining time, 32 seconds. He noted, half the time is left. He thought, with our current score, we'll win the elimination mission, but that's not what I want. The goal is to eliminate everyone. Jun Hanjian and Ayu Hiju arrived just in time. Ayu Hiju stared, wide-eyed, at the wreckage before them. Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun were obscured by a cloud of dust and smoke. Ayu Hiju shouted loudly, "Jun Hanjian!" He replied, "Got it." Lee Chang-hyun aimed his guns at them, then fired without hesitation. A bullet shot out with terrifying speed. Jun Hanjian and Yu Hiju leaped up and lunged at him. A large crack appeared on the ceiling, and it was coming down. Kim Do-jun was both panicked and terrified. Lee Chang-hyun suddenly let out a smirk. Large chunks of rock were falling on their heads. The building was collapsing. Yu Hiju wondered to herself, is the occupation point collapsing? What's going to happen? The screen displayed 17 seconds remaining. Yu Hiju shrieked in shock, "The countdown is still going! We're almost out of time! Let's go!" Through the thick dust, 3 bullets flew straight at Jun Hanjong. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Yu Hiju turned her head in surprise. A system notification announced, Team Belinaza has been eliminated in combat. Team Beli Hyunju has been eliminated in combat. A member of Team De Jeonjung has been eliminated in combat. Yu Hiju thought anxiously, "It's over. How am I supposed to explain this? Where did that come from?" Lee Chang-hyun's gun was still firing relentlessly. The system announced, Team Delihan UL has been eliminated in combat. Yu Hiju, barely keeping her eyes open, thought to herself, in this desolate wasteland, she silently wondered, where is Lee Chang-hyun's team? Chapter 21. Before him now was a pile of ruins, with thick dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Lee Chang-hyun summoned his gun. Tensely, he raised it, his eyes scanning everything around him with extreme caution, poised and ready to fight at any moment. Lee Chang-hyun thought nervously, "No matter how good I am, I can't handle this many of them." Then, Lee Chang-hyun activated his super sight. His eyes turned red, glowing with a strange light. Lee Chang-hyun stared ruthlessly in a certain direction. With a serious and cold expression, he leaped, using both hands and his agile body to sprint to one side, while still precisely shooting someone nearby. The person who was taken down let out a pathetic cry, utterly shocked to suddenly encounter someone with such godlike, incredible skills. With a gun in each hand, Lee Chang-hyun gave a cold, ruthless, and aggressive smile. His movement speed far exceeded that of a normal person. This was the basis for Lee Chang-hyun's confidence in himself. He let out a wicked smile, thinking, just like that time. He recalled a certain moment. It was a time of crisis for the entire team, when articles were constantly reporting that LTD was facing difficulties. 2 articles went viral, speculating on whether they could turn the tables. 2 articles talked about how GY10 was strengthening its roster, and that the audience should look forward to their performance in this match. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, someone has to break through to stop us from dropping to 9th place. Walls, riddled with bullets, collapsed everywhere as dust and smoke filled the air. And then it happened. He shot someone who was holding a heavy sniper rifle, firing all over the place. A commentator spoke up. Meanwhile, Rich still has all its members. Right now, the 2 remaining LTD members are being hunted down and eliminated one by one. Only Lee Chang-hyun is left. Lee Chang-hyun hid behind a door, his eyes scanning his surroundings with extreme vigilance. His body was hot with exhaustion. Lee Chang-hyun panted heavily, clutching the gun in his hand. His face showed clear frustration. Lee Chang-hyun gritted his teeth, thinking, I have to win. I can't let us drop to 9th place. Lee Chang-hyun readied himself, prepared to open fire at any moment. He dashed out to his left. Bang! He opened fire, shattering the wall. That time he brought down the whole building, the commentator said. What is he doing? Is this a suicide mission? A suicide mission, similar to a suicide attack. It seems like he's about to give up. Lee Chang-hyun now stood motionless like a statue amidst the rubble he himself had created. He was silent, not saying a word, but deep down, Lee Chang-hyun was resolute. He raised his gun into position as the commentator thought, no, he hasn't given up yet. And then, bang! Lee Chang-hyun took down another one. The commentator was astonished. Quite the opposite. In a collapsed building with zero visibility, unable to see even an inch in front of him, Lee Chang-hyun can still snipe with perfect accuracy. Lee Chang-hyun fired in rapid succession, his focus on the target unwavering. He kept his gun perfectly steady. The commentator shouted, "An all-kill! No, it's a triple kill!" Through the hazy dust, Lee Chang-hyun stepped forward, steady and cold. The commentator exclaimed, "What an unbelievable sight! Heptakill! It's now a 1 versus 1 situation. Is he going for a heptakill? A record that's never been set in history." Lee Chang-hyun was gritting his teeth, holding on. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. This made Lee Chang-hyun panic. Damn it, I'm out of mana! After that came the scene of Team Rich celebrating their victory. The commentator sighed. What a shame. The attempt to make history ends here. Lee Chang-hyun was defeated by Lee Ji-han's sword. With this result, LTD drops to 9th place with a score of 0 and Rich holds its position. Lee Chang-hyun. Lee Chang-hyun sat in the break room, extremely disappointed in himself. One step. It was just one step. That one step led to this result. Back in the present, Lee Chang-hyun has Ju Hee-soo pinned from behind with a gun. Ju Hee-soo is completely shocked at being defeated. Lee Chang-hyun thinks, now for me. Ju-hyun spins around, rushing backward and cursing under his breath. Damn it! But when he turns, he's stunned. There's no one in front of him. Not a single soul, only piles of rubble. Lee Chang-hyun fires his gun, taking down Ju-hoo. He smiles. I'm not short on mana anymore. A notification suddenly appears. Team I-Zone Hanjeon has been eliminated in battle. Team I-Zone Hanjeon has been eliminated in battle. The scene shifts to another office, where the people there are staring at the screen in utter disbelief at what's happening. Azato says in amazement, a total wipeout? The mission was to instigate a fight over the capture point, and they succeeded. They captured the point and simultaneously eliminated everyone else. Azato sighs, thinking, I have to admit that kid is at least professional level. Junhong Eo looks somewhat resigned. He gives a wry smile, crosses his arms, and then says to everyone in the room, "Come on, juniors, didn't I tell you he could use a gun? Just look at him. There's no way he's someone who can't use a gun. I knew it from the very first round. I saw his potential." Min Soo-hyuk says, "Yes, I understand he can use a gun as you said, senior, but what I'm wondering is, how did he hit his target through all that smoke and dust?" Junhong Eo replies, "When you decide to take a shot at such a young age, what skills do you need when you awaken? Accuracy is just as important as mana. It's possible Lee Chang-hyun possesses some kind of skill that helps him aim precisely." He points to the screen. The confidence to hit the target no matter the circumstances. That's what he has. In the stands, everyone is gathered and focused, including Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun, as well as members of the other teams. Lee Chang-hyun is on his phone, scrolling through the news and noting that the community is buzzing. On the screen are comments like, "This game is completely different from the usual. It's pretty interesting to watch. Whoa, Korea finally has a real long-range combatant." Another person comments, "Wow, if next year's third division tournament is like this, then it'll be worth looking forward to." Lee Chang-hyun thinks, "If I were a spectator, I'd be excited too. After all, it was a clean sweep." He then turns off his phone. That's the spectator's point of view. It wasn't exactly an overwhelming victory. The fact that I've used a similar strategy in the past was a huge advantage. If it had been a direct fight, we wouldn't have been able to wipe them all out, not even half." A notification panel appears. Achieved total annihilation in the elimination and point capture mission. Peak level increased to D+. With the increase in peak skill levels, our growth status will be accelerated. Peak level awakened ability, legendary sharpshooter. Long-range sniping accuracy has significantly increased. Weak firing guidance, you can now use a weaker version of firing guidance. Lee Chang-hyun is impressed. "This achievement is pretty significant. My peak level rank even went up." Kim Do-jun, sitting next to him, suddenly nudges Lee Chang-hyun's shoulder and speaks. "Hey, you were holding back this whole time, weren't you? Whoa, those last few plays were incredible. Can I touch your gun?" Lee Chang-hyun sighs, exasperated. Seeing Lee Chang-hyun's reaction like that, Kim Do-jun says, "Oh, come on. If you had enough mana to sweep everyone with a gun, you should have told me sooner. And besides, in all that sand and dust, and how in the world did you aim and hit every single shot?" Lee Chang-hyun replies curtly, "Instinct." Kim Do-jun whines, "Hey!" He says angrily, "Is that how you treat your one and only friend?" Lee Chang-hyun, "I never thought you were this kind of person before." Lee Chang-hyun asks coldly, "So what kind of person do you think I am now?" Kim Do-jun calls him out, a complete cheapskate. Lee Chang-hyun suddenly realizes something. Wait, did he say one and only friend? He stares intently at Kim Do-jun, thinking, come to think of it, since I regressed. Besides this guy, there's no one else I can call a friend. He lets out a sigh. Are my relationships really this limited? On stage, the hosts have gathered. Azazo holds the mic and says, "Not everyone can become a hunter. Whether or not you have talent decides everything. You could say it's quite difficult. The Next Generation Hunter program seeks talents who can lead the next generation's league, which makes it all the more grueling. Therefore, you have survived and earned the chance to move forward. Congratulations," Azaro asks rhetorically. "Should we set off celebratory fireworks?" "No, you are only at the starting line. Welcome to the Hunter Tournament." Junhong Eo says briefly and intensely, "We choose the best. And this is the Next Generation Hunter program. It hasn't been long, but the judges have already selected the contestants qualified to become the best." Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun are excited. He continues, "Therefore, this evaluation will be the final match." In other words, this is the final evaluation match. It will, of course, be a standard 7 versus 7 hunter match. The teams will be formed today, and the match will begin in 1 week. The MVP of the winning team can become the champion, and the runner-up will be the player with the most outstanding performance from the winning team in this final match. A special guest will be making an appearance. Let's wait and see. Lee Chang-hyun is curious about this special guest. The scene changes to Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun standing side by side. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Chang-hyun, I'm Hai Hein. I'm representing the LHR Club to recruit members. Could you spare a few minutes?" Before he could finish, someone else cut in. "Hey, didn't you see I was waiting here first? Chang-hyun, I'm Lee Jong-gu. I'm recruiting for Club B." Lee Chang-hyun was surprised. Recruiting, huh? Finding a team that fits my conditions? Oh, wouldn't be so bad. Lee Chang-hyun smiled brightly. He said, "Let's go inside to talk." The scene shifts to a room where Lee Chang-hyun is sitting in a chair placed in the center, facing them. The people who wanted to recruit him to their clubs were there. He said, "All right then." "Well then." Lee Chang-hyun smiled. "First off, since so many of you have come to see me." Lee Chang-hyun rested his chin on his hand, grinned, and said, "Let's start with you all presenting your offers, and we can talk after that." Chapter 22. The coach, Shin Yu-L-Keon, introduced himself. "I am Shin Yu-L-Keon, a coach at the SMA Private Academy. I have been following your matches and have taken notice of your exceptional talent. You've probably heard of our academy. We can help you debut in the second division, the first division, and even take you international through our school's exchange programs." Shin Yu-L-Cheon continued, "If you join the academy, we will arrange an international exchange program for you and assign a personal coach to train you abroad." Lee Chang-hyun interrupted, "Excuse me, but there are a lot of other people here. Could you summarize the most special terms of your offer?" Shin Yu-L-Cheon seemed a bit flustered. He cleared his throat and said, "We will provide you with a signing bonus of 100 million won and an annual salary of 200 million won. This amount is about 70,000 US dollars. What do you think?" Lee Gongji jumped in, saying, "A 300 million won one-time signing bonus, not including salary. We can't disclose the exact salary, but I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "A 300 million won signing bonus? Now that's a good offer. But what I want is to be able to choose my own teammates." He looked at the coaches who were trying so hard to recruit him. Perhaps, he smirked. "It's best not to join any team." Another coach, not to be outdone, shot up and said, "We can also give you a signing bonus of 300 million won. As for the salary, we can negotiate. Additionally, we are willing to meet any supplementary terms you desire." Lee Chang-hyun said, "How about this? I want to form a team with members that I choose myself. Can any of you do that?" The room suddenly fell silent. The coach who just spoke froze up. Seeing their expressions, Lee Chang-hyun thought, "I guess that's a no." A moment later, after the discussions had finished, Lee Chang-hyun said, "Let's end it here for today." They scrambled to hand him their business cards. "Here is my card. Please contact me anytime if you change your mind. I will consult with my director and get back to you if we can change our offer." Afterward, Lee Chang-hyun sat back down in his chair and thought, "For a beginner, those offers are very impressive." But then, suddenly, he noticed that one coach still hadn't left. He wondered, "Huh?" Lee Chang-hyun asked, "Is there something else you'd like to discuss?" The man pushed his business card forward and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lee Gong-ji, a recruiter for Team Butter. We can meet the condition you just mentioned." Picking up the business card, Lee Chang-hyun was curious. "Oh," he thought. "If they had ever been in the first or second division, I would have at least heard their name. If not, they must be a mediocre third division team." Lee Gong-ji said, "We don't have a large budget, so we can't offer a bonus as large as the other teams, but I guarantee we can build a team centered around you." Lee Chang-hyun asked, "You can? What about your current players?" Lee Gong-ji replied, "Most of our players' contracts will expire next season. I'm not sure if they will renew or not." He then continued, "That's precisely why we're willing to consider your opinion when recruiting new players." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, I see. They don't have a big budget, but they're willing to give me a certain degree of control." Lee Chang-hyun asked, "But considering my opinion sounds a bit vague. That isn't exactly a promise, is it? Besides, I'd only be able to choose from rookie players, right? That means the team would be full of rookies." Lee Gong-ji's face paled as he said, "How about you discuss this directly with our director? It seems he's taken a real liking to you. He was very insistent that I recruit you no matter what." After hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun fell into deep thought. Lee Gong-ji stood up and said, "We would be very grateful if you would consider our offer if possible. I hope you will at least meet our director in person." Lee Chang-hyun replied, "Sure, I'll think about it." The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving Lee Chang-hyun alone with his thoughts. He looked at the pile of business cards on his table. I could choose a reputable third division team with a huge signing bonus and the option to pick one or two teammates. Or Team Butter, a team and from the lower tier of the 3rd division that would allow me to form a team of rookies. In the end, it all depends on how well I do. When Lee Chang-hun came out of the room, Kim Do-jun immediately asked, "So, how'd it go?" He ran over and asked excitedly, "Did you get any offers?" Seeing Kim Do-jun approach so quickly, Lee Chang-hyun asked, "Have you been waiting for me this whole time?" Kim Do-jun cheerfully replied, "Yeah, I'm at the Seoul Private Academy after all. I was waiting outside." Kim Do-jun asked while trailing after Lee Chang-hyun, "So have you chosen a team yet? What's the offer like?" Lee Chang-hyun said, "Well, a 300 million won signing bonus, not including salary. That's about average." Kim Do-jun was so shocked he broke into a sweat, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Lee Chang-hyun thought, "It's probably much higher than what Kim Do-jun gets at the academy. But the academy is a nurturing place, while the benefits I'm getting are for competing in the league." "Third ranker?" Kim Do-jun asked. "So which team did you pick?" Lee Chang-hyun said, "I'm not sure yet." Kim Do-jun was incredibly surprised. "What? But the offer is amazing," Lee Chang-hyun replied. "I told them I want to choose my own teammates." Kim Do-jun was astonished. "For real? Even though you're a standout, you're still just a rookie." Lee Chang-hyun calmly replied as he walked, "Yeah, I admit that's a pretty tough request." Kim Do-jun insisted, "You're asking for way too much." Hearing that, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "Am I? Maybe for my current position, but what if I prove my abilities even more? Then the teams will have to accept my demands." Lee Chang-hyun turned to Kim Do-jun and said, "Maybe you're right." Kim Do-jun asked cheerfully, "So you'll reconsider, right?" Lee Chang-hyun smiled faintly and said, "Of course not." He looked up slyly. "If I'm asking for too much for my current position, then I just need to reach a higher one, don't I?" Elsewhere, Junhong Eo had just left a room. He let out a long sigh, recalling the scene from just moments ago. Junhong Eo was being suffocated by the club recruiters. "Hang Eo, what do you think? I guarantee no other team will give you such a generous offer." Junhong Eo replied awkwardly, "Wait, I'm still a member of the Seoul Private Academy." The other person quickly answered, "Besides the signing bonus, we'll also cover your contract termination fee. Please give us a chance." Back in the present, Junhong Eo felt helpless. They wouldn't even listen to me. Suddenly, the sound of a text message chimed. Ding. Junhong Eo wondered who was messaging him. It was Hyeju. Hyeju's message read, "See? You shouldn't have given them a chance to talk to you." Junhong Eo was a little surprised. Ha! Perfect timing. Then he gazed off into the distance, wondering, I wonder where he'll go. He thought of Lee Chang-hyun. He really is the first archer of the Korean Hunter League. Junhong Eo recalled Lee Chang-hyun's incredibly cool moments during the competition. Unbelievable to be able to do all that under such high pressure. After he finishes the competition and we reunite on the battlefield in the 3rd league, or even higher, that would be amazing. Junhong Eo imagined himself and Lee Chang-hyun standing shoulder to shoulder. He grew excited inside. I'll wait for that day. The scene changes to another location. This is a place where people trade goods. Kim Do-jun looked around blankly and asked, "A maintenance shop? Did you come here because you have something to fix?" Lee Chang-hyun turned his head in confusion and asked, "Huh?" Lee Chang-hyun said, "We're preparing for a match. Of course, we need to prepare some mana equipment." Kim Do-jun asked in surprise, "Huh? But we already have the air anchor and the air block." Hearing that incredibly naive response from Kim Do-jun left Lee Chang-hyun speechless. He asked, "Do you even watch professional matches? Mana equipment comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Choosing the right equipment for your opponent and the situation is also an important skill." Upon entering the shop, a sales clerk asked with a smile, "Hello, is this your first time here?" She asked, "How can I help you? Equipment maintenance, weapon repair, or—" The sales clerk warmly led the way. "Since it's your first time here, perhaps you'd like to buy some new equipment?" Chapter 23. Kim Do-jun stared excitedly at the item before him like a child. 2 bright beams of light flashed in his eyes, showing just how thrilled he was. Not only that, he blushed from sheer joy. "Wow!" Kim Do-jun exclaimed internally about the item he had longed for. The saleswoman stood next to Lee Chang-hyun. Right behind Kim Do-jun, Lee Chang-hyun and the saleswoman were talking, while Kim Do-jun bent over, pressing his face against the glass display case, looking incredibly adorable, like a child seeing candy for the first time. The saleswoman asked, "Would you like me to explain how to choose mana equipment?" Lee Chang-hyun, who had been looking at Kim Do-jun, heard this. He turned to answer, "Ah, yes." After speaking, he looked back at Kim Do-jun, pointed at him as if he were an idiot, and said, "We've got an idiot over here who knows nothing about mana equipment." Hearing what Lee Chang-hyun said, Kim Do-jun looked over, his eyes filled with wounded pride and indignation at being called that. A saleswoman explained, "I'm sure you know about the air anchor and the air block, right? But besides those, there are many other types of mana equipment. Equipment can be divided into 4 general categories: equipment for attack, gear for defense, and equipment for mobility, like the air anchor." Hearing that, Kim Do-jun glanced up from what he was looking at and asked curiously, "But aren't there only 3 types?" A saleswoman replied, "The last one isn't exactly a type. It's more like a miscellaneous category for things that don't fit into the other 3. They're called specialized mana devices." The saleswoman continued to introduce and explain, "Their performance varies greatly, and they're often custom-ordered, so it's hard to explain them in detail." Kim Do-jun suddenly turned and said, "Oh, so we're here to pick out some specialized mana devices, huh?" The saleswoman just stood there, smiling silently. Lee Chang-hyun answered, "Of course not. Weren't you listening to the explanation? Specialized mana devices are custom-ordered. They aren't readily available for you. We should obviously choose from the most common items." Another saleswoman chimed in, "That's right. Specialized mana devices are usually prepared for special tactics or to counter specific opponents in a match. In contrast, basic mana devices like the air throw can be used effectively by anyone." With that, she took something out of her bag and said, "This is a mana shield, a type of mana device." In the saleswoman's hand was a brilliant blue gem. It was incredibly beautiful, glossy, and flashed with a dazzling light. Just from its appearance alone, one could guess the hidden power it contained. The saleswoman said, "When activated, it deploys a mana shield around the user." Kim Do-jun stared intently at the gem and asked, "With this, I won't get hit by attacks, right?" Kim Do-jun mumbled to himself, then answered his own question. "No, that's not right. I don't see it used much in matches, so that's probably not it." A saleswoman held the gem up to her eye level and looked at it. She said, "Exactly. Once it breaks, it needs time to recover. This is something used in emergencies." Seeing Kim Do-jun's curious and naive expression, Lee Chang-hyun, who had been standing beside him and observing all this time, finally had to speak up with a sigh. "But you really don't know anything about mana devices, do you?" Hearing this, Kim Do-jun jumped up and retorted, "Well, that's because before, I never had a chance to use them." Lee Chang-hyun pointed at the gem. He said, "First of all, this is mostly used by long-range fighters. Close-range fighters usually have their own means of self-defense. But long and mid-range fighters often don't, so they need these to hold out and create opportunities to counterattack." He looked like a knowledgeable scholar imparting wisdom. He looked incredibly attractive. His calm face, 3 parts cold, 1 part neutral, 2 parts mischievous, and 6 parts thoughtful, created a guy who was a perfect 10 out of 10. He explained things to Kim Do-jun as thoroughly as if he were talking to a lover. You need to understand the principles, which type of device is suitable for which type of opponent. Or for people with special traits, how to bring out their full effectiveness, how to make them work together like gears in motion. The scene then shifts to a short while later. The Mana bomber plane soared upwards. Its incredible speed made it difficult to even see its shape. When the Mana bomber plane hit the ground, it created a fairly large-scale explosion, right in front of Lee Chang-hyun and Kim Do-jun. Lee Chang-hyun held a smoke bomb-like object in his hand and said, "This is the Mana bomber plane mana device. What kind of situation do you think it's good for?" Hearing Lee Chang-hyun say that, Kim Do-jun thought for a moment and then said, "It looks like it's made to be attached to something. Could it be for long-range fighters to attach to an arrow or something? And then make it explode like a missile?" Lee Chang-hyun picked up the bomb and said, "No, at least I can't shoot it from a gun. How would I attach something this big to a bullet?" Hearing that, Kim Do-jun immediately replied, "Ah, right." After standing for a moment, an idea suddenly struck Lee Chang-hyun. He looked at the bomb in his hand. "Wait a minute. It's impossible with a bullet, but I shoot with ether, which can transform into any shape." A bold idea suddenly occurred to Lee Chang-hyun. "If that's the case, then maybe—" Kim Do-jun suddenly asked, "So, what about this one? You said it can teleport? Is it for long-range fighters to maintain distance?" In Kim Do-jun's hand now was a mana tool called the air throw. Lee Chang-hyun glanced over, then took the mana device and said, Ah, this one. It's good, but... Then Lee Chang-hyun suddenly appeared behind Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun, who had been talking, was stunned and bewildered when he suddenly couldn't see Lee Chang-hyun in front of him. Then, Kim Do-jun suddenly felt something hard and cold pressed against his head. It was, of course, Lee Chang-hyun's gun. Lee Chang-hyun had swiftly restrained Kim Do-jun from right behind him. As soon as he touched the mana tool, he said arrogantly, "This one is better, though." Meanwhile, Kim Do-jun was still too stunned to even dare turn his head. Lee Chang-hyun continued, "You can use them to fly in close combat without needing a mana shield." Kim Do-jun turned to look at Lee Chang-hyun and said with a smile, "Whoa, they have everything here. Can we take it all?" Lee Chang-hyun twirled his gun with incredible skill. He said calmly, "There's a limit to the amount of mana that can be used and the number of items allowed in a match. So, no. That's why you usually only get to take 1 or 2 items." Kim Do-jun asked, "So what are you planning to get?" Lee Chang-hyun hesitated for a moment, then said, "The air throw is enough for me." "It's your turn to choose." Hearing it was his turn, Kim Do-jun was a bit flustered. He scratched his head and said, right. I have a few ideas, but it's so hard to choose. I'm not a long-range fighter, so I don't need a mana shield or a mana bomber plane, and the air throw feels a little weird." While Kim Do-jun was deliberating, he thought to himself, which one should I pick? But Lee Chang-hyun just stood there silently, as if his attention was fixed on something. It seemed like he'd thought of another idea, and then he reached out, grabbed something, and asked Kim Do-jun, "What about this?" Kim Do-jun looked at what Lee Chang-hyun was holding. He looked completely shocked, and asked in disbelief, "That?" The astonishment on his face was clear. It was something he never would have expected. The scene changes to the grandstand where everyone is gathered. The Hunter Tournament logo appears on the screen as Azazo holds a microphone and begins, "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, for waiting. The final match will be held in 6 days. We will now announce the team members and the map for the finals. The final match will take place in a rugged forest. With its diverse and enormous terrain, it will be held on the battlefield of the gods." Looking at the screen, Lee Chang-hyun exclaimed, "This is going to be fun! A dungeon inspired by the Tower Dungeon." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "I've fought here a few times, so I already know its features." Min Soo-hyuk continued, "Next, based on the results, we will introduce the members who have been divided into 2 teams. First up, Blue Team." The members of Blue Team appeared on the screen one by one. Lee Min-seok then said, "Next, Red Team." After the Red Team members were shown, Azato spoke, "Now that the teams have been announced, we hope to see some great teamwork." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "Teamwork? With a team that was just formed a week ago?" Just then, Lee Min-seok said, "And now, for a surprise announcement." Min Soo-hyuk continued, "There will be a special rule for this match. Participating as a monster will be a first-generation hunter. The chairman of the Hunter Association, Legenta-e!" The entire stadium was stunned by this news. Lee Chang-hyun was completely shocked. He couldn't believe his ears and let out a stunned, "Huh?" The spotlight slowly began to move towards one direction, signaling the appearance of the veteran figure. Legenta-e, holding a microphone, slowly walked out in an extremely simple outfit, but his reputation was known by all. Legenta-e gave a warm greeting and said, "I have high expectations for the next generation of hunters, so this old man decided to participate. Consider it a small gift, a chance to give you all some experience. Don't be too nervous, and give it your all in the finals." The people there were completely starstruck to see this legendary figure. Their jaws dropped. Legenta-e said his goodbyes. "See you next week on the stage prepared for you." Lee Chang-hyun watched him with a serious expression, thinking, "I hope you'll be the one who shines brightest." A while later, after the event had ended, as Legenta-e was walking away, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait!" Legenta-e turned his head in curiosity. He asked. "What is it?" It was Lee Chang-hyun who had called out to meet him privately. He handed Team P's business card back to Legenta-e and said, "I'm returning this to you." Legenta-e asked, puzzled, "To me?" Lee Chang-hyun replied, "Mr. Lee Gongji told me I should meet the team owner." Lee Chang-hyun thought, "Ignoring a team that's been at the bottom of the 3rd league for years. Even before I regressed, I don't even remember this team." But when he thought about it carefully, he realized he did know this team. It was revealed much later that Legenta-e was the one who founded the team. and it became a huge topic. He remembered the article that reported it. Team P's owner revealed to be Chairman Legenta E. Hearing this, the chairman stroked his chin and laughed. Ha ha. But then, as if realizing something was wrong, Legenta E's gaze turned ice cold. Seeing that look in Legenta E's eyes, Lee Chang-hyun suddenly realized he'd revealed far too much. Legenta E's face darkened as he asked, "The owner on paper is Hunter Lee Gongji. So how did you know?" Lee Chang-hyun replied with a smile, "Because I can see everything." He thought to himself, "That sentence has multiple meanings. My ability lets me see right through you. It shows me your detailed personal information, so in a way it's the truth." Legenta E's face was now a mask of pure astonishment. His eyes widened when he heard that answer. Lee Chang-hyun wondered, "So what are you going to do now?" Lee Jutek's face darkened. He let out a short "ha" and said, "Impressive. I never imagined it would be that skill." But his face remained ice cold, devoid of emotion, as he looked at Lee Chang-hyun and continued, "Let me introduce myself properly. Although I'm not actually standing in front of you right now." Lee Jutek smiled and said, "I am Lee Jutek, the true owner of Team P and the chairman of the Hunter Association. I thought my recruitment efforts and Lee's offer, Jeonju's offer, had failed, but it seems you've changed your mind." Lee Jutek smiled smugly, pointing a finger at himself as he bluntly stated Lee Chang-hyun's demand. "In return, I want Team P." In another room, a finger tapped rhythmically on a tabletop. It was Lee Jutek. Beside him, Lee Jeonju asked, "Did you give my business card to the owner?" Lee Jutek replied simply, "I did," Lee Jeonju said worriedly. "But with that condition, it's a little difficult, isn't it? I'm not so sure Lee Chang-hyun's current value is that high." Lee Jutek fell into deep thought. "I never thought he would demand full control over the team's operations and business rights in exchange for joining. Even if he is Korea's first sniper, that condition is a bit much." An image of Lee Chang-hyun holding a rifle and smiling flashed through Lee Jutek's mind. Although he performed very well on the show, that's still only at an amateur level. Thinking that, Lee Jutek stood up and said, "You're right. That's why he made a new proposal." Lee Jong-suk asked, puzzled, "A new proposal?" Lee Jutek walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and replied, "He's betting that he can beat me in the finals. And not just win, but take me down completely." Lee Jong-suk was astonished. "That's insane." Lee Jutek, with a completely blank expression, glanced at Lee. Jong-suk was stunned. Lee Jutek turned around and said, "Of course I won't be using my full strength, but if he can do it, perhaps bringing him in at that price? It isn't too much to ask." Lee Jong-suk, still a bit worried, replied, "Well, if that's even possible, then fine." Lee Jutek poured a glass of water, his voice laced with amusement. "The funniest part is, when I said I'd accept his offer, you know what he said? He said, 'Are you sure? If that happens, I won't be recruited by you. You'll be recruiting me.'" Lee Jutek recalled the look on Lee Chang-hyun's face when he said it. Lee Jong-suk, still reeling from one shock, was hit by another. "What? He really said that?" Hearing this, Lee Jutek burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! How absurd! Ha!" Lee Jutek became serious again. "If that actually happens, then he'd be right. But you don't think it's going to be that easy, do you? Let's see what kind of tricks he's planning." Elsewhere, Lee Chang-hyun said, "So, does anyone object to me being captain?" Lee Chang-hyun was currently standing in front of a board with his 6 teammates sitting below listening. Lee Chang-hyun looked at them and thought to himself, "I thought for sure Junhan Gyeon would want to be captain." Junhan Gyeon looked at Lee Chang-hyun, his eyes sparkling with admiration, which made Lee Chang-hyun nervous. He thought, "He keeps looking at me with that intense gaze. It's stressing me out." Lee Chang-hyun ruffled his hair and turned away. "All right, let's start planning our strategy." His 6 teammates replied in unison, "Okay!" Lee Chang-hyun began drawing stick figures on the board to illustrate his point and explained, "Everyone agrees that I and Junhan Gyeon are the strongest, right? So I'm proposing a strategy that revolves around us." Lee Chang-hyun continued to draw on the board, a circle in the center labeled Neutral Exchange. At the 2 ends were 2 rectangles representing the blue and red teams. Then he said, "First off, just like our opponents, the best strategy on this battlefield of the gods is to level up. And after that, engage in team fights. We'll build our strategy based on that. However, because of Chairman Lee Jutek's presence on this battlefield, a few of us, myself included, will be using a slightly unconventional strategy. As soon as the match starts, everyone except for Lee Chang-hyun, Junhan Gyeon, and Kim Do-jun will gather items or hunt monsters to level up. They'll be like characters in a game grinding on mobs. The three of us will attack the neutral monster's territory right from the start. The first objective is to find Chairman Lee Jutek. The three of them were like an arrow aimed at Lee Jutek. At this, a few jaws dropped in surprise. Chairman Lee Jutek? Lee Chang-hyun nodded and said, "Yes, I want to take down Chairman Lee Jutek." A person in a white hoodie spoke up doubtfully. "Are you insane, trying to fight Chairman Lee Jutek? What could the three of you possibly do to him? Even if he says he won't be using his full strength, I know you dominated the elimination mission and did great in the survival mission, but just because of that you think you're one of the best hunters in Korea?" Lee Chang-hyun listened in silence as the guy continued, but this time with a mocking tone. "Don't try to act all tough in front of actual pros." Lee Chang-hyun closed his eyes, thinking, "Looks like you made quite a few enemies during that elimination mission. We don't have much time, so let's just ignore him and continue." Junhan Gyeon suddenly spoke up. "Everyone knows how strong Chairman Lee Jutek is. Do you think Chang-hyun doesn't know that? He's the one who led us through the elimination mission and everything else. He must have a plan." Seeing Junhan Gyeon's reaction, Lee Chang-hyun wondered to himself, "What's up with this guy all of a sudden? We were at each other's throats from the very beginning, and now he's taking my side? How strange." Finally, Lee Chang-hyun spoke up. "Of course, I don't plan on fighting Chairman Lee Jutek head-on." Chang-hyun smiled brightly and slapped the board. "Listen up. This isn't a completely ridiculous plan." Chang-hyun's eyes were filled with determination. The scene shifts to another room where a woman is speaking. "Welcome, viewers across the nation. I am Judge Joara. I will give a brief explanation before the upcoming final match." On the table were doll-like models made of blue light. Joara said, "Hunter tournaments usually consist of 7-on-7 matches. 7 pairs of models appeared facing each other, representing the 7-on-7 match. And depending on the map, there is a farming phase where you kill monsters to level up and gather items. The model then simulated a slashing motion. After that is the objective phase, where you capture neutral monsters or points. The models then simulated an attack on a giant bear. Finally, the team fight phase is where the 7-on-7 battle takes place. The 7 models pointed their swords at each other. Joara pointed at the map simulation and said, "Since the objectives differ depending on the map's characteristics, the game plays out in many different ways." A man then continued, "For this final match, we have a sort of wild card. The current association chairman, Lee Jutek, will also be participating. We know the roles of the participants, but what role will Chairman Lee Jutek play?" The three of them looked at the map on the screen, where an AI-generated image of Lee Jutek appeared. One of them said, "Very interesting. This time he has chosen the role of a neutral monster. So basically, he's taking on a role similar to a monster. But compared to the rookies, the chairman is one of the top professional hunters. A first-generation hunter. Are they even capable of competing with him? That's why Chairman Lee Jutek will have some limitations imposed on him." The simulation of Chairman Lee Jutek appeared with red eyes. First limit, all of his stats will be reduced by about 2. Even just the difference in class level is significant at the professional level, so even with higher stats, he won't be able to completely overwhelm the participants. Joara continued, "Furthermore, there are 14 participants, but Chairman Lee of Jutek is all alone. I'm very eager to see how things will unfold." Lee Min-seok replied, "Yes, there are many viewers excited for this week's final match. We've prepared a lot, with the top rookies and the top veteran hunter, Lee Jutek, facing off. This promises to be an extremely thrilling match." A moment later, a voice called out, "Good work, everyone!" A person was organizing documents. Joara called out, "Senior, what do you think about the final match? Senior Lee Min-seok, you've always supported Lee Chang-hyun just like one of his fans, right? You think Lee Chang-hyun will win this time too, don't you?" "I'm not in the mood to argue with you today." Lee Min-seok then replied, "No, I don't think he'll win. What do you think it means that Chairman Lee Jutek chose to enter the neutral monster territory?" An image of Lee Jutek's back appeared in Min-seok's mind. Joara replied, "I think he wants to face each opponent individually and judge the winner for himself." Lee Min-seok said, "Exactly. If that's the case, there will be no room for Lee Chang-hyun to shine." Joara asked, puzzled, "Why?" Lee Chang-hyun's strengths are his mobility and long-range sniping. Those are useless against the chairman. Chairman Lee Jutek's strengths are his powerful close-quarters combat skills and his incredible pursuit ability. A long-range fighter stands no chance unless they can take him down in a single shot. Jawara replied, but this time... Chairman Lee Jutek has imposed limits on himself to restrict his power. The difference in their physical stats won't be that large. Isn't it worth a shot? Min Seok said. The fact that the chairman's abilities are limited isn't a huge deal. Even so, he won't go easy on them. In the Hunters League, never doesn't exist. You just never know what might happen. Jawara listened, dejectedly resting her chin on her hand. Minsu Hyuk, who was next to them, also spoke up. I completely agree with you, Senior, but I think the chances in this match are still very slim. Looking at the map, he continued, this arena is the battlefield of the gods. Chapter 25. A colorful panel appeared with a countdown timer showing 9. Beep. The countdown reached 0. Flash. The words, Hunters, appeared. Ring, ring, ring. Countless comments flooded the comment section. Someone wrote, haha, for real. Chairman Lee is participating in the match. He didn't even participate in exhibition matches before. Someone else replied, why is that old man competing with a bunch of kids? Another person replied, Chairman Lee is definitely trying to show off. Yet another person said, give me a break. The kids are just high school students. Someone else said, I wonder what kind of skills and weapons a first-generation hunter will use. I'm so curious. Among the comments, another one appeared. This is the first time Chairman Lee has shown himself as a hunter on a live broadcast. Someone replied, really? Okay, this is getting more and more interesting. Honestly, this is more interesting than watching the rookies. The comment got 14 likes. Another person replied, for sure, everyone is looking forward to his performance. On the Hunters League stage, under mystical blue lights, the arena map was displayed in the center. The stands were packed with spectators. At the judges' table sat 3 people, Jawara, Min Soo Hyuk, and Min Seok. Chang Hyun walked onto the stage, followed by his teammates. Chang Hyun looked up at the map and thought, what a relief. The arena is exactly as I remember it. This means we can stick to the plan we've laid out. Lee Min Seok walked to the center, microphone in hand, and said, it's time for the final match of the competition. The arena is the battlefield of the gods. The rules are the same as a standard 7 versus 7 match in the Hunters League. The match will continue until one team is eliminated. Now let's begin. As he spoke, Min Seok pointed to the sky. The moment he finished, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. The scene shifts to a gloomy castle shrouded in a dark red aura. In the past, dungeons, also known as towers, appeared all over the world. This led to conflicts between hunters from different nations, all vying for the top spot. This formed the foundation of today's Hunters League. The towers contained artifacts of great power, like swords, necklaces, and shields. Conflicts were certainly inevitable. Hunters had to fight one another to claim the treasures on battlefields swarming with monsters like goblins. This is the origin of the Hunters League. That's why most of the league's arenas are exact replicas of real towers. Of course, this also means that first-generation hunters are more familiar with the arenas than new hunters are. An image of Lee Jutek with blazing eyes appears. Chang Hyun has now been transported into the arena. In front of him are green trees and mounds of earth. Junhan Gyeon approached and asked, are we deploying according to the plan? Chang Hyun replied, yeah. Then he turned his head and called, Hangeon Dojun, let's go. With a determined look, Hyun thought, there's no turning back now. Back at the stage, watching the large screen, a judge said, all right, let's check in on the players. Team B is clearing out monsters with Yoo Hee-ju in the lead. She's currently wielding a giant hammer. It seems their plan is to hunt monsters to power up before confronting Chairman Lee. Another judge replied, exactly. That's the most basic and effective strategy. Even with all of Chairman Lee's stats reduced by 2 points, he still holds an advantage over our contestants. The scene shifts to Chang Hyun's team. Oh, Team A, in contrast, is using a completely different strategy. Only 4 members are hunting monsters? There are the other 3 players. They were now 100 meters from the starting point. Lee Chang Hyun, Jun Han Jeon, and Kim Do Jun were completely off the standard route. Min Seok paused worriedly, thinking, they're heading towards the chairman. Jawara broke the silence. What do you think they'll do next? Min Seok replied, it seems they're targeting Chairman Lee. Joara then said, considering their current stats, and with only 3 members, defeating Chairman Lee is nearly impossible, isn't it? Min-seok said, I agree, but let's wait and see what they have planned. Hyun was running quickly. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the neutral monster zone. Lee Jutek was standing right there. In his hands were a spear and a shield. Jutek's eyes narrowed. He looked into the forest and thought to himself, someone's here already? Then, taking a step forward, Lee Jutek broke into a wide smile and thought, how interesting. What are you kids plotting? They think I wouldn't notice. Hiding, are they? All I see are these ice statues. A bullet flies out, hitting Lee Jutek's shield and ricocheting off with a ping. Instantly, more shots follow. But Jutek blocked them all. The bullets clinked against his shield. Clink, clink, clink. Jutek thought to himself, I don't think so. Then Jutek smiled, pushing his shield aside and saying, is that all you've got? Trang Hyun raised his gun again. Bang, bang, bang! He fired at Jutek, but the shield blocked every shot. Behind Jutek, Dojun closed in. Then Dojun leaped into the air, shouting as 2 swords appeared beside him. Quickly approaching from behind, Jutek reacted swiftly, raising his spear to block Dojun's attack, then using his shield to parry the 2 flying swords. Jutek didn't forget to mock him. Too slow. Dojun was pushed back. Jutek said, I had high expectations for you, Trang Hyun. If this is all you can do, then it's quite a disappointment. I was hoping you'd surprise me with something. Interesting, not these boring attacks. Dojun listened silently as Jutek spoke, but his gaze suddenly shifted. Surprised, Jutek thought to himself, what's that? A giant shadow fell over Jutek. Huh? He wondered. The statue from before had come to life and was now standing right in front of him. The battlefield of the gods. The statues stood tall, their eye sockets glowing. A civilization of giants that once fought in this tower. But for some unknown reason, they were turned to stone. The interesting thing is, these giants are still alive despite being petrified. The final round of the Hunter tournament is usually held in a real tower, so I'm all too familiar with this arena. That's why I know how to awaken the giants. Rewind a little. A surprised Dojun asked, are you planning to wake those statues up? Han Jeon asked curiously. Did you figure something out? Just like in the survival game, Hyun replied. I can feel it. Even as he spoke, the 3 of them kept running at full speed. Someone asked, feel what? Hyun pointed towards the statues and said, the cracks. If we precisely break the cracks on those statues, they'll crumble, and the giants inside will awaken, like they're breaking out of a shell. Dojun asked doubtfully, for real, or is that just a guess? Or is that... Han Jeon looked at Dojun, then turned back to Hyun with sparkling eyes and said, of course not. That must be one of his skills, right? Hearing that, along with Han Jeon's expression, Hyun replied awkwardly, I guess so. Looking at the statues, Dojun asked, so? Will the giants under those statues help us? Hyun shook his head and answered, no. They've been petrified for so long that they've almost lost their minds. They'll probably attack anything in sight. Dojun immediately voiced his thoughts. You don't sound very confident. But isn't Chairman Lee a neutral monster? I get your point, but what if they wake up and don't go after the chairman? Hyun replied, if I'm right, that won't happen. Dojun continued, okay, let's just say you're right. We'll be in danger too, won't we? Hyun immediately replied, that's why we brought this gear. Hearing this, Dojun's jaw dropped as if he'd had an epiphany. You're right. I think this just might work. Back in the present, Jutek wore a worried expression, his entire body covered by the giant's shadow. He looked up at the giant, whose glowing eyes were incredibly fearsome. C-26. A bullet hit the statue's arm. Another one was fired right after. It was then that Lee Jutek realized they weren't aiming for him from the start. It was just a feint, Lee Jutek said to himself. What they were aiming for were the cracks. But even if they knew how to wake it, they could have only just figured that out upon entering this map. Lee Jutek fell back into a defensive stance, wondering, but those kids rushed out as if they were already prepared. How did they awaken the statue? The statue's eyes lit up and it let out a loud, echoing roar, as if it had been fully awakened. The massive statue lunged toward Lee Jutek. It swung the large blade in its hand to attack him. Lee Jutek raised his shield to defend himself. At that moment, he felt that something was off. Dodging this thing is easy enough. But the real problem is that the people I was just fighting have vanished. Where could they have gone? Just a moment ago, Kim Dojun was right here attacking me. Lee Jutek's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking. No way! Don't tell me that was the plan. Perhaps they used an invisibility cloak that helped them hide for a while, but it's not very practical and can be discovered given enough time, Lee Jutek. As he was lost in thought, the statue's blade swung down on him. The shield in Lee Jutek's hand and the statue's blade clashed, and with a shuddering impact, Lee Jutek struggled to block it. Lee Chang-hyun was indeed wearing an invisibility cloak, hiding behind an obstacle to stay out of sight. He aimed his sniper rifle at the spot where the statue and Lee Jutek were locked in combat. Just as Lee Jutek realized they wouldn't give him time to find them, the bullet was already flying toward him. Like a gust of wind he never could have predicted. Lee Jutek bit his lip, helpless. This is it for me. With a bullet to his side and a giant statue in front of him, the small Lee Jutek could only accept defeat. But then, everything seemed to go into slow motion because of Lee Jutek. He was so fast he actually managed to block the bullet. He deflected it in another direction. Lee Jutek raised his sword high and shouted, "You've pushed me this far, so don't blame me for not holding back." Lee Jutek drew his sharp sword. He didn't forget to praise his opponent. It's been a while. I'm truly impressed. Lee Jutek raised his sword, stood before the statue, and spoke to the hidden Lee Chang-hyun, who was somewhere out of sight. All right, you win this round. Lee Jutek returned to a ready defensive stance and said to Lee Chang-hyun, "Even if you won this round." "Isn't it a bit early to say you've truly beaten me?" Lee Jutek declared boldly. "We're on equal footing now. Let's have a proper fight." Lee Jutek's image appeared clearly on the large, glowing blue screen in the stadium. Lee Min-seok gaped in astonishment as he witnessed these events unfold. The female commentator began her analysis. "I thought Lee Chang-hyun was just shooting randomly, but it turns out he figured out the trick to reviving the statue while Chairman Lee Jutek was dodging bullets. But they attacked the statue instead, making his situation even more difficult." Kim Do-jun silently pieced things together by attacking the statue's cracks with bullets. To put the chairman in a difficult spot, and using an invisibility cloak to hide himself, he redirected the statue's entire fury toward the chairman. Lee Min-seok also broke into a sweat, praising him internally. This kid actually pulled it off. An image of Lee Chang-hyun in his invisibility cloak, hiding behind an obstacle, appeared on the large screen. Lee Chang-hyun clutched his rifle and scoffed, a first-generation hunter, all right." As if that wasn't enough, Lee Jutek was still fighting the statue on the other side. Lee Chang-hyun observed silently from his hiding spot. Lee Chang-hyun then dashed out, aimed his gun, and fired straight ahead. The bullet was aimed precisely at the center of the statue's head, but the quick-footed Lee Jutek had already jumped up and used his shield to block it for the statue. After blocking the bullet, Lee Jutek quickly turned around. He used his momentum to leap onto the statue's head. He stomped his feet and stood on its head. The moving statue swung its blade down, and Lee Jutek jumped off. He didn't forget to tell Lee Chang-hyun. It might work once, but not a second time. Got any other tricks? Hiding behind a wall, Lee Chang-hyun silently challenged him. Is that so? We'll see about that. This time, Lee Chang-hyun had to resort to his hypervision. His two eyes glowed red. Lee Jutek, holding his shield and sword, dashed forward. Lee Chang-hyun used his hypervision on Lee Jutek's shield. Lee Chang-hyun peeked out, fired a bullet, and asked, "Then what about this?" A blue bullet was fired. Jutek used his shield to block it. The bullet ricocheted off and flew in another direction. Jutek said smugly, "I told you!" "It won't work." The bullet spun several times in midair. Another bullet flew in horizontally, striking the side of the one that just ricocheted. The two bullets collided and shot off in two different directions. Lee Jutek was surprised as they flew chaotically behind him. The ricocheted shot then hit the shoulder of another statue. Hit by the two bullets, the two statues' eyes lit up. They had been awakened. Lee Jutek gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue in anger. "This is getting annoying," Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself. Even a first-generation hunter like him can't handle two of them. It looked like they planned to take him down for good. Lee Chang-hyun used his earpiece to contact his teammates. "Kim Do-jun, Jun Han-hyun, can you hear me?" The two of them were also wearing invisibility cloaks, hiding behind a bush. They heard Lee Chang-hyun say, "Kim Jin-seung will bring the others soon. You know what to do, right?" Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-hyun exchanged a knowing glance, then replied softly. Kim Jin-seung's group of 4 stood before the corpses of a wolf pack they had just defeated. Kim Jin-seung stood still, looking on, and thought with a sigh. I don't even know what to do with this much growth anymore. Lee Chang-hyun placed a hand on Kim Jin-seung's shoulder and pleaded, "Among the four of us, you're the #1 person I've always trusted, Kim Jin-seung." Kim Jin-seung closed his eyes and reluctantly replied, "Since you put it that way, I guess I have to help you." He gave us 3 instructions. First, gather as many minions and resources as possible, and we must preserve our numbers. Second, be careful not to enter Ayu Hiju's team's territory. Third, if we run into them, run away. Kim Jin-seung held the instruction paper and read, "He even drew out an escape route for us." While Kim Jin-seung's group was still hiding, a group led by a blonde girl from the blue team arrived, pointing around and saying, "They're just somewhere around here. Find them." Kim Jin-seung frowned, thinking his prediction was right. The blonde girl leading the blue team, with a stunning figure and a club slung over her shoulder, said confidently, "We won't lose this time." Kim Jin-seung turned to his side and ordered everyone to retreat. As they ran from their hiding spot, the blonde girl spotted them. She immediately yelled an order to her people, "Over there! After them!" Kim Jin-seung remembered the instructions. If you meet the blue team, lure them away while escaping. Right now, Kim Jin-seung was extremely anxious as the blue team's leader chased him down. "Oh man, can I even lure them away?" "Lee Chang-hyun!" Kim Jin-seung ordered the others. "Keep running to the rendezvous point." They replied, "Roger," and quickly followed his command. Just as they were making good progress, the blue team was forced to a halt. The blonde leader stared, bewildered at the scene before her. The statues surrounding the blue team were struck by distant gunfire, awakening them. The blonde girl, startled, finally realized this was the territory of the neutral monster, C-27. A chunk of rock exploded from the awakened statue. Its 2 eyes lit up as it let out a ferocious growl. The blonde girl, hit by a flying piece, scrambled to the side in a panic. Kim Jin-seung jumped, looking back and exclaiming, "What in the world is that thing?" Kim Jin-seung thought in surprise, "You said you were going to attack Chairman Lee Ju-taek, didn't you?" Meanwhile, Lee Ju-taek was struggling to fight the 2 statues that Lee Chang-hyun had just awakened. Kim Jin-seung, bewildered, wondered to himself, "What the hell are you doing, Lee Chang-hyun?" Lee Chang-hyun contacted Kim Jin-seung through his earpiece. "How long can you keep this chaos going?" he asked. Kim Jin-seung received the signal and quickly replied. "Not for long," Lee Chang-hyun calmly calculated, then replied, 3 minutes is all we need." As Kim Jin-seung ran from his hiding spot, he retorted, "What can you possibly do in 3 minutes?" Lee Chang-hyun didn't elaborate, simply saying, "You'll see." He cut the connection with Kim Jin-seung, then turned to call Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon. He said, "This is our best chance while we're still hidden. Got it?" The other 2 quickly understood, replying, "Roger." Lee Chang-hyun calmly gave the order, "On my signal. We're taking down Hiju's team first." Kim Do-jun, sword at the ready, listened for Lee Chang-hyun's signal to advance in unison. Jun Han-jeon was also in position, ready for battle. Lee Chang-hyun counted down. 3, 2, 1. They all threw off their invisibility cloaks. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon charged forward together, attacking the blue team. Caught by surprise and unable to defend, they were wounded by the 2's blades. The blonde girl was completely stunned, unable to react. She broke out in a cold sweat and glanced behind her. The blonde girl ordered her team, "Avoid the giant as much as possible. Stick to the red team amidst the chaos." She slammed one of her hands hard onto the ground. She created a yellow circle of light on the ground, forming a defensive barrier. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon immediately recognized it. It was a sanctuary, a healing field. Can't let that happen, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, drawing his gun and aiming at the blonde girl. The bullet flew swiftly, aimed right at her heart. But in the instant before it struck, the ring on her finger glowed, deflecting the bullet in another direction. She looked smugly in Lee Chang-hyun's direction. "Did you really think I'd step out here without a countermeasure for guns?" Lee Chang-hyun closed his eyes, trying to calm himself and figure out a solution. "I underestimated her. I'm out of options." Lee Chang-hyun would just have to use a different method. He took out the mana bomb drones. Next, Lee Chang-hyun began to separate them. A mana bomb drone is a mana device that can trigger mana and cause an explosion. 1 pack contains 8 of them, and Lee Chang-hyun was breaking it down. Next, Lee Chang-hyun had to place it into the egger and change its form. He loaded it into his gun. It felt a little heavy. Lee Chang-hyun pulled the trigger. The gun immediately fired out 1,000 bolts like electrical sparks. It shot straight into the members of the blue team, sending them flying. The blonde girl struggled to keep her footing. She cursed in anger. "Damn it!" A transmission from Lee Chang-hyun's teammates came through his earpiece. "What did you just fire? That was you, wasn't it?" "Whoa, that's insane! You fired the whole Manhwa bomb drone, didn't you?" Lee Chang-hyun smiled, satisfied with his shot. "Looks like it was effective." The blonde girl stood her ground, but blood dripped ceaselessly, forming a puddle at her feet. The blonde girl gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at the oozing wound on my arm. "Damn it!" The wounds were healing quickly thanks to the sanctuary, but before she could regain her composure, another blade slashed towards her, forcing a hasty dodge. She had to remind herself, "We're not just fighting one person." The blonde girl stayed within the sanctuary for protection, facing Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon head-on. In front of him, Lee Chang-hyun reloaded his gun. He knew very well that there were two ways to advance in the Hunter tournament. First, kill the monsters or minions that appear in the map's dungeons. He aimed his gun at the blonde girl. And the second way is to eliminate the opposition. A shot rang out, knocking her backward. Lee Chang-hyun, still hidden by his invisibility cloak, thought to himself, Heju's team is almost done for. Over here, Lee Ju-taek was still locked in a fierce battle with the statue. Looks like things are wrapping up over there, too. Lee Ju-taek had destroyed the two statues. His face grimy, he stood there with a refreshed smile. "It's been a long time since I've had a proper fight." Lee Ju-taek looked around and said, "Now, to get back to the main topic. Shall we talk some more?" Lee Chang-hyun pulled his cloak tighter and replied, "Is there anything for us to talk about here?" Lee Ju-taek chuckled. "Now don't be like that, I'm quite impressed. Speaking of tactics, eh? The Hunter tournament is about to become a brutal free-for-all." Lee Ju-taek stood there, practically burning with intensity. "But in the beginning, strategy was the key to conquering the towers. Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, his entire body lit up, surrounded by a blazing red aura. Then came a precise attack right on Lee Chang-hyun's position, despite his invisibility cloak. Lee Chang-hyun's cloak was blown off, leaving him completely stunned. Did he pinpoint my location? From the sound of my voice? Lee Chang-hyun stepped on a spider thread he had created to leap high into the air, then swung on it to evade. He looked back at Lee Ju-taek, who was just standing there slowly, unable to give chase. He guessed to himself, "Looks like the chairman doesn't have much stamina left. We can overwhelm him." Lee Ju-taek was stunned to see Kim Jin-seung and Kim Do-jun advancing on him from below. Kim Do-jun moved like a flash, delivering several masterful sword strikes, but Lee Ju-taek was just as quick, dodging every blow. He even managed to land a critical blow on Kim Do-jun. Bullets flew and a sword slashed wildly, but Lee Ju-taek swiftly blocked the attacks with a shield. Jun Han-jeon was completely shocked by his power. No way. They didn't say it out loud, but they had to tacitly admit that this must be the difference between a top-tier hunter and a newcomer to the third league. The next person to be defeated by Lee Ju-taek was Kim Jin-seung. "We tried so hard to keep you." Lee Ju-taek's eyes turned frighteningly red after his recent victory. Lee Chang-hyun was still aiming his gun at Lee Ju-taek. He was quite stunned, his heart in turmoil. "So it's just me and Jun Han-hyun left?" Lee Ju-taek asked smugly. "Surprised?" Lee Chang-hyun smiled calmly and replied without a hint of change in his expression. "No, everything is going according to plan." Jun Han-jeong was also surprised by Lee Chang-hyun's response. Lee Ju-taek asked another question. "So I suppose you have a way to deal with this situation then?" Lee Chang-hyun replied calmly again, "Of course." The next moment, Lee Chang-hyun had to scream Jun Han-jeon's name in terror as the blades controlled by Jun Han-jeon floated into the air. They aimed directly at Lee Ju-taek and flew towards him. He once again used his shield to block the attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Lee Ju-taek charged straight forward. He struck Jun Han-yoon with another blow while he was still disoriented and unarmed. And just like that, Jun Han-jeon was also eliminated. Lee Ju-taek said calmly, "All right, now it's just you left." Lee Chang-hyun still aimed his gun at Lee Ju-taek, but inwardly he had become anxious and restless. Lee Chang-hyun aimed his gun at Lee Ju-taek. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent. Lee Chang-hyun stared at Lee Ju-taek, silently assessing him. The chairman is a close combat hunter and above all a perfect tank. To counter a long-range fighter like me, I'm at a huge disadvantage. Lee Chang-hyun was a little worried. His determination wavered slightly, now that he was the only one left alive after the last clash. Lee Ju-taek moved forward, breaking the silence. He leaped high, raising his sword to strike down at Lee Chang-hyun, brazenly declaring, "Victory will be mine." Lee Ju-taek's sword pierced Lee Chang-hyun, but a mysterious smile crept onto Lee Chang-hyun's lips. Lee Chang-hyun took out a monobomb, smiling again as he asked Lee Ju-taek, "Are you sure about that?" Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted. The audience in the stands fell silent, intently watching what was happening on the big screen. The commentator was a bit bewildered, because everything happened in a flash. After the massive explosion, dust and smoke filled the air. The blast left a large, cracked crater in the ground. Beside it lay the bodies of Lee Chang-hyun and Lee Ju-taek. They were both dead. Lee Min-seok slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet. "Then that means..." The big screen displayed the result. Red team wins. The entire stadium was filled with the cheers of the audience. Lee Min-seok was still stunned, thinking about Lee Chang-hyun. He really wanted to win that badly. In the moment, it seemed like Lee Chang-hyun had lost to Lee Ju-taek. He used a mana bomb and forced a draw. Lee Min-seok was still in shock, unable to believe it. Seeing this reckless move from Lee Chang-hyun, perhaps that kid is the real monster. After that spectacular battle, Lee Chang-hyun heavily climbed each step, panting. Lee Chang-hyun was still upset and not very satisfied with the match's result. He blamed himself. "Damn it. If I had dodged the spear and thrown the bomb, I could have won." Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon came over. Kim Do-jun put his arm around Lee Chang-hyun's shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about? Shouldn't you be happy?" Lee Chang-hyun replied dejectedly, "How can I be happy? I tied with the chairman." Then Jun Han-jeon asked in surprise, "Didn't you hear?" Lee Chang-hyun turned around, confused, and asked, "Hear what?" Jun Han-jeon just smiled and said, "Oh, nothing." Back at the stadium, after the match, it was time for the award ceremony for the winner. Lee Ju-taek, dressed in a dapper suit, walked onto the stage. He didn't forget to give a slight smile and a glance towards Lee Chang-hyun. Ara-do, standing at the podium, held a microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how many people awaken each year? About 100,000 people, regardless of age, and every single one of them has dreamed at least once, 'I want to be a hunter.' However, being a hunter is a difficult job. Even if they aren't first-generation hunters who directly attack the towers, even if they are just athletes in the Hunter League, a hunter must be brave, wise, and lucky. Only those who possess all of those qualities can become a true hunter, and that prestigious golden trophy up there is for that person." Ara-do approached the trophy. Ara-do placed a hand on it, preparing for the announcement. "And now, in the next generation hunter, one more person has proven that they are a true hunter." Even though he had tied with Chairman Lee Ju-taek, Lee Chang-hyun still had a sliver of hope of hearing his name called, and indeed Araho shouted his name loudly. "Lee Chang-hyun!" The spotlight shone on Lee Chang-hyun. Arajo said, "Congratulations! You are the best hunter of the next generation hunter." And so, Lee Chang-hyun had reached the trophy he had always longed for. Standing before the trophy, Lee Chang-hyun felt an ecstatic joy and strange emotions welling up inside him. Ara-do picked up the trophy and handed it to Lee Chang-hyun. Lee Chang-hyun took the trophy that belonged to him, filled with an indescribable feeling of emotion. Lee Chang-hyun raised the trophy high above his head. He smiled brightly, full of satisfaction. "I've lifted countless trophies before, but this feeling, oh man, it's been so long." After winning the next generation hunter, Lee Chang-hyun returned home to his overjoyed parents. My mother, who had always been opposed and skeptical, had completely changed her attitude. Lee Chang-hyun's father, grinning from ear to ear, said, "Your mother watched Next Generation Hunter with our relatives. Everyone was so impressed, saying, 'Our boy is really something, isn't he?'" Lee Chang-hyun's mother chimed in, "And your father was the most excited one of all, but he'd never admit it. Every time I do something impressive, he'll yell, 'That's my son!' and then brag about me to all his friends and relatives. It's insane. They might not know much about hunters, but they definitely know me. In my past life, I had to compete in low-tier tournaments under poor conditions, which made my parents worry a lot. But now, things are completely different. There's just one thing left to resolve: the issue with my team." Lee Chang-hyun arrives at a place where 2 cups of tea are set on a table. Lee Chang-hyun sits down and picks up one of the cups. It seems he came to find Lee Ju-taek. Lee Jutek sits solemnly before Lee Chang-hyun and asks him, "What is your reason for coming here?" Lee Chang-hyun silently curses him, calling him a sly old fox. But of course he would never say such a thing out loud. Lee Chang-hyun answers him, "I won, so I'm here to claim Team Butter." Lee Jutek asks in a mocking tone, "Is that so?" Lee Jutek waves his hands theatrically and says, "Don't you think that victory wasn't entirely fair? You used a giant, and we both know that match was a draw." Growing impatient, Lee Chang-hyun slams his hand on the table and says, "All right, I get it. Then I'm leaving." Lee Jutek stops him again. "Whoa! Whoa! Wait!" Lee Jutek grabs Lee Chang-hyun's hand, holding him back. Lee Jutek says slyly, "Ha ha, calm down, young man. I was just kidding. Don't be so tense. We're in the same boat now, after all." Lee Chang-hyun pulls his hand back and crosses his arms, asking, "So, that means—" Lee Jutek retracts his hand and says politely, "I will give you Team Butter. I was truly impressed by your performance in our match." Lee Chang-hyun frowns slightly. What is this old geezer planning now? He had no choice but to concede, extending his hand politely for a handshake. Lee Jutek says, "I look forward to working with you, sir." Lee Jutek was also secretly scheming something in his mind. A few seconds later, he slowly extends his hand. The two shake hands as if they were the closest of friends. Lee Jutek says, "Likewise, I look forward to working with you." The scene shifts to Lee Chang-hyun arriving at a large workshop. This is the Morris Workshop, a world-renowned business for high-end hunter weapons. They also provide comprehensive evaluations for hunters. Lee Chang-hyun thinks to himself about his purpose for being here. "I came here today to place an order for my prize." Lee Chang-hyun asks Kim Do-jun when he sees him, "What are you doing here?" Kim Do-jun smiles and replies, I'm about to compete in the third-tier league. I figured I should get a custom weapon too." Lee Chang-hyun gives a cold compliment from a distance. "That's a good idea, Do-junho." Lee Min-seok approaches, waving his hand in greeting. "You're early," he says. Lee Chang-hyun looks at him and thinks, "And for some reason, Lee Min-seok will be my guide through this whole process." As they walk together, Kim Do-jun asks Lee Min-seok, "Judge Lee, what's the difference between a custom weapon and a standard one?" Lee Min-seok replies, "Judge Lee, you can just call me Min-seok. I'm not your judge anymore." As he walks, Lee Min-seok explains to Kim Do-jun and Lee Chang-hyun, "There's a huge difference between a custom weapon and a standard one. Of course, a custom weapon is like adding a part of yourself to it. It also represents your fighting style." Standing beneath the Morris Workshop building, Lee Chang-hyun looks up. It had been a long time since he'd last come to this place. How nostalgic. Chapter 29. Next, they quickly enter a large, empty hall. A receptionist sees them and looks over, startled. She looks at the three of them, Lee Chang-hyun, Lee Min-seok, and Kim Do-jun, and then speaks. "Hello. Are you Hunter Lee Min-seok, the one with the reservation?" They calmly smile and walk toward her. Then Lee Min-seok smiles and confirms, "Yes. May we go in?" Hearing this, the receptionist informs them, "Please proceed straight to Workshop B3. They look at the zoning map in front of them, while Lee Chang-hyun walks behind the other two. As he observes his surroundings, he makes an assessment in his mind. The Morris Workshop is divided into sections from A to D, with the quality of the weapons graded in alphabetical order. Lee Min-seok and Kim Do-jun are already ahead of him. He finally averts his gaze, looks down, and confirms, "Grade B isn't bad." Soon after, they quickly arrive at the research lab. A group of people in white lab coats are busy with their work, surrounded by piles of equipment. One of them is typing ceaselessly at a computer over here. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun smiles with excitement and lets out an "Oh!" as he and Lee Min-seok walk ahead toward a researcher who is intently looking at the stats on a computer screen. Seeing this, Lee Min-seok turns his head back and casually asks the two of them, "This is your first time in a workshop, isn't it?" Hearing this, Kim Do-jun excitedly clenches his fists, his eyes wide with a big smile. He then confirms, "Yes, it's my first time ever seeing one up close. This is so cool." Standing beside him, he doesn't respond, merely glancing away. He then asks another question out of curiosity. "How much do the weapons here cost? Are custom weapons more expensive?" After getting the question, Lee Min-seok smiles warmly and replies, "Ha, you'll find out soon enough." He then adds, "First, let me explain the important stuff. Finally, they arrive at a place displaying a series of weapons and armor. Lee Min-seok confirms, weapon crafting usually starts with a prototype. He then explains further. It's like something close to the original before adding any personal touches. Take my Chujido, for example. He pauses, then raises his sharp sword and continues, like this. Next, Lee Min-seok smiles as he casually holds the sword vertically. Parallel to his body, looks at the two of them and asks, a regular sword is the base model, right? His voice continues to ring out. And with a custom weapon. He pauses again, then slowly continues. You add extra options based on your abilities and fighting style. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened. He clenched his fists, his expression a mix of excitement and adoration. Lee Chang-hyun, standing beside him, also stared in amazement. Right after that, he reached out and touched a nearby glass shelf, beginning to say, as for me, but then cut himself off. Instead, he grabbed a pen and paper and began to sketch the outline of a weapon. While constantly describing it, he said, I'll add 6 supplementary blades to the original sword. Here's a quick first draft. From behind, Kim Do-jun watched Lee Min-seok's back as he sketched. Seok's eyes were wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Chang-hyun crossed his arms and watched him calmly, letting out a Up ahead, the young man continued to write diligently, adding more details. He finished with a total of 7 blades. On the paper, he added a clear note. Total of 7 blades. They must be designed so that when thrust in and pulled out, the wound is torn open due to the curved blade tips. Finally, he spoke to confirm, the tips of the blades must be curved so that when you thrust it in and pull it out, the wound tears open. After finishing the sketch, Lee Min-seok quickly picked up the paper. He handed it to a female staff member in front of him and instructed, please make it according to this design. She smiled and nodded. Next, the paper was fed into a machine, which began to operate. Soon after, the sword with 6 sharp spikes was quickly completed on its stand. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun excitedly leaned forward with his hands on his knees, his eyes wide with amazement at the new sword. He exclaimed, "Whoa! You can make something like this from just a sketch?" Right after, Lee Min-seok smiled, his eyes crinkling as he quickly lifted the sword and confirmed, "Of course. That drawing was just a rough idea of what I wanted. They interpret it and bring it to life." He put a hand on his hip and looked at the other two, who were staring right back at him. Finally, Lee Min-seok pointed a finger toward the ceiling with a harmless smile. He explained further, "The important thing is knowing what kind of weapon you want, or what suits you best, and how you want to use it." Then he asked a question. "Have you ever thought about that?" Hearing that, Kim Do-jun seriously brought a hand up to stroke his chin. He let out a and sank into thought. On the other side, Chang-hyun stared intently at Kim Do-jun and frowned, thinking to himself, "I'll just use the weapon from my past life." He crossed his arms, his expression sullen. Then, he looked back at the pensive Kim Do-jun and thought to himself, "I'm pretty curious about that Kim Do-jun guy. What kind of idea will he come up with?" Suddenly, Do-jun's eyes flew open with excitement. He reached out for a glowing sword in front of him. Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun's eyes also widened as he watched his action. He screamed in his mind, "That's a weapon specialized for thrusting!" Next, Kim Do-jun went to write something on paper. And as if realizing something, Lee Chang-hyun screamed in his mind again, "Wait a minute." Beside them, Lee Min-seok leaned against a weapon crate and turned to look. Then, Chang-hyun got a clearer look at the words on the paper and screamed in his thoughts, "Acceleration magic!" Do-jun was still writing non-stop, while Chang-hyun's eyes went wide with astonishment. He's requesting a mana acceleration enchantment? Up ahead, Kim Do-jun kept writing down his requests. Faced with this request on paper, Lee Min-seok's eyes crinkled into a smile as he commented, "Haha, adding a little flair while showing off is pretty important too. Ha!" Then he added, "There are quite a few players like that in the higher-level tournaments, you know." Next, Lee Min-seok looked over at Chang-hyun, who was standing with his arms crossed, and asked with a frown, "Have you envisioned a specific weapon yet, Chang-hyun?" Chang-hyun silently looked back at him. Finally, he looked at the pile of weapons in front of them, then mumbled, His eyes were clear and full of composure. He thought to himself, no one in Korea really uses guns anymore, so there are no firearm prototypes here either. Then he looked at the system window in front of him and thought, in any case, with the magic weapon transformation technology here, I can create anything I need. The system window's contents read, A. Magic Weapon Transformation Technology, S+. Name, Superhuman. Reveals the true nature of the target. Finally, CA Locked Lotus Flower. Peak level, not yet unlocked. Right after, he also reached for the weapon rack, thinking, so a base model isn't really necessary. Returning to the present, Lee Chang-hyun picked up a block of iron. With a determined expression, he smiled and asked, I can use this however I want, right? Seeing this, Lee Min-seok crossed his arms, smiled, and nodded at him in confirmation. Of course. That is the winner's privilege. Beside them, Kim Do-jun stared at him, utterly astonished, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped. The block of iron in his hand began to glow with a blue light. In the end, he used A Magic Weapon Transformation Technology. A message appeared. You can transform the weapon into any shape you desire. Right after that, his eyes widened into an excited smile. The iron block in his hand quickly transformed into a long, glowing gun. Then the light gradually faded. Lee Chang-hyun quickly raised the gun in front of him, letting out a as he assessed it. Seeing this, the female staff member and Kim Do-jun both stared at him, their eyes wide with awe. Meanwhile, Lee Min-seok stood beside them, smiling calmly as if he had expected it all along. It was only then that Kim Do-jun reacted, exclaiming in awe, That's so cool to be able to create a weapon like that so easily! The female staffer beside them also cried out, Whoa! Seeing their reactions, he glanced over at them while holding the gun. Then he blushed slightly in embarrassment and thought to himself, I've seen plenty of people react this way in my past life. But it's still a bit awkward. His brow furrowed. Across the world, skyscrapers rose high and cars filled the streets. Lee Chang-hyun observed, Anywhere there's a hunter tournament, you'll find a branch of Moras's workshop, and because of that, competition between the branches is inevitable. Weapons were wielded, clashing and killing each other. The fighting relentlessly stained everything red, and that competition led to two things. Finally, a vow was born. Who could forge a better weapon? A masked man raised a sword of his own making, his entire body radiating an overwhelming blue aura. The vow continued. And who would be the one to wield those weapons? Back in the present, a woman in a white blouse sat down in a chair thinking to herself. Actually, in this case, this was Park Hoona from the Korean branch of the Moras workshop. She gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowing as she confirmed in her thoughts, that's right, their performance wasn't good at all. She then recalled their complete failure in the international tournament, remembering the endless stream of comments on social media. Tisk, tisk, are the hunters terrible or are the weapons just trash? Low-quality weapons for a low-quality tournament. Just look at the international leagues. The Korean League is a lost cause. From the weapons to the hunters, there's nothing to brag about, LOL. So both sides failed miserably, huh? Just great, Park Hoona thought to herself. Instead of getting promoted, we're being criticized for making weapons only suitable for the mediocre level of the players. Coming back to the present, she looked over at him, sitting calmly with his arm draped over the chair, a long gun resting beside him. Lee Chang-hyun was smiling serenely, and she thought, looking at him, but with this boy, Park Hoona realized there might be a glimmer of hope. She recalled the moment his arm, holding an iron bar, glowed brilliantly. He didn't just win the competition, as he also showed this potential for a new type of weapon. Her eyes narrowed, looking at him with determination as she screamed in her thoughts, I can't let him get away! In the quiet room, Park Hoona spoke first. Thank you for your time, Chang-hyun. She smiled professionally at him, resting her hand on her chair as she introduced herself. I'm Park Hoona, head of the Seoul branch of the Moras workshop. Then she added, Let's get straight to the point, shall we? She pointed to a block of iron on the table and asked him, Are you satisfied with this weapon? I mean, something from Sector B. He casually glanced at her and asked in return, I heard the organizers only provided weapons of that grade. Was there any other choice? Hearing this, she quickly took out a box, holding it carefully with both hands. What if it isn't a weapon, but a mana ingot? Lee Chang-hyun glanced over. Park Hoona added, Our branch has something rather special. As she spoke, the box opened and the rectangular stone inside flashed, radiating a stream of energy. Seeing it, his eyes lit up. He stared, wide-eyed, letting out a silent, whoa, in his thoughts. Noticing his interest, Park Hoona made her proposal. I have a proposal for you, Chang-hyun. Hearing this, he placed his hands on his knees, sitting up seriously, and looked at her. What is it? He asked. She smiled, an innocent smile. She held the mana core out to him and replied, I will provide you with something like a weapon rental, allowing you to use this ingot to create a weapon of your own. She then added, in return, you just have to use this ingot to craft a weapon and then use it. She continued, and if you become famous after using it, that would be perfect. Finally, she emphasized, from time to time, you will cooperate with us by using the mana ingot and create weapons with that skill of yours. He listened quietly. Seeing this, she quickly asked, it's simple and doesn't ask for much, right? He immediately spoke up. The terms are quite attractive, but... He trailed off, then gave a toothy grin, raising an eyebrow at her. He rested his chin on his steepled fingers and made his own proposal. Would it be okay? If I let everyone know that I'm the one who created the Tier 30 weapon? His voice echoed in the room. He asked again, would it be okay if I let everyone know that I'm the one who created the weapon? Park Huna, holding the energy core box, froze. He still leaned on his hands, watching her from the opposite chair, his newly crafted gun beside him. Seeing this, she frowned, breaking into a sweat as she screamed inwardly, this kid! She paused for a moment, then forced a smile, closing the lid on the energy core as she added with suspicion, he's figured out my plan. He remained perfectly calm, watching her. Park Huna continued her train of thought. If Changhyun uses this ingot to create a weapon, the public will believe that our branch can refine the highest-grade mana ingots. Park Huna pictured his hand wielding a weapon made from the mana ingot. A brilliant light shone from their combination. Next, she thought of even more benefits. After that, I'll have him forge more weapons. And finally, she concluded, we'll create a collection made from A+ ingots. A variety of weapons, all created by Lee Changhyun. Just then, Park Huna snapped out of her thoughts. She reached a hand out toward him and said seriously, my apologies, I forgot to mention. Unfortunately, you'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Seeing this, he crossed his arms behind his back. He grinned, his eyes crinkling shut. Oh, is that so? Well, in that case, perhaps I should take my skills directly to the Morris Workshop's main branch. But faced with this playful threat, Park Huna gritted her teeth, her face darkening instantly. She glared, her brows furrowed, and ground out the words, what do you want? He, on the other hand, simply continued to look at her with that same calm expression while screaming in his mind, gotcha. Right after that, he answered Park Huna without hesitation. A sponsorship. She seemed a bit confused by this, gesturing as she asked, a sponsorship? Aren't we already sponsoring you? By providing you with the weapon? She hesitated at that, but then relented. But, all right, our branch could arrange a personal sponsorship for you. Before she could finish, he closed his eyes and shook his head, denying it out loud. No, not for me. Right after that, he elaborated. I mean, it's for the team I'm about to join. Team P. A team with a 4-pointed star emblem. He then confirmed once more. I want you to be Team P's sponsor. Hearing that, Park Hyuna's face darkened. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide as she glared at him, screaming internally in disbelief. Team P? Then, astonished, she screamed to herself, confirming her thoughts. He wants us to sponsor a 3rd division team that always finishes last every season. To her, those two were nothing but failures. But then, Park Hyuna looked at him and asked, may I ask why Team P? If you joined another team, she added, we might consider a sponsorship. Hearing that, he just stared at her without a word. Finally, he broke into a bright smile and confirmed, no, that's not going to happen, because I've already signed a contract with them. Hearing this, she froze, her eyes wide as she stared at him, completely speechless and astonished. In the end, Park Hyuna had no choice but to quickly compromise. Sponsoring Team P won't promote or build up our brand image much. She placed the mana core container on the table, and he added, true, but I believe that's what makes things difficult. Immediately after, he looked at her, holding out his hand, and asked, Park Hyuna, am I not offering my exclusive weapon forging skills to your branch? Hearing him say that, Park Hyuna glanced at the box on the table, speechless, her eyes filled with astonishment. Then, her brow furrowed. She glared at him and confirmed, fine, we'll send a representative to Team P. We'll discuss the sponsorship details then. At this, he quickly replied, good. They shook hands on the deal. Later, the sound of footsteps echoed in a small tunnel. Lee Changhyun stood in the stands, looking down at the brilliantly lit arena floor with its small screens. Then he observed the surrounding audience and remarked, "This is about the crowd size you'd expect for a third division tournament." He then slowly walked down from the stands, glancing up as he spoke. "And the matches—" Lee Chang-hyun paused for a moment. Then he looked up at the screen in front of him, at the red versus blue confrontation, and confirmed in his thoughts, P versus ESP. Right after that, he smiled with a hint of sarcasm and thought to himself, "Last place versus ninth place. This ought to be good." Finally, Lee Chang-hyun found an empty seat and sat down, raising his head to watch the screen. Then he muttered, "No matter how much they've struggled until now, I know they can still make a comeback. P has a good chance against ESP. They should win this match." Right after that, the overhead flashlights quickly went out. Lee Chang-hyun sat with his arms crossed, looking up at the screen, and thought to himself, unlike the first division, the second and third division matches are held in virtual reality. He then looked at this tower being shown on the screen and added, "First division tournaments are set in real dungeons, so the risk of injury is a serious concern." He cut off his thought. Finally, he stared with anticipation and thought, "But the second and third divisions are different." On the screen above, the players were running non-stop. The sounds were clear. Seeing them run, Lee Chang-hyun was confused and asked himself, then what are they so afraid of? The sounds of footsteps and explosions rang out. Back in reality, he saw them running without looking back and wondered again in his thoughts, seriously? The stage lights came back on. His eyes shot wide open in astonishment as he screamed internally, "They call this a match?" His jaw dropped. Then he shifted in his seat, thinking, I came here to see if Team P had any hidden talent. Right after that, the announcer's voice rang out again. "Team P loses the engagement and is forced to fall back. They're attempting a counterattack. Oh my goodness, they can't do it." As for him, he quickly stood up and turned to leave. The commentator above announced the result. "The match is over. What a tragic end for Team P." He added, "At this rate, they'll probably end the season without a single win." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock once again. He screamed in his head, "What?" Lee Chang-hyun quickly whipped his head back toward the screen, his eyes wide, internally screaming, "Not a single win?" Only then did he notice the statistics board, which showed that Team P had 0 wins. Then, with his eyes wide and jaw agape, a wave of regret washed over him. Did I make a mistake choosing this team? The team's statistics were displayed in front of him. Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, wouldn't it have been smarter to choose a team with good players and prospects, and then move up to first place in the future? At that thought, his face darkened and he lowered his head. But he quickly looked up again, calm on the outside, while internally screaming, "No!" Right after, he quickly walked up the steps, thinking resolutely, "I will not back down." His face darkened again, and he pursed his lips as he walked away, determined. "I will find a way." He walked out of the arena entrance, thinking, "First, I'll get rid of every player I possibly can." Finally, he added one last thought. "I just hope there's at least one good player on the team." Right then, his eyes widened in utter shock as he screamed internally, "Are you kidding me?" Currently, Lee Chang-hyun was standing in front of some house. Standing doubtfully at the gate, he confirmed that the team's residence was just an ordinary house. Then, he recalled the image of himself sleeping in a tiny, cramped room. He thought, now that I think about it, my first team didn't have proper sponsorship, so we had to sleep in an ordinary house. Coming back to reality, Lee Chang-hyun calmly reached for the door, thinking, maybe it's not so bad. They had given him the passcode beforehand. He quickly punched in the code on the keypad. Then, with wide eyes, he calmly opened the door and stepped inside. A flurry of curses and arguments erupted. "You bastard! If you hadn't messed up back then, our team wouldn't have lost so miserably." Inside, a man with black hair and another with a blonde bowl cut were arguing, while a third man stood between them trying to break it up. Hearing the blonde man's words, the black-haired man shot back furiously. "And what about you? All you did was run away until you got taken down." "Just great," a mocking voice said. Behind them, the rest of the team was just sitting and watching. Ligonju stood beside them with an extremely awkward expression, reaching out towards the two of them with a forced smile as he tried to placate them. "Calm down, you two. We can talk this out." Lee Chang-hyun witnessed this scene. His eyes widened and he frowned as he stepped inside, thinking, for a team with such a terrible performance, it's no surprise there's tension between the members. Seeing this, someone on the other side kept questioning the coach. Hey, I'm trying to have a conversation here. When am I going to get my physical conditioning training, huh? Coach! Meanwhile, he quickly walked toward them. Legonju saw him and let out an "oh" before approaching him and putting an arm around his shoulder. With his other hand raised, he spoke with some difficulty, introducing him. We have a new member, everyone. His name is Chang Hyun. He's the winner of the Hunter Next Generation competition this year. Seeing the coach like this, he felt annoyed and glanced to the side. Lee Yoju's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape in shock. On the other side, Lee Ginhan was grinding his teeth, glaring at him. Jinhan's eyes were wide, his brow furrowed in anger. Seeing them, he quickly bared his teeth, widened his eyes, and turned to face them, saying, I saw the match. Everyone was really good. He paused, then added mockingly, at being completely and utterly useless. Hearing this, the group looked at him, full of resentment and a little startled. Hearing himself being mocked, Lee Jinhan quickly ground his teeth and glared at him furiously. He clenched his fists, his face scrunched up as he gritted his teeth and advanced on him, spitting out each word. Who the hell is this punk? Who do you think you are, talking to a pro player like that, huh? You'd better take that back. The others looked a bit panicked by this, but he remained calm, pointing a finger at himself and looking at him mockingly. Did I strike a nerve? Right after, he scoffed, looking extremely provocative. He tilted his head back towards him and asked, Well then, why don't we have a match? He then added, If I lose, I'll leave the team. But if I win, you're the one who's leaving. The other guy got right in his face, grinding his teeth and glaring. In response, he just looked up at Lee Jinhan with an incredibly provocative expression and taunted him. Scared? Soon after, they were in the combat room wearing protective gear as the rest of the group watched. Lee Chang-hyun stretched his arms and thought to himself, a newbie shows up, provokes them, and says they couldn't do anything. On the other side, the three team members, including Lee Gin-han, were glaring at him with unfriendly eyes. Lee Chang-hyun thought further. Looks like the three of you took the bait. Finally, he closed his eyes to focus, adding in his thoughts, if you had just let it go after being insulted like that, it would prove you have no competitive spirit. Lee Chang-hyun gritted his teeth and sighed. Then, he smiled, put a hand on his hip, looked at them and spoke first. Oh, anyway, since I said I wanted to beat you, I'm sure you don't plan on turning off the pain sensors, do you? He then added, I hope you guys set it to maximum. Hearing this, one of the others just scoffed, Ha! Then Lee Gin-han also ground his teeth, glared at him angrily, and hissed, You'd better give it your all if you don't want to lose to me. Seeing this, he just looked back at him calmly. With a hand on his hip, he remarked, Now that I get a good look, aren't you the guy who charged in all by himself and got taken down earlier? Right after, the system announced his stats. 7. Skill, Destructive Charge B+. Charges forward and creates a powerful shockwave upon impact. Physical abilities. Strength, 9. Reaction speed, 7.3. Agility, 6. Stamina, 5. Regeneration, 6. Lee Gin-han stood with his arms crossed, looking at him with hostility. Lee Chang-hyun's gaze grew calm. As he thought to himself, his stats are lower than the contestants on the show. He confirmed further, it seems like he's been slacking on his training model. In the end, he looked over at the guy, silently sizing him up. His skills were surprisingly good, but he didn't even know how to use them properly. Lee Gin-han approached him, scowling, his eyes narrowed in annoyance. Lee Chang-hyun confirmed his thoughts about them. He really couldn't understand how. How did the people here even get onto a professional team? Finally, he propped his head on his hand, turned away, and sighed. Then, the system began its simulation, with Lee Chang-hyun. He also stepped in with his gun equipped, and within the system's simulated space, he glanced around, observing. Then, his eyes darted to the side when he heard a loud noise. It came from behind a building. The loud noise drew Lee Chang-hyun's attention. He turned towards it, calmly noting that it was just as he'd predicted. The system's voice rang out, announcing, Annihilation attack. The guy quickly gritted his teeth and charged at him. Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, I knew Gin-han would attack right away. He lunged in to slash at him, but Lee Chang-hyun quickly realized it and turned his head, dodging Lee Gin-han's blow. The guy scoffed, then swung his sword hard into the wall of a large building behind him. Seeing that, he turned his head and looked up, confused. Right after that, the ground beneath his feet was struck and quickly caved in. In this situation, Lee Chang-hyun's eyes widened in surprise at the ground below. He then reacted quickly, leaping high into the air, his head still turned down to watch Lee Jin-han. Meanwhile, the guy chased after him with his sword. The surroundings had already cracked and crumbled. Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun noted in his thoughts, "The range of the shockwave is wider than I thought. This is a useful skill, too." Below, Lee Jin-han looked up at him, gritting his teeth with a smile. He scowled and yelled out, "Ha! How's that?" Seeing that, he thought to himself, "He probably thinks that move would make me scared." Right after that, the guy stomped on the ground, then jumped up with his sword, launching himself towards Lee Chang-hyun. In the air, he held his gun and glanced at the guy. Red energy emanated from Lee Jin-han's body. He assessed in his mind, confident he'll win, huh? Win. Jin-han will attack me without any hesitation. At this, he smirked as if his goal was achieved, thinking, everything is going according to plan. Then he quickly reached out and fired something. His body quickly circled back towards Lee Jin-han, who was still charging at him. Seeing this, the guy was caught off guard, gritting his teeth in stunned disbelief as he looked at him. "Huh?" he let out. Up above, Lee Chang-hyun maintained a calm smile as he aimed the barrel of his gun at him. His two teammates, one blonde and one with a two-block haircut, quickly ran over. Their faces were filled with panic and disbelief. Right after, he stood on a hover disc, holding his gun, and looked at them, calmly asking, "So, who wants to go first?" He had Lee Jin-han tied up. The other two stared blankly. Then he let out a smirk, took aim at them, and announced, "This is gonna hurt, you know." Seeing this, the blonde guy's eyes widened, and he cursed, "Shit!" Right after that, the fight was over. The one with the black two-block haircut was shot down, crying out on the ground. The blonde guy next to him was on his knees, panting. The atmosphere turned grim. Soon after, he stood before them. With one hand on his hip and the other extended, he reminded them, "We had a deal, didn't we? The losing side has to leave the team." Hearing this, the other two looked up at him. Then he added, "No, wait, that was just you guys talking." Then his eyes narrowed as he looked at them and threatened, "Get out." At this, the two guys stared at him with their mouths agape, speechless, their eyes wide. Then a curse rang out. "Damn it!" followed by another guy's remark, "Let's see what you can do without me." In the end, they all turned and left. Lee Chang-hyun just let out a "Shh" at the sight. Lee Jin-han's face darkened with shame as he gritted his teeth. Right after, he walked towards him, shaking his head. He glared and asked, "Hey, didn't you hear me?" But Lee Jin-han just stood there silently, his face dark, clenching his fists as he stared at him. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lee Jin-han had bitten his lip so hard it was bleeding with frustration. Finally, he bit down until blood trickled down, his whole body trembling, his eyes wide with shame as he mumbled, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, he looked at him calmly and chuckled to himself. "Ha!" Outwardly, he pretended to ask, "What was that?" At his mockery, Lee Jin-han grew even angrier, his face darkening as he lowered his head. His body trembled even more as he added, "I said, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. So please let me stay on the team just this once." "Can't I?" Seeing his expression, he frowned and thought to himself, "Desperate, huh?" Outwardly, he looked at him, crossed his arms, and questioned, "If you can't even defeat a rookie who just became a hunter, what reason is there for you to stay on this team?" Lee Jin-han's hands clenched so tight they trembled as he answered, I have good abilities. Even though you easily countered them." He trailed off, then lowered his head, frowning as he affirmed, "I'm confident in my skills." Then he asked Lee Chang-hyun in return, "Is that enough?" Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun confirmed it in his mind. Of course. He remembered the moment Lee Jin-han charged at him in the simulation. He was fast, without a single moment of hesitation. He calmly noted in his thoughts, "His skills are definitely good." Then he shrugged, shook his head, and confirmed aloud, "But what's the use if you can't even use it properly?" Seeing this, Lee Jin-han stared back at him, bewildered. Lee Chang-hyun saw this and added, "It looks like you won't listen to me." Hearing this, the guy's eyes widened and he scowled at him, yelling in confirmation, "Yes, I'll listen to you. Isn't that enough?" Despite these questions, his gaze remained calm and dark as he looked at him and added, "No, not just listen to me. You will listen only to me." Then he asked, "Do you think you can do that?" Faced with these words, Lee Jin-han excitedly clenched his fists and nodded repeatedly, looking at him and confirming with determination, "Yes, I'll only listen to you." Lee Chang-hyun looked back at him. Then he voiced his thoughts. "I'm not sure if this is the right decision." Meanwhile, Lee Jin-han, not having been kicked out by him, closed his eyes, placed a hand on his chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Chang-hyun added, "But in a team full of useless players and with no budget to recruit new ones." A moment later, a smile crept onto his face as he confirmed to himself he could become the first pillar. His eyes were filled with calculation that day. Lee Chang-hyun was lying in his room, arm behind his head, staring at his phone screen. He then looked at the contacts in his address book. He thought aloud, "So out of 7 people, I kicked 2 out," and then calmly added, "We still need to fill the remaining 2 spots." Right after, he messaged Hiju. "Hiju, this is Lee Chang-hyun. Butter is recruiting members. Want to join? Answer me, hey, 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 hey." Upon hearing that, she sent back an angry fist icon and questioned him, "Do you think I'm crazy enough to join that team? I'm still sore from when you beat me during the tryouts. No matter how good the benefits are, I'm not interested. Try being me for a day and you'll see. Good luck finding someone else." Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun's mind grew troubled. He then mused, Yoo Hiju's potential is something that will explode later on. I really want to pull her into the team. What a shame. He pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, his eyes showing a hint of regret. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. The new message puzzled him. A moment later, Lee Chang-hyun sat bolt upright and asked in astonishment, "Who is this?" Jun Han Jian had sent him a message. "I heard from Yoo Hiju that you're recruiting, huh?" Seeing this, he was shocked and wondered to himself, "No way! Did she connect me with someone?" Then his eyes widened as a thought struck him. "She's the ace of Team 1 at Seoul Academy, so I thought she would definitely go there." Lee Chang-hyun recalled the time he pointed a gun at her head from behind, while she was too stunned to react, and thought, "She has a playstyle that I can't help but like." Right after, he chatted back a reply. "Are you interested in joining the team?" She replied, "A little." Lee Chang-hyun immediately responded, "What about Seoul Academy and LHR?" She confirmed, "I'll figure something out." Hearing this, Lee Chang-hyun joyfully tapped away at his phone, muttering, "Whoa, this kid." Then his eyes widened with excitement as he wondered to himself, "Is this some kind of reward from the show?" He then added, "If it is someone like Jun Han Jian, then this is a huge win for me." Lee Chang-hyun stared happily at the chat on his phone screen. A moment later, a ding sound went off. His eyes widened at the screen and he let out a "huh?" Finally, his eyes grew wide with shock as he yelled, "What?" He then confirmed in disbelief, "This person contacted me too?" A new message appeared on the screen, showing a familiar profile picture. Soon after, several files appeared on the desk, along with the stat sheets for each person. Lee Chang-hyun flipped through them, his eyes wide as he mumbled, "Now what am I supposed to do?" He sat at his desk in front of his computer. He then recalled the images of the 3 positions, tank, damage, and healer, and thought, the most important thing when building a team is the synergy between their skills. He then picked up a paper from the pile of files and added, "Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in this team." He held up the stack of documents and continued, "Everyone's stats are at a minimum, and the skill synergy is far from ideal." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Lee Yeoju. His eyes widened in surprise. He then looked at the face on the file and thought, Lee Yeoju, skill is positional awareness. Seeing this, he silently confirmed, this could work. He added, Han Jian has even more potential. He thought of Jun Han Jian holding a sword and added, and with the 2 people who contacted me yesterday. And finally, Lee Chang-hyun remembered Lee Jin-han. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes wide as he sank into thought. Finally, he dropped Lee Yeoju's file onto the desk and confirmed in his mind, we'll be able to make a spectacular run for 3rd place. The next morning, cups of hot coffee were placed on a table near a window. A voice asked, "So, what do you think of the new team?" It was Lee Ju-taek. He lifted a coffee cup and looked at him, his expression calm as he asked again, "Is it okay?" Seeing this, he also lifted his coffee cup, gritting his teeth and forcing a smile, his eyes filled with a bit of anger as he confirmed, "Yeah, every single one of them is special." He then added, It's all thanks to you, Mr. Lee. Hearing this, he put down his coffee cup and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! My apologies! I didn't have time to sort out the team. And he, too, put down his coffee cup, calmly looking at the man. The man then stopped laughing, his eyes wide as he looked at him and said, I noticed you were recruiting members for the team, but I never expected you to get Morris Workshop as a sponsor. Seeing this, he calmly replied, I'll do everything I can to save the team. The man then frowned at him and asked, Have you thought about what kind of team you're going to build? At that, he brought the coffee cup to his lips, closed his eyes, and answered calmly, Right now I have 2 ideas. He then added, The first is the one-man army type. I'm sure you could have guessed. As he spoke, he pictured himself in military gear, wearing protective goggles and holding a gun. Hearing this, Lee Ju-tak remarked, That's too predictable. He then asked another question. You know how easily a team can fail, if it only relies on the Hunter League strategy. Next, Lee Chang-hyun quickly put down his coffee cup and spoke up to confirm, Of course, that's why I have a second idea, he added calmly. It's still in development, he continued, smiling calmly with his arms crossed as he looked at Lee Zudik and added, But you can think of it as a bomber tactic. Hearing this, he also looked surprised, his eyes widening as he asked, A bomber? Aircraft? He then raised a hand to his chin, closing his eyes in thought. I don't know what that is, but I'm leaving it all to you. Right after that, he pushed a few files towards him and announced, Now about this. He then added, This document confirms that all authority over the team will be transferred to you, Chang-hyun. Seeing this, he frowned as he picked it up to read. Then he closed his eyes and calmly put it down, confirming, Good, I'll be going then. He was cut off as Lee Ju-tak spoke up again. By the way, Per's match the other day was the last one of the season. And tomorrow, there's a press conference scheduled for the 3rd-tier league. He looked at him expectantly and said, You're considered the team's acting president now, so I hope you'll attend just this once. He also looked back at him calmly, his eyes shifting as he thought to himself, A press conference, huh? Immediately after, he looked at him and confirmed aloud, Yes, I'll be there. Lee Judik, still leaning on the table, smiled and looked at him as Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, It's fine. I have things I need to do anyway. The next day at the press conference between the teams, the host was talking endlessly, holding the mic out to the group of team managers. The man just kept rambling on, while he stood at one of the podiums, leaning on his hand with a bored expression as he watched them, thinking, So boring. Then it was his turn to introduce himself. Lee Chang-hyun also calmly took the microphone and spoke clearly. I am Lee Chang-hyun. As of yesterday, I became the acting president of Team Pair. I will be participating as a player. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He then noted to himself, Not a single question after I introduced myself. The host looked at his note card and asked a question. Next question. Team LTD took first place this season. They've received praise for their exceptional teamwork and their dominance over other teams. There are concerns that many of their players may move up to the 2nd-tier league next season. What are your thoughts? On the other side, an image of Lee Hee-ung-yoon was shown on the large screen. He frowned, held the mic, and replied, glancing over at Lee Hee-ung-yoon, Yes, that is an understandable concern. He then added, However, if anyone does leave the team, we guarantee we will fill the gap with players of equal caliber. Then his glasses glinted as he smiled and confirmed, The truth is, we plan to bring in some hunters who are known as rising stars, so please look forward to it. Hearing this, he also looked down, resting his chin on his hand as he wondered to himself, Rising stars. Let's see, who could he be talking about? Right after, as if realizing something, he screamed internally, Wait a minute! While Lee Hyung-un continued to speak eloquently. Lee Chang-hyun thought, That coach looks familiar. Then, recognizing him, he screamed internally again, Hold on, is that Director Lee? Lee Chang-hyun then recalled an image of the man from his past life, smirking and glaring as he remarked, In my past life, he was the one who caused me problems. At that time, he was the coach and director of the 1st-tier league team, LTD. He then added, Currently, he's the coach of LTD in the 3rd-tier league. Returning to the present, Lee Hyung-un quickly gave a calm bow after finishing his answer. The host also spoke up, Thank you for your answer. He too recognized him and confirmed, Lee Hyun-gun, he looks the same as ever. Next, the host spoke again. There are also rumors about a new hunter that Team LHR is training. Can we expect to see Jun in the third-tier league next season? An image of Junhan Gion appeared on the screen. The person on the other side answered with an awkward, forced smile. Oh, unfortunately, we can't give a definite answer. He then added, we are trying, but this is a volatile market, so we can't say for sure. That is all I can say for now. Immediately, he also glanced over and thought, that's the team Han Gion was supposed to join, wasn't it? Next, the host, while reading the prepared question sheet, said, and we have some surprising news from Team Pair. We heard that Lee Chang-hyun has taken over the team. He was cut off. Yes. Hearing this, he calmly and seriously confirmed, yes, hello. Then he grinned, holding the mic and introducing himself. I am Lee Chang-hyun. I am the new acting president of Team Pair. Seeing this, the host asked another question. It's unheard of for someone as young as you to join a team as both a player and an acting president. Can we expect a major change for the team? Faced with this question, he remained completely calm, then smiled at them and confirmed, of course. Team Pair finished this season with 0 wins. Finally, he asserted, but I can assure you that a significant change is coming. Seeing this, the host looked at him and pried further. You say a significant change? Could you give us a little hint? Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to reveal, first of all, we've had a few changes to our lineup. Images of Lee Gwynhan and Junhan Gion appeared in Lee Chang-hyun's mind. Then, he thought of those who had left and added, and I will be both a player and the coach. Finally, Lee Chang-hyun held the mic firmly, closed his eyes, and declared, besides that, we are changing our tactics. I brought in a new investor. A lot of things are... Before he could finish, the host took the mic, looking at him with a mocking smile. Got it. Sounds like there have been a lot of changes, huh? Thanks. Just then, he also spoke up, interrupting him. Oh, excuse me. There's still something I'd like to say. The host, looking awkward, glanced at him and gave a small of acknowledgement. Yes, please go ahead. He then took the mic again and added, I've been closely following the matches in the 3rd division. His eyes perfectly calm as he made his declaration, and not a single team really stood out. Hearing this, the entire studio fell silent. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-yun gritted his teeth in anger and demanded, What did you say? But he just calmly smiled at the man and added, So you should always be on guard. We're going to take you all down. Seeing this, the host also livened things up, trying to break the awkward silence. Oh, especially LTD. Then he added more fuel to the fire. It would be so embarrassing if a top-tier team were to lose to a low-tier team. At this taunt, Lee Hyung-yun gritted his teeth in fury, while on the other side, he put down the mic and glanced away, thinking to himself with satisfaction. That's more like it. Finally, looking at Lee Hyung-yun, who was seething with rage and staring daggers at him, he thought, I have to leave a deep impression. All the while, Lee Chang-hyun kept his eyes closed, smiling as if he hadn't seen a thing. Finally, he shrugged, as if confirming things in more ways than one. Later, at Lee Chang-hyun's house, he opened the door enthusiastically to the newly arrived group and greeted them. You're here? He said, then added, Long time no see, everyone. It was Kim Do-jun, Junhan Jeon, and Han Ji-soo standing at the door. He then urged them, come on in. Right after, they stepped inside. Kim Do-jun looked around, his eyes wide with surprise, and asked him, this is the team's house? It's just a normal house. Lee Chang-hyun was already walking ahead. Beside him, Junhan Hyun also looked around, confused and curious. Seeing his curiosity, he explained, this is how it is for a small team. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun and Han Ji-soo's faces were filled with disappointment. Kim Do-jun complained to him, seriously? Then he thought to himself, actually, I figured Do-jun would contact me. He then looked over at Han Ji-soo, who was silently observing their surroundings, and thought, but I didn't expect Ji-soo too. Suddenly, he turned to face them, and they looked back at him. Han Ji-soo looked at Lee Chang-hyun, frowning in confusion. He asked, what is it? He just calmly smiled back at him and replied, it's nothing. Then he confirmed in his thoughts, but I have no complaints. Right after, the group quickly toured the team house, looking around with curiosity as Lee Chang-hyun led the way. Just then, Junhan Geon stopped with an awkward smile, looking around and muttering, You said this was a rookie team, but it's much worse than I imagined. Meanwhile, Han Ji-soo, walking in front, crossed his arms, glanced back at him, and stated, "I signed because you're on this team. I hope you have some kind of plan prepared." Hearing this, Kim Do-jun glanced over at him while Jun Han-jeon was still dumbfounded, unable to get used to the environment. Han Ji-soo then added, "To be clear, the only reason I joined is because you said you'd help build up my profile so I could transfer to another team later." Seeing his impatience, he closed his eyes and replied, "Relax. If I didn't have a plan, why would I have called you all here? Sure, the team didn't win a single match last season, but that's not the problem." Then he added, addressing everyone there, "We've practically overhauled half the roster." Right after, he opened his eyes, frowned, and then smirked, saying to them with full confidence, "So feel free to set your expectations high." Hearing this, Jun Han-geon was speechless and glanced at Han Ji-soo, who glanced back at him helplessly. Only Kim Do-jun was scratching his face, his eyes wide in astonishment. He glanced at Han Ji-soo. Next, in the manager's office, a groan was heard. It was Choi Hang-gu. He was leaning on his hands at his desk, eyes closed, trying to compose himself. This is the manager of Team ESP. He then opened his eyes and calmly thought, "It's not that our players lack skill," then added, "but it's as if they've forgotten how to win." Finally, he asked himself, "How am I supposed to handle this?" Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification from the coach. "Mr. Choi, we've received a scrimmage request from Pair. Should we accept?" Seeing this, he frowned and picked up his phone with a scoff. "Oh?" The full message read, "Mr. Choi, we've received a scrimmage request from Pair. Should we accept? It's the off-season and our players need rest, so I suspect there will be complaints if we refuse." Hearing this, he repeated to himself, "A scrimmage with Pair?" Then, as if realizing something, he thought to himself, "Right, the only way to get back into a winning rhythm is to start winning." Once again, he thought of his own team members who had once stood at the pinnacle of glory and how they would crush Lee Chang-hyun's team. Soon after, he stood up, called the coach, and confirmed, "Yes, Coach Kim, it's me. About that scrimmage with Pair." Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "Yeah, go ahead and set up a match." Then he laughed excitedly and added, "I think this is going to be fun." In the ESP training facility, a player tying his shoelaces asked in confusion, "Why do we have to do a scrimmage?" Beside him, his teammate, a blue-haired guy wearing a hat, frowned while stretching and added, "Yeah, we don't usually participate in the off-season." He quickly looked up and announced, "Hey, did you hear what Manager P said? That guy just debuted and he's already talking trash about the whole league." Hearing that, the other person frowned and confirmed, "Yeah, he was talking a lot of smack about LTD, saying there's no way they could beat us." Then he added, "Let's give them a reality check." Shortly after, Lee Chang-hyun's team quickly put on their uniforms and headed out. From behind, Lee Gong-yu looked at his back and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Then he added worriedly, "You guys have only just met, and the new members need time to blend in." But Lee Chang-hyun just kept walking forward as he replied, "Still, we don't have enough players for a 7-versus-7 internal match anyway." Hearing that, Lee Gong-yu agreed, "That's true, but..." Then he turned his head and looked at him with confidence. He declared, "Look, coach, there's no hope for this team if we keep going like this." Hearing this, Lee Gong-yu looked at him a bit startled. "Huh?" he uttered a moment later. He remembered the image of his team lying dead all over the ground and thought, "We're just going to lose again." Then he remembered Lee Gi-hoon sitting helplessly in his chair at the end. He thought, "Our team will finish last again." Finally, he concluded, "The consecutive failures lead to a sense of helplessness, making them play more passively." Then he cut himself off. However, as Lee Gong-yu listened, his jaw dropping in amazement, Lee Chang-hyun continued, "When there's a chance to win," he then trailed off, thinking of Lee Gi-han still rigidly clutching his sword as he fought, and then remembered his past self, who had tried to slash his way through with crazed desperation. "People find hope," he declared. Lee Chang-hyun closed his eyes, frowning as he added, "And I'll show them. This may be my first time participating, but my presence alone can change the entire team." A moment later, he smirked and added, "I'll show them that they don't have to be losers anymore." Next, Lee Chang-hyun quickly turned and walked out onto the stage. Team ESP was already waiting for them. One of them stepped forward and asked him, "Oh, you must be the new chairman, or the manager?" Hearing this, he glanced over. It was Choi Hang-gu. The man extended his hands toward him with a smile and said, "I'm not sure what to call you, but whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then he introduced himself. I'm Choi Hangu, the manager of Team ESP. Hearing this, he extended his hand to shake the man's, acknowledging, "Ah, I see." Then he thought to himself, he talks as if he doesn't care, and his eyes are filled with ridicule. His face was calm, smiling as if he were about to watch a good show, as he concluded, "You could say he's looking down on us." Finally, he made a blunt assessment just as the announcement rang out. The match will begin shortly. On this side, Lee Yeonyu, Lee Gi-han, and their teammates were ready to fight, though filled with fear. Lee Chang-hyun quickly walked over to his team. He asked, "Is everyone ready?" They all looked toward him. He put his hands on his hips and sternly reminded them, "I'm the one giving the orders, so you will listen to me, and only me." The eyes of the team were filled with doubt, fear, and a lack of confidence as they looked at him. Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, although I doubt they'll be able to follow my orders well. Then, he narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips, and thought, it'll be the 5 original members along with me and 1 new member. Finally, as he walked, he added, I'll show them that we can win, even with this lineup. Then he called out, Jihan, and gave his order, you'll be the vanguard just like in the last match, but don't you ever rush in on your own unless I tell you to. He calmly leaned down to look at him. He narrowed his eyes and affirmed, if I don't say anything, you hold your ground, even if a mana bomb flies right at you. Seeing the finger pointed at him, Lee Jihan broke out in a nervous sweat and replied, got it. Next, he pointed at Lee Yeonyu and seriously commanded her, Yeonyu, you're with me. Try to stay with me at all times. Lee Jihan glanced over. She too was startled and confirmed, right. Suddenly, Kim Dojin raised his hand, his eyes wide, and questioned him, hey, Chang-hyun, what about me? Hearing this, he waved his hand back and forth, signaling, you'll stand in front of me. Hold off anyone who approaches. Seeing this, he pointed at his own face and asked doubtfully, you don't want me to engage the enemy? At that, Lee Chang-hyun smiled and confirmed, you'll see. Just then, the system voice announced the start of the match. The members of both teams were transported to a bridge. On either side were 2 empty pine forests, and below them was a gorge. Outside, Choi Hangu looked at the screen, narrowed his eyes, and noted, the Imperial Bridge. Then he added, because the match is held on this large bridge, there's little room for creativity. The screen still displayed the areas for the 2 teams, and Choi Hangu continued to observe them quietly. Then, he smiled and smugly thought to himself, it all depends on how well each team's formation holds up, and that's precisely why I chose this map. Beside him, the coach also looked at Lee Chang-hyun's team formation and commented, for a team that was just formed a few minutes ago, their formation looks pretty solid, don't you think? Beside him, Choi Hangu smirked, looking over mockingly, and added, that's probably just for show. Besides, they haven't had much time since their last match. They're probably only holding it together because they're still on their feet. A moment later, his face darkened as he glanced at the screen, muttering. Or perhaps that's when he noticed Lee Jin-han holding a shield, his brow furrowed in determination, and made his assessment. He looks pretty tough. Seeing this, the ESP coach put his hands in his pockets, looked towards Choi Hangu, and asked the manager, acting president, do you think he's the one who trained them? Hearing that, Choi Hangu calmly crossed his arms, speaking with contempt. We'll have to wait and see. Inside, a sound echoed. The captain's side was down to 2 members. Outside, the onlookers stared in stunned silence, their mouths wide open. Lee Chang-hyun, holding a wire in one hand and a gun in the other, rushed forward. Choi Hangu thought to himself, their ranged fighter is completely exposed. He then clenched his fist, staring at the screen with excitement. Clenching his fist, he screamed in his mind, it looks like he lost track of his own position while positioning the others. A thrilled smirk spread across his face. Inside, the ESP team quickly rushed in. The guy in the glasses, struggling, called out, take him out! Roger that, he thought. I can't miss this chance. He then swung the staff in his hand and decisively threw a spear towards Lee Chang-hyun, who noticed it and looked up, his hand still tightly gripping the glowing wire. Immediately after, Lee Chang-hyun quickly created a barrier and jumped up, dodging the incoming spear. The guy in the glasses was confused, wondering to himself, wait, what? On the other side, the 2 coaches and the manager from ESP were frozen in place, their faces dark and their eyes wide as they stared. In unison, they screamed in their minds, you've got to be kidding me. Inside, desperate screams rang out. Ah! It was Kim Dojun. He had just sent that spear-wielding guy and glasses flying. Choi Honggu then made an assessment in his mind. That was a calculated move to lure us in. Outside, his mouth hung open, his eyes wide in speechless shock. Inwardly, he screamed in disbelief, "Are you kidding me?" Inside, Kim Do-jun, Lee Chang-hyun, and the rest of Team P were still fighting furiously. Choi Honggu confirmed it again, a strategy that used the ranged fighter, the team's key player, as bait. Lee Chang-hyun quickly raised his gun, aiming as he backed away. On the other side, a shield-bearer charged forward, shouting, "Gun! Everyone get behind me!" An inner voice screamed, "Oh no!" Seeing this, Lee Chang-hyun smirked and finally confirmed it. "That kid's firing a monobomb." Right after, the shield cracked and shattered from the bomb's explosion. The ESP shield-bearer screamed, "Arr!" Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted in the middle of the bridge. The score quickly changed. 7 members left for Team P and 0 for Team ESP. Outside, both the coach and manager of Team ESP stood frozen, eyes wide and mouths agape, staring as Choi Honggu muttered in a panic, "No way." A moment later, the system screen displayed Team P wins, while the other two just stood there staring as the system announced, "Match over. Team P is victorious." Lee Jin-han, having witnessed his team's spectacular victory, was so surprised he could hardly believe his eyes. Gunsmoke billowed in the air after the intense battle. His hand still clutching his protective shield, Lee Jin-han couldn't believe his eyes. "Whoa!" He watched as Lee Chang-hyun walked out, basking in the glory of his magnificent victory. He was completely shocked. "How is that possible? I thought he was just a ranged player. He actually did it. It's like magic. This is magic." In the distance, 2 former members of Team P were celebrating this unbelievable victory. They said to each other, "You know, I'm so shocked. I can't even remember the last time we won, huh? I really thought we were done for. I was so scared I could barely stand." Meanwhile, Lee Chang-hyun, after that last play, was now standing with his arms crossed, happily sensing the joy and fighting spirit beginning to return to each of the former team members. Suddenly, Lee Jin-han walked up and asked him a question. "How did you do that?" Lee Chang-hyun turned his head to look at Lee Jin-han, then asked, confused, "Huh?" Lee Jin-han stepped closer to Lee Chang-hyun and asked again, seriously, "I'm talking about the match just now. What did you do to turn the tables like that?" Realizing what Lee Jin-han was asking about, Lee Chang-hyun crossed his arms and casually asked Lee Jin-han back, "What do you think is the most important thing in a team battle?" Lee Jin-han quickly answered, obviously not letting your formation get broken. Hearing Lee Jin-han's firm answer, Lee Chang-hyun asked again, "Then what do you do to break the opponent's formation?" Lee Jin-han pondered the question. The question left him unsure how to answer. Not waiting for him to think of a reply, Lee Chang-hyun answered for him, "You either make the opponent break it themselves, or you break it with your own power. That's all there is to it." Hearing such a simple answer from Lee Chang-hyun, Lee Jin-han froze. He thought to himself, now that he mentions it, that's really true. Why didn't I think of that? Lee Chang-hyun continued, "The option I chose was to make the opponent break it themselves. I baited them into switching from a defensive formation to an offensive one, and then I exploited that weakness." Lee Jin-han connected to that incredibly simple answer with their actions during the match, and it all clicked. "I get it now," he realized. Lee Chang-hyun stepped out of formation, revealing himself. He saw Lee Jin-han just standing there, stunned, after finishing all the answers. He didn't say another word for a long time. Lee Chang-hyun looked at him, smiled, and asked, "Why? Surprised the answer was so simple?" Jun Han-jian slowly walked over. He had overheard the conversation between Lee Chang-hyun and Lee Jin-han. He agreed with Lee Chang-hyun's way of thinking. The answer was so correct that anyone who heard it would agree. What surprised me the most was the coordination. Before I joined, had you all been training together? Lee Chang-hyun turned back and said, "Not really. That's why I chose a very basic formation." Hearing Lee Chang-hyun say that, Jun Han-jian realized. He rested his chin on his hand and said, "I see. So it was all part of your plan. Then we'll continue using that strategy, right? With Do-jun and Jisoo here, we'll have a lot more firepower. The 3rd-tier league should be a breeze, huh?" Lee Chang-hyun leaned against the wall, looking thoughtful. "I wish it were that simple, but..." Lee Chang-hyun thought about the large-scale competition. The other teams were all hunters full of experience, while their team was just a bunch of rookies. Even if it's the third-tier league, it's not going to be that easy. Lee Chang-hyun seriously analyzed the current situation for the team. Unfortunately, no. The ESP team might have a lot of wins under their belt, but at the end of the day, they're still just one team. We rank 9th. Against lower-ranked teams, we can win that way. But against higher-ranked teams, we can't. And if we use the same strategy over and over, its effectiveness will naturally decrease. Hearing Lee Chang-hyun clearly state the disadvantages the team was facing, Han Jisoo couldn't control his emotions and yelled, "Then what are you going to do? I came here because I trusted you. You'd better think of something." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "Right. Unlike the others, Han Jisoo only joined because I promised him I'd raise the team's standing so he could leave later, so he could get better offers and have a more promising career." As if he had prepared another plan all along, Lee Chang-hyun quickly explained, "That's why we need to prepare another strategy." The hot-tempered Han Jisoo cut him off. "Another strategy? No one on this team has any good skills." "What other strategy could we possibly use?" Lee Chang-hyun gave a triumphant smile. "Skills aren't the only tools we can use." As soon as Lee Chang-hyun finished speaking, everyone around him was confused. They just stood there, staring at each other blankly. Lee Chang-hyun then took out a mana bomber. Han Jisoo, not understanding what he meant, asked, "A mana bomber?" Lee Chang-hyun tossed the mana bomber to Han Jisoo. Then he said in a voice full of confidence, "Instead, we're going to use this. Mark my words, our team will become mana bomber specialists." At the office, Lee Chang-hyun and Jun Han-jong were discussing the upcoming training. When Jun Han-jong heard the training plan designed specifically for him, he was so surprised he couldn't believe it. He asked in alarm, "What? You want me to practice controlling multiple swords at once?" Lee Chang-hyun, who was focused on the plan, looked up when he heard Jun Han-jong and asked, "What's wrong? You don't like my training plan?" Jun Han-jong stammered, "No, it's not that, but if I control multiple swords at once, I won't be able to control them precisely." Lee Chang-hyun thought to himself, "He's right. To effectively pressure an enemy using sword control, controlling multiple swords at once isn't a good idea, because it'll divide his focus. However, I know that in his past life, Han-jong could control at least 7 swords at once and could maneuver up to 3 of them. With his high level of swordsmanship, if I want him to improve quickly, I can't let him stay like this." Lee Chang-hyun pretended to be serious and got ready to leave. "I'm not just saying this for no reason, but if you don't want to, then don't." Seeing that Lee Chang-hyun didn't want to say any more, Jun Han-jong broke into a sweat, wondering anxiously what to say. Lee Chang-hyun noticed the clear confusion on Jun Han-jong's face and was secretly pleased. "It seems Jun Han-jong wants to join because he respects me, just as I thought." Asterisk. Jun Han-jong looked as if he had made a difficult decision. He clenched both fists and said, "Okay, I knew I'd have to do it sooner or later. How many swords do you want?" Lee Chang-hyun happily held up 7 fingers and smiled at Jun Han-jong. 7. Seeing the number Lee Chang-hyun requested, Jun Han-jong's face turned pale. He asked again, It's true that cruel people live carefree lives." Lee Chang-hyun even added a heart-stabbing remark, 7 should be enough. That evening, outside the city, Lee Chang-hyun and Han Jisoo were enjoying the breeze in a park, chatting comfortably. Han Jisoo suddenly raised his voice and asked, "What? You want me to practice accurately dropping objects from a long distance?" Lee Chang-hyun leaned comfortably against the railing and said casually, "Yeah, the more accurate, the better." Han Jisoo frowned. He wasn't very happy with Lee Chang-hyun's plan. "I don't get it. Using my skills in such a weak way won't have any effect when attacking enemies. Come on, at least tell me what you're thinking so I can decide whether I want to do it or not." Lee Chang-hyun thought for a moment. Okay, I think I can tell Jisoo." Lee Chang-hyun then began to explain the upcoming plan to Jisoo. "I'm going to have you drop the bomb with that skill of yours." Hearing this, Jisoo was a bit stunned for a moment. "A bomb? What bomb?" Lee Chang-hyun flashed a confident smile, certain that victory was in his grasp. "A mana bomb. Here's my plan. First, I'll attach a mana bomb to Jun Han-gyeon's sword. Then, using your gravity skill, you will drop the bomb that's attached to the sword while it's in flight. The two of you will become the artillery of the battlefield, so to speak." Han Jisoo was completely amazed when he heard the plan that Lee Chang-hyun had devised. Is this the new tactic you were talking about? Lee Chang-hyun was completely confident in the plan he had proposed. He believed that it would undoubtedly be a game-changing bombshell that would help him defeat the other professional teams. That's right. It's what we'll be using from now on. I call it the bombing tactic. After Lee Chang-hyun had nearly finalized his plan, he thought to himself, the bombing tactic. First, Han-hyun will control multiple swords, each carrying fragments from a mana bomb. Then, with Jisoo's gravity control, we will drop those bombs precisely on the enemy. However, there's still one key piece we need to perfect the strategy for when we don't know the enemy's location. We won't be able to deal significant damage from a distance, and that's her role. Lee Ionju. In the Butter team's office, Lee Ionju sat there anxiously. She didn't know why she had been summoned today, and her face clearly showed her panic. Her skill is positional awareness, precisely identifying an opponent's location at close range. Lee Chang-hyun got straight to the point. He asked, I need you to use your ability to provide detailed information on the enemy's position. Can you do it? Lee Ionju was nervous, her hands trembling slightly. She quickly clasped them together to calm her nerves. I don't think so. That would be too difficult. Lee Chang-hyun then placed his hand over Lee Ionju's trembling ones, and he reassured her warmly, You are the key to this tactic's success. Lee Chang-hyun looked at her with a sincere gaze. The sense of reassurance he projected made Lee Ionju feel a bit more at ease. Lee Chang-hyun looked directly into Lee Ionju's eyes and said, Without you, we can't do anything with these bombs. Can I count on you? Lee Ionju looked into Lee Chang-hyun's eyes, seeing how much he trusted her. It made it impossible for her to refuse. Okay. Lee Ionju quickly and shyly turned away, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Lee Chang-hyun noticed her strange behavior. He thought to himself, why is she suddenly blushing? I don't get it. The next day, the entire team went for the new season's photo shoot. The director shouted, All right, next up is Team Butter. Please get ready. Lee Chang-hyun sat in a chair watching his teammates go up for their photos and thought to himself, a season-opening photo shoot, huh? I was loud and had a bad attitude at the press conference, so I should probably keep quiet this time. Just as Lee Chang-hyun was planning to be a bit more humble, a voice full of contempt suddenly spoke. Team Butter, you say? Ha ha, you see, a manager needs age, knowledge, and experience. But their manager? He's just some kid born with a silver spoon in his mouth. That whole team looks like a house of cards. The female reporter heard the blatant mockery. It made her a bit flustered. She forced a smile to smooth things over. Ha ha ha. I see. I suppose that's one way to look at it, but I'm sure Team Butter also has plenty to say. They didn't win a single match last season, so perhaps they're trying a different approach this time. Lee Chang-hyun saw the other team's coach trying to put his team down. His competitive spirit was instantly ignited. So much for trying to be humble. Lee Chang-hyun quickly stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. I admit that I'm young, but old man, if we beat you, the only thing you'll have left is your age. And that's nothing to brag about, is it? The other coach, who had been so arrogant moments before, instantly flew into a rage at Lee Chang-hyun's words. He whipped around and glared furiously at Lee Chang-hyun. How dare you! The female reporter, sensing the gunpowder in the air, quickly tried to mediate between the two of them. Ah ha ha! A bold provocation from Butter. As bold as the complete overhaul of their team. The fierce competition between the teams is certainly something to look forward to. The reporter was secretly breaking out in a cold sweat, trying to placate both sides while quickly changing the subject. The coach, who had just lost face, suppressed his anger and turned away. Lee Chang-hyun also thought to himself, of course they'd speak well of a team that finished in 8th place. Just a little bit ahead of us. I'll show him what we can do in the first match. After making this silent resolution, Lee Chang-hyun quickly departed. Back in the waiting room, Lee Chang-hyun was holding a mana grappling hook, looking at it meaningfully. Seeing this, Jun Han-jeon asked worriedly, Are you sure? Lee Chang-hyun held up the grappling hook, examining it closely. A strategy isn't something you save. Even if we reveal it early, it won't be easy to counter. Jun Han-jeon was actually quite worried, but his intuition told him to trust Lee Chang-hyun. He said, You're right, but he still wanted to voice the thoughts in his head. He probably thinks we can easily beat an 8th-place team just by fighting normally. But he kept these thoughts to himself. He then crossed his arms and sighed. Lee Chang-hyun sat fiddling with the gun in his hand, a confident look on his face as he thought, if that were the plan, I would have to do all the heavy lifting. But that's not what this team needs right now. Lee Chang-hyun stood up, put the gun away, and looked at Jun Han-gyeon with conviction. You are the key to this tactic. Don't forget that. Jun Han-gyeon silently nodded. I'll do my best. Confident of victory, Lee Chang-hyun cheerfully shouted, All right, let's go! The opening match began. Lee Chang-hyun and his teammates stepped confidently onto the stage. He quickly rallied his teammates. Let's show them what we've got. Chia! In the Hunter tournament, the lower-ranked team gets to choose the arena. Since we're ranked lower, our choice is, we choose the simplest option, the city arena. Upon entering the arena, Lee Chang-hyun quickly contacted his teammates. Ionju, Jisoo, Han-gyeon. Once you three are in position, we'll execute the plan. The rest of you, find your groups and try to eliminate the enemy if you can. If not, just focus on surviving. Stay in contact via radio. Lee Chang-hyun received replies from his teammates. Roger. Understood. Lee Eonju had now reached her ambush point. Hiding behind a wall, she quickly reported, 23rd floor of the 7-star electronics building. On the eastern edge of the map, I'll wait in the leftmost office. Lee Eonju quickly activated her enemy sensing skill. Position awareness. Enemy positions are 244-165, 266, 152, 125, 25, 24, 161, 66, 5, 165, 53. After activating her skill, the entire surrounding area appeared before her like a map, with red circles marking the hidden enemy positions. Lee Eonju quickly relayed the coordinates to her team members. Be careful of those coordinates. Lee Chang-hyun received the coordinates from Lee Eonju. He immediately started running to execute their plan. Her ability really shines in these large arenas like this one. Just then, Lee Eonju reported again, I've identified the enemy's destination point, 145255. While on the move, Lee Chang-hyun checked his map and quickly located the enemy's position. He confirmed it with a red circle. Just then, Jun Han-gyeon and Jisoo also reported in. I'm here. Me too. Seeing that everyone was in position, Lee Chang-hyun sprinted towards the marked point. All right, begin the operation. We'll start by bombing the arena and collapsing the building. I'll pick off anyone who runs out. If they try to avoid my shots, our formation will attack them head-on. After Lee Chang-hyun got into a favorable sniping position, he asked excitedly, Ready? The response came back. Of course. Give the order and we'll let them fly. Lee Chang-hyun gripped his rifle tightly. Good. Let's begin. Jun Han-gyeon immediately controlled 3 swords, each fitted with mana bombs, sending them flying straight towards the enemy's position. The 3 swords shot forward with incredible speed. At the same time, Lee Chang-hyun, sniper rifle in hand, watched closely. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. The enemy team was currently gathered inside a building. They were preparing for an ambush. The team captain peeked outside to survey the situation. He thought to himself, he told us to be careful with our opponents in this match. Looks like their coach underestimated Lee Chang-hyun. He said that kid might just be some mediocre silver spoon brat, but not to let that make us careless. He also looked down on these rookies. I don't know if we even need this much strategy for a rookie like him. Still, we have to try. The moment our opponents show themselves, I'll use at my skill before they know what's happening. This guy's skill was devastating steps, which released a powerful shockwave as he moved. It makes the ground shake. He peered outside, waiting anxiously. Come on, show yourselves. I'll get all of you. Suddenly, several mana bombs flew in, making the roof of the building shake violently. The enemy team, still not understanding what was happening, looked at each other in confusion. The ceiling was shaking. Seeing this, the captain quickly ordered, Deploy shields above. This explosion caused the entire ceiling to crack, and chunks of concrete began to fall. Dust filled the air, and the explosions didn't stop. The entire enemy team had activated shields above their heads, but they were still struggling to stay on their feet against this wave of mana explosions. The captain thought to himself, last time he destroyed a building. I figured he'd try a similar trick. He probably used eager rounds to do it. He must have burned through most of his mana for that. This thought made this captain step outside confidently to observe the situation, only to see 3 swords rushing towards them at high speed. A team member screamed, Incoming attack! It looks like Han-gyeon's sword control. They're attacking us from a distance. The nerve of these brats, the captain shouted angrily. Fight back! Pin down those swords! But as the swords got closer, the captain finally got a good look. Attached to the swords were countless mana bombs. As the swords neared, the bombs immediately began to drop like they were dropping a nuke. The captain, terrified, let out a piercing scream. Ah! The mana bombs detonated instantly. The force of the explosion was unimaginable, sending the captain flying. Ah! The entire ceiling had now almost completely collapsed. Debris rained down all around, and thick smoke and dust filled the air. The captain was pinned down by the collapsed ceiling, unable to get up. He roared in fury. The swords exploded? Arg! At that moment, Lee Chang-hyun was watching the situation intently through his scope. He spotted an enemy team member escaping the explosion. He quickly sent a bullet his way, finishing him off instantly. Bang! And just like that, the guy was taken out. After taking down the last one, Lee Chang-hyun smirked and thought to himself, looks like I didn't even need to step in. They can't hold on to their swords at close range. So they wanted to use long-range attacks. But that wasn't going to be easy with Han-hyun controlling their swords. He calmly walked down, thinking to himself, it's over. On the screen now, the match information between P and TGD was displayed. With a score of 7-0, Team P had won. At that moment, in the observation room, the manager of Team LTD was quite stunned by Team PA's performance. An absolute victory. He never expected to see a strategy like that. In a third-league match, no less. He was LTD's #1 manager, Lee Jin-han. Lee Jin-han seemed quite interested in Lee Chang-hyun and asked his assistant, isn't that the kid who caused trouble in the third league? His assistant raised a hand to scratch his head, thinking, it seems he's not just all talk. He's formidable. Lee Jin-han turned back and asked, isn't he on our recruitment list? His assistant quickly replied, of course he is, but it seems he already has a relationship with Team P. We made him the best offer in the industry, but he didn't even consider it. Lee Jin-han thought for a moment, then said, no use worrying about it now. Tell our second-tier recruitment team to approach him. The assistant quickly went to carry it out. Back in the arena, fireworks were now shooting high into the sky, spelling out, per win. Lee Gina looked up at the sky, unable to believe her eyes. We did it! We won! Lee Eonju also joyfully raised her head high to look at the victory message. It left her frozen on the spot as she was lost in the thrill of victory. Then, Lee Chang-hyun came up from behind her. He reminded her, it's only the first victory. Don't get too excited. Let's put the celebration on hold for now. We need to do an interview. Lee Eonju was pulled back to reality, reacting a bit slowly. Lee Chang-hyun added, I'm guessing the MVP will be Han Gyeon. And just as Lee Chang-hyun predicted, the MC was interviewing Han Gyeon. Welcome to our viewers nationwide. We're here to interview the MVP of the winning team. Mr. Jun Han Gyeon, it's a pleasure to meet you. Han Gyeon humbly said, thank you for having me. The MC quickly began the interview. First, it's unfortunate that Pair ended last season with only one win. Can you share how your team prepared for today's match to bring about this change? Han Gyeon answered honestly, I just did what Chang-hyun told me to do. The MC, quite surprised, quickly asked, excuse me, do you mean Mr. Lee Chang-hyun? Han Gyeon said seriously. Yes, I just followed his instructions. The MC now understood. Ha, I see. The MC continued, your team's strategy created a huge buzz online. Many people are comparing it to artillery strikes and guided missiles. Hearing about the strategy, Han Gyeon was quite proud and recounted, yes, that's exactly how Chang-hyun described it when he explained the strategy. His strategy was perfect from the beginning to the end of the match. I really respect him. Let me tell you how accurately he predicted everything. Hearing this interview left Lee Chang-hyun speechless. He really didn't know what to say about this Han Gyeon guy. Why is he only talking about me during his own interview? On the interview screen, Han Gyeon was still mentioning his name. So then Chang-hyun. Kim Do-jun walked over and said to Chang-hyun, man, he's talking like you're a cult leader or something. Suddenly, Lee Gi-hun, sitting from afar, said, that's right, it suits you well, Mr. Chang-hyun. Hearing Gi-hun call him that made Chang-hyun think to himself, Mr. Chang-hyun, what's with this guy now? He reminded him, please just call me by my name, okay? Like you always do. I mean, you're older than me, so I don't know why you're calling me that. Lee Jin-han blushed, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. Ha. Lee Eonju observed everyone around her and thought to herself, I think they're just overjoyed because we finally broke our losing streak. But this team is only going to get stronger. The third league championship will be ours. Dojun was in a room, happily eating instant noodles, when he looked toward the door as it opened. Huh? Dojun turned his head to look. The person who entered was none other than Chang Hyun. Dojun put down his noodle cup, his mouth still full, and asked, "Where are you going? It's our day off." Chang Hyun replied curtly, "Going to meet someone." He didn't forget to remind Dojun, "Just because it's the weekend, don't laze around all day. We're still in the middle of the season." With that, Chang Hyun turned and walked straight off, waving goodbye without looking back. "See you later." Dojun didn't pay much attention and replied casually, Yeah, later," then picked his noodle cup back up. He lifted the whole thing to his mouth and slurped up everything that was left in the cup. When he put the noodle cup down on the table, there was nothing left inside, not even the broth. Then he turned and picked up the TV remote next to him. "Now time to catch up on my shows." At the Hunter League Stadium, people were coming and going, making it incredibly crowded. A hand gently raised as if signaling, "Over here." Min Seok stood there, waving. Chang Hyun quickly noticed him and greeted him politely. "Ah, hello." "You're right on time." Min Seok raised his other hand, waving 2 tickets back and forth. He smiled and said to him, as Chang Hyun approached, he asked, "Are they letting people in yet?" He replied, "They are, let's go in." The scene changes to inside the Hunter League Stadium. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively and just as crowded. Beams of green light and large screens illuminated the entire stage. In the center, surrounded by the stands that were already packed with people, Chang Hyun quietly sat down in his seat next to Min Seok after they had both settled in. He turned to ask Jang Hyun, "Have you been in a lot of matches before?" Then he added, "Because you seem pretty familiar with this place." Jang Hyun thought to himself, "Well, of course I am. The truth is, I lived here in my past life, but my words came out a bit more modest. I may be in the 3rd league, but I'm still a professional player." "Right," he replied to me. "Anyway, I'm glad you came. It's the weekend, but I was worried you might have other plans since you're in the middle of your season." Jang Hyun replied, "Thanks for inviting me." The large screen changed, displaying 2 national flags representing the 2 teams competing this time. He spoke up. "A match between Korea and Japan. We always get crushed by Japan." Jang Hyun nonchalantly asked Min Seok beside him, "Is it really worth coming all this way to watch?" He seemed a bit helpless against his bluntness. "Whoa, that's harsh. It's our country after all. Ha." The big screen gradually showed the faces of the competing members. Below, Jang Hyun and Min Seok were still discussing. "It's not that Japan necessarily has the advantage right now, but the Korean national team has some of the best talent from the 1st league." Jang Hyun crossed his arms, his face pensive. "I'm not exactly happy about that either. But this is Korea's reality right now," he continued. "The Korean players don't lack ability or essential stats. The reason I wanted you to watch this match," he explained his purpose to Jang Hyun, "is because I know that one day you will be standing on this stage. And when that day comes, I want you to get revenge for us." His face showed a hint of surprise. The man next to him continued, "And not just that." Min Seok pointed towards the stage. "Not just that. I have a friend on the Japanese team. Let's go meet him after this match, okay?" Jang Hyun closed his eyes in thought. "I see. Looks like he has high expectations for me." The look on Min Seok's face beside him was full of trust. Jang Hyun looked seriously towards the stage below. He silently resolved to pay closer attention to where we currently stand and the results. A while later, the stage roared again, signaling the end of the battle. "It's over, let's go." Min Seok smiled and turned to look at Jang Hyun. On the large screen, a prominent line of text appeared. Hunter Tournament, Asian Games. The score for Korea and Japan was 2-7. It was very clear victory belonged to Japan. "We lost." Jang Hyun spoke up. After hearing him, he just grunted, then stood up from his seat. "Let's go meet my Japanese friend." He glanced over, thinking to himself, "He's pretending it doesn't faze him, but I'm sure he's furious." Min Seok stood straight beside him. He stared pensively at the stage below. His hands were clenched into fists, his whole body trembling slightly with anger. Jang Hyun replied, "Yeah, let's go." The scene changes to another place that looks like a rest corridor. It was for the competing players. Min Seok stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He stood right beside him, saying nothing. Min Seok glanced in another direction and let out an, "Oh!" He raised his hand high and called out, "Over here!" A man with long purple hair stood facing them. He raised his hand in greeting. The Hunter Tournament's Japanese national hunter, Takumi Minamino. Minseok and Takumi rushed to embrace each other like friends who hadn't met in a long time. He asked, "How have you been?" Takumi simply replied, "Still good." Jang Hyun stood beside them, his expression unchanging, watching them. Takumi seemed a bit puzzled. "Shouldn't you be meeting your own country's players first?" Hearing this, Min Seok just shook his head helplessly, completely fed up. "Oh, ma'am, forget it. My generation is a lost cause. I'm pinning my hopes on the next generation." At this moment, he turned his head towards Jang Hyun to introduce them. "Ah, this is Takumi. He's a hunter for the Japanese national team, a ranged warrior, the most impressive and aggressive in Japan at the moment." Then he pointed towards him. Jang Hyun's face filled with confidence. "This is Jang Hyun. He just debuted in Korea's 3rd league. He's a rising talent that I have very high hopes for." Jang Hyun and Takumi shook hands. Takumi was the first to speak. "Heh, so you're the kid Min Seok never shuts up about," Jang Hyun politely replied. "A pleasure to meet you, Takumi." After the handshake, he looked Jang Hyun over, sizing him up. He raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Right after that, Takumi turned to look at Min Seok. Pointing at Jang Hyun excitedly, he said, "Hey, Min Seok, let me test this kid out a bit, okay?" Min Seok was a bit surprised. "Huh?" He chuckled. "Well, you should be asking him, not me. Jang Hyun, you okay with that?" Receiving the invitation, Jang Hyun thought seriously, resting his chin on his hand. Takumi Minamino. That name is completely unfamiliar, which means, in my time, he was no longer on the national team. His stats must be incredibly high, he thought. Jang Hyun immediately used super insight on Takumi. Instantly, information about Takumi's skills appeared before his eyes. Skill: rapid fire. A. Significantly reduces the delay between projectiles. Allows nearly 2 projectiles to be fired simultaneously with each shot. Weak point focus. Do. Hitting the same spot twice will guarantee the destruction of the target area. Acceleration A. Increases agility, granting the ability to accelerate up to 3 times faster. Physical attributes. Strength: 8.3, reflexes 9.30, agility 9.6, stamina 97.6, recovery 6.6, mana 8.3. After reading it all, Jang Hyun let out a sly smile. "The most impressive and aggressive ranged warrior in Japan, huh? I can't believe I've stumbled upon an opportunity like this." Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly accepted Takumi's invitation. "Try me? Sure, go ahead. You've got some guts." A look of amusement was clear on his face. Takumi was starting to appreciate the guy in front of him. "That's not all I've got," Jang Hyun replied, his eyes holding a resolve that matched Takumi's. Sparks seemed to fly between the two as they faced off intensely. It made Min Seok, who had been standing there watching the whole thing, clutch his head in exasperation. 4 panels transition on the TV screen, showing the results of the recent match. Between the Korean and Japanese national teams at the Asian Games Hunter Tournament, the score was 2-7. A middle-aged man sitting in a room made a comment. Next to him stood another person. "We thought we had closed the gap, but it turns out we haven't." "But isn't this a huge improvement? We managed at least 3 eliminations. We were so close." A young man sitting opposite him spoke up, trying to ease the tense atmosphere following the match's outcome. "So close?" the middle-aged man repeated doubtfully, his voice laced with anger. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to overcome that so close?" He growled, shouting, "We gave you our best, Kang Jun-hyuk, and all he got was humiliated. If this keeps up, and none of our players will be sent to the national team ever again. Remember that!" With that, he stood up from his chair and stormed out, leaving behind only a scoff. The young man humbly stammered, Goodbye." Only 2 people remained in the room, neither knowing what to say next. The young man was the first to speak, his face full of worry. "So, Director Lee, I heard you were scouting Division 2 and 3. Did you find any promising talent in LTD's lower division teams?" Jinhan slowly sat down, relaxed. "Promising talent, you ask?" An image of Junhan Jian appeared in his mind, standing tall with a golden aura radiating around him. He was controlling swords that were levitating in the air. He thought to himself, "Yes, but they're not LTD players." The image of Han Young in his memory was of him practicing his control ability. one hand held out in front of him, enveloped by a purple aura. Junhan Jian, huh? If we could get him and pair him up with that kid with gravity control, we could use them as occasional wildcards, even in Division 1. Or even the next generation hunter champion, Lee Chang-hyun. On a tall building with the sign, Out Hospital, a shadowy figure stood. The person easily manipulated a stone on the ground, then looked at the victorious score of the national team. Jinhan pondered more seriously. Perhaps what this country needs right now is someone like Lee Chang-hyun. After thinking this, he sighed. What am I thinking? They're just kids from Division 3. I'm expecting way too much. Jinhan's face was full of helplessness. Chang-hyun, Takumi, and Min Seok stood together in the prep room. Takumi was warming up, getting ready for the fight. Min Seok stood behind him, arms crossed, sighing as he watched him. He thought to himself, oh man, there Takumi goes again. He remembered a time when the two of them were a team, having fun in the stands. He's exactly the same as when we were on the international team together. The thought lingered in Min Seok's mind. He gets a little too worked up. Even though it's called a test, he really just enjoys fighting. Meanwhile, Takumi was getting excited before the match, a smile spreading across his face. Min Seok stepped forward, patted Takumi on the shoulder, and reminded him, go easy on him, okay? Takumi waved his hand dismissively and replied, Yeah, I know. He's a Division 3 player from the Korean League. He turned to Min Seok, smiled, and answered, I won't do anything over the top, don't worry. The two of them stood there, talking and laughing, and this caught Chang-hyun's eye. Seeing them, he smirked, a meaningful smile on his face. Takumi noticed and immediately shot back sarcastically, What's so funny? Min Seok could only give a strained laugh at their attitudes, thinking, Ha ha, both of these guys are a handful. A short while later at the arena, a wide open area with winding curves. Above, there were also many walls and wormholes. From an entrance portal, Takumi gradually emerged, weapon in hand. He stepped out carrying 2 bows. Takumi looked ahead, thinking to himself, an empty plaza. Takumi looked around the arena, puzzled. Why would he choose this arena? He thought about the arena's mechanics. This is a unique arena with a wormhole mechanic. Because it has so many unpredictable factors, it's rarely seen in the Hunter League. A second later, he stepped forward. Takumi still didn't get it. Is he trying to take me out by choosing an uncommon map? A moment later, from another portal, Chang-hyun's figure gradually appeared. He stepped out, his expression serious as he analyzed his opponent. It's rare for 2 ranged fighters to face each other in a match, one-on-one. He recalled the reason. Ranged fighters usually stay in the back, focusing on the enemy's front line. Chang-hyun picked up his gun, aiming his weapon as he thought to himself, But even so, he smiled, his face full of confidence. I've never lost to another ranged fighter. A second later, Chang-hyun activated his Hawkeye skill. His eyes quickly turned red. Instantly, he located Takumi. Chang-hyun thought confidently, I remember every single wormhole on this map, where they are and where they lead, which means as long as I know where my opponent is. He raised his gun high, quickly brought the scope to his eye, and pulled the trigger. I can shoot them from anywhere. A bullet flew out, whizzing into one of the wormholes. A second later, it flew out of that wormhole. Then it quickly entered another wormhole, then flew into yet another. In an instant, the bullet had rapidly passed through the wormhole right behind where Takumi was standing. At that moment, he sensed something and turned around. Takumi was completely stunned when he saw the bullet. He immediately used his acceleration skill to dodge it. Takumi fell back, dropping to one knee. He grit his teeth in frustration and anger. Damn it! The bullet shot straight into the wall, punching a hole in it. Takumi glanced at it, thinking to himself, He shot at me through the wormhole. That last bullet left a small wound on his left arm. Takumin thought, if I had been even a split second slower? Chang-hyun looked through the wormhole, his expression grim. Seeing the bullet miss Takumin, Chang-hyun felt a pang of regret. It seems the wormhole's vibration slightly altered the bullet's trajectory. Takumin immediately took cover behind a wall. He looked at the wormhole, pondering. I have no idea how he pinpointed my location, but he definitely knew my exact position when he fired that bullet. He scoffed and thought to himself with confidence, Trying to shoot me through a wormhole, are you? For a kid from League 3, that's pretty impressive. Instantly, he raised his weapon, ready to fire. Interesting, Takumi thought, amused. Then Takumi activated his skill. Rapid fire. He focused on a weak point, then raised his bow, aimed at a wall, and fired. The cable behind it snapped. He smiled slyly, thinking, however, once all the walls are down and it's just the two of us, it's game over. He then proceeded to shatter the remaining walls, filling the entire arena with thick smoke. Trang Hyun moved quickly towards the nearby walls when he suddenly noticed the one right in front of him. Trang Hyun immediately used supersight to observe. He's destroying the walls from a spot my wormhole can't reach, he thought. Trang Hyun took a combat stance and began to calculate seriously. The gap in our stats is massive. He's probably destroying the walls to crush me in a head-on confrontation. A confident smile spread across his face. How cute. Meanwhile, in the observation deck, Min-seok was watching the entire battle on the screen. He couldn't hide his surprise. Min-seok stood in front of the monitor, arms crossed, thinking to himself, I can't believe Trang Hyun made the first move. Recalling that initial attack, he wondered, using a wormhole to shoot your opponent, huh? As Min-seok was watching, someone else pushed the door open and walked in. The man then raised a hand to greet him. Min-seok, long time no see. It was Jin Gyung-tae, a national hunter of Korea. Hearing his voice, Min-seok turned with a smile and replied, Oh, Gyung-tae, yeah, a real shame about the match today. Gyung-tae rubbed his head and replied, yeah, second place, we almost had it. He then looked up at the screen and asked curiously, is that Takumi from our match today? Min-seok, staring intently at the screen, just grunted in response. Gyung-tae pointed at the screen and asked, who's he fighting against? With a serious expression, Min-seok replied, a rising star I've been keeping an eye on. He's doing better than I expected. Gyung-tae turned, looking puzzled, and asked again, a rising star? As Trang Hyun's face appeared on the screen, he added, you mean that kid? Why have I never heard his name before? Min-seok replied bluntly, you wouldn't have. He's a pro hunter who just debuted this season, in League 3. Hearing that, Gyung-tae was shocked, exclaiming, what? League 3? Then he started to comment, well, it looks pretty intense anyway. A one-on-one duel with Takumi? The outcome is already crystal clear. After that, he stopped paying attention to the match and turned to chide Min-seok. Anyway, let's drop that for a second. Why didn't you come by and see us? A lot of people really wanted to see you. Gyung-tae kept talking while Min-seok remained focused on the match. He gestured and continued, if you had come by before the match, it would have been a huge morale booster for the team. Hearing this, Min-seok remained silent, his eyes still glued to the screen. Annoyed by his attitude, Gyung-tae frowned and stepped forward, blocking his view. Min-seok. Min-seok looked at him and replied in a stern voice, get out of the way. Growing angrier, Min-seok gritted his teeth and said, this match is more important than whatever you have to say. Seeing this, Gyung-tae looked completely astonished. Come on, are you serious? He then turned back to the screen and said, it's pretty much over anyway. Before he could even finish his sentence, the scene on the screen made him gasp. Huh? With a clang, Takumi's weapon lay discarded on the ground. He himself was face down, defeated. Trang Hyun stood over him, a confident, victorious smile on his face. Meanwhile, back in the room, the two of them stared at the monitor as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. Back in the fight, walls on all sides had been shattered, their tops completely destroyed. And the one who fired the shots was Takumi. He watched the falling debris, thinking seriously, all the walls have collapsed. Takumi raised his weapon, considering his next move. But he still hasn't moved an inch. Takumi raised his bow, then leaned back, bringing up his two weapons and aiming them straight at the wall, confidently thinking, this is as far as he goes. The arrows on his weapon began to glow brightly. Instantly, they shot off, flying in two different directions. The two arrows flew on separate paths, but both converged on Trang Hyun. He looked up, saw them coming, and just smiled before effortlessly dodging both. Seeing this, Takumi was shocked. He dodged them? Must have been a lucky break, he thought, quickly ducking behind a nearby boulder. So the ambush failed. But time is still on my side. He stared intently at the wormhole, formulating a new plan. I'll destroy that nearby wormhole and then begin my next attack. But before he could finish his thought, Trang Hyun had already opened fire. The bullets flew directly into one wormhole and exited from another. They kept coming, flying from all directions across the sky. Takumi looked up in shock, thinking, a barrage? Suddenly the bullets changed direction. Takumi realized their trajectories were being altered by the wormholes, but by then the bullets were right in front of him. Takumi's face went pale. I can't, he thought. A second later, as another cluster of bullets converged on him, he jumped up and managed to avoid them. He quickly activated his shield. The force of the bullets created numerous cracks across its surface. A moment later, the shield shattered completely. My shield, he thought in astonishment. Before he could even compose himself, 3 bullets were already flying toward Takumi. They were behind him. Takumi glanced back, surprised, thinking, He quickly turned around, thinking, an attack meant only to delay me. The bullet drew closer, making it impossible for Takumi to dodge. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it! The 3 bullets pierced his body. A loud impact echoed. Trang Hyun walked step by step toward Takumi as he remembered his past self. In my previous life, I was asked this question a lot. A reporter held a mic close and asked, Mr. Trang Hyun, in your opinion, what is the key to becoming a great player? He answered calmly, experience. Trang Hyun arrived in front of Takumi, who had collapsed on the ground. In the past, he had smiled at the reporter's question before quickly answering, to be specific, the experience of winning. He held his gun, standing proudly before the fallen Takumi with a confident smirk. Beside them, the notification screen appeared. Trang Hyun Lee, win. A moment later, Min Seok opened the door, looking a bit rushed, and hurriedly asked, Hey, what happened? Inside the room, Takumi sat on a chair, casually rewatching the match on the screen. He watched the scene of Trang Hyun taking aim intently, then smiled with a hint of excitement and replied, You've unleashed a monster, that's what happened. Hearing this, Min Seok's eyes widened in shock as he thought, so that means he really beat Takumi with skill, not luck. Takumi turned back and said to Min Seok with a smile, I don't know when he'll step onto the international stage, but when he does, his fan base will probably be on par with the gods. Min Seok couldn't help but be amazed by what Takumi had just said. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sound of rushing water came from a running sink. Trang Hyun had just finished his shower. He was tired from the long day, his hair dripping with water. He walked out of the bathroom and thought to himself, yesterday's match was really interesting. Trang Hyun recalled the scene of Takumi destroying the walls. A long-range fighter with enough firepower to destroy walls. Trang Hyun picked up a towel and used it to dry his hair. He smiled, but I never once doubted my victory. He recalled his past life. After all, back when things got tough, I was the one who played more one-on-one ranked matches than anyone else. Even after his loss, Takumi still cheerfully extended a hand to his opponent, looking satisfied despite his defeat. Suddenly, a voice called out. His friend asked, Hey, Trang Hyun. 2 people were sitting on the sofa, looking at him in astonishment. Kim Do-jun pointed at the TV and added, What the hell did you do yesterday? How did you end up on the news? A TV was also broadcasting, in a recent interview, in Japan's top long-range fighter, Minamino Takumi, has drawn attention by expressing high expectations for a Korean player. He turned his head, confused. On the screen was a picture of Trang Hyun. The Korean player mentioned is Lee Trang Hyun, who is currently competing in the 3rd division. He turned back and answered, Oh, that? I went to see a match with Min Seok. Dojin questioned further. Huh? A match with Min Seok? Since when were you 2 so close? Han-jeon also looked at him and spoke up. So you really fought Takumi yesterday? Dojun asked cheerfully. Did you get his autograph? Trang Hyun glanced at the screen, crossed his arms, and replied, I had a solo match with him and won. Hearing that, Dojun couldn't believe it and yelled, What? He smiled and thought to himself, that reaction is priceless. He recalled the match and analyzed it. Although it was a normal outcome for me, on paper, Takumi's physical stats and skills are far superior to mine, Trang Hyun thought confidently. But in a real fight, I had the upper hand. I've been in this game long enough to know every map down to the smallest detail. How could I possibly lose? He pondered. But if I had been even a little slower to react, the result could have been different. Just then, Han-jeon stood up, his voice cutting through his thoughts. I knew it from the very beginning. His eyes were shining with adoration as he looked at him. We just need to follow Trang Hyun. Meanwhile, he thought, are his eyes always sparkling like that? Dojun put both hands on his head, complaining, You should have taken me with you if you were going to meet Takumi. He waved his hands around and continued, I would have gone bam-bam with my sword and we could have defeated him together. Seeing this, Trang-hyun lightly chopped Dojin on the head and said, Cut it out, you idiot. Dojin clutched his head and yelled, Ow! Trang-hyun casually flopped down onto the sofa, thinking, that might have been possible in Do-jun's prime, but right now, he doesn't stand a chance. He looked down at the system notification panel. On it was his super perception skill, and it seemed to have finally leveled up. He immediately tried it out. His super perception had been enhanced. Maybe it's because I pushed it to its limit during the match with Takumi. The system continued to display the description for the super perception skill, discern the target's essence, identify innate abilities, allows you to view a hunter's maximum potential stats. Trajectory analysis, allows you to track the trajectory of enemy bullets. He was delighted and thought smugly, just what I needed. A bright smile spread across Trang-hyun's face as he thought, this is the best ability for training my teammates. Time to get to work. The next day, in the room, Gonju asked again, You said ranked matches? Inside the room, Trang-hyun answered straightforwardly, Yes, that's the plan I've made for the team. Then he continued, Coach, what do you think of the team's current situation? Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Gonju replied with some hesitation, We were eliminated from the season with 1 win, so we have good momentum. I think it'll be fine if we just continue as we have been. Even without many strategies, we did manage one thing. A solid victory, Gonju continued, and it seems there's more energy in the team compared to last season. Before he could finish his sentence, Trang-hyun crossed his arms, shook his head, and cut him off. You're not entirely wrong. His eyes were firm as he replied, but that's not enough.